Chapter 251 Tang Yuehua, the Master of Yuexuan. 251. Go and inform your master that someone is visiting. Looking around, Mu Yang said to the leading girl, and then sat on a wide chair not far away with Shui Bing'er. The leading girl was stunned when she heard the words, and then walked forward and bowed. Hello, two guests, may I ask your name? Shiwo College, Mu Yang. Tian Shui College, Shui Bing'er. The two reported their names. Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but blurt out, Are you Mu Yang? Although Mu Yang is young and has stayed at home in the past and rarely left the college, he is not an unknown person. You know, it's only been about a year since the Soul Master competition. As the captain of the champion team, the handsome young Mu Yang is definitely the dream boy of countless young girls in the Tiandu Empire. Perhaps they may not recognize Mu Yang himself, but if it's just his name, then don't be too familiar with him. Of course, due to the defects in the dissemination of information, only young girls in the Tiandu city and the Soul Master world regard Mu Yang as their dream boy. Do you know me? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, I know you. Young Mu, you led the Blazing Fire team to win the championship of the last Soul Master competition. This is glory for the Empire. The girl nodded hurriedly and said with admiration, then turned to the other girls and said, Go and inform the Xian Master that there is a distinguished guest visiting Yuexuan. As the captains of the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er's cultivation talents are beyond doubt. Even if they are not strong now, they will definitely be in the future. Besides, who has paid attention to the two since the Soul Master competition? They are the blood relatives of Tyrannosaurus, Blazing Fire, and Ice. With the talent they showed, plus the three Douluo standing behind them, their status and position are no worse than that of a prince or princess. After a while, a graceful and elegant woman walked down the stairs slowly. At first glance, the beautiful woman seemed to be only 25 or 26 years old, but her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world, which was definitely not comparable to a 25 or 26-year-old woman. The silver palace dress looked so fitting on her. Even with Mu Yang's critical eyes, in terms of temperament, among the people he had seen, only Pope Bib Dong could be compared with her. But the difference was that the aura she exuded did not give people any sense of oppression. She was elegant and natural. Compared with Bib Dong, they had their own merits. As soon as she came downstairs, Tang Yuehua clearly felt the cold murderous aura emanating from Mu Yang and the other person, and could not help but frowning slightly. Looking at the slightly pale faces of the two people, Tang Yuehua seemed to think of something, and her eyes revealed a deep shock. Meet the master of the pavilion. The main master came, and Mu Yang pulled Shui Bing'er forward to greet him. Hello, my two friends, why don't you go upstairs to tell the story? Coming back to her senses, suppressing the shock in her heart, Tang Yuehua smiled. The guest follows the host's wishes. Mu Yang nodded. On the fourth floor of Yuexuan. In the quiet and elegant hall, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er sat opposite Tang Yuehua. After serving good tea, Tang Yuehua dismissed the maids in the hall. My two friends, can you tell me why you are like this? Although she had guessed the possibility, Tang Yuehua was still a little unsure. It was nothing else, the two were too young. Master Xian, just call us by our names. Judging from your expression, I think you should have guessed it. Yes, Bing'er and I just came out of the city of slaughter. I heard that the domain power mastered by Master Xian can purify the soul, and we hope to master the domain of the god of killing with the help of Master Xian's domain power. By the way, this is the tuition for Bing'er and me. As he said, Mu Yang took out a black box from the soul guide storage bracelet, opened it and pushed it in front of Tang Yuehua. In this black box, there was a left leg soul bone with a golden glow. Judging from the soul power fluctuations it emitted, the age of this soul bone reached at least 10,000 years. If you don't pay the tuition fee to master the domain of the god of killing with the help of Tang Yuehua's noble ring domain, you will definitely owe someone a favor. Mu Yang, who didn't want to owe anyone a favor, planned to use a 10,000 year soul bone as the tuition fee for the two. As the Tiandu Empire's court etiquette school, Yuexuan's tuition is not low, but it is not exaggerated. At least it is far less than the expensive 10,000 year soul bone. However, he and Shui Bing'er are not ordinary students. They need Tang Yuehua to give them special lessons from time to time, so the tuition cannot be calculated according to the tuition of ordinary students. Anyway, when he was in the killing city before, after his deliberate search, he still had a lot of ordinary 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul bones in his pocket. In Mu Yang's previous life, bad guys were not necessarily rich, but in Douluo continent, bad guys' wealth is often much richer than ordinary people, because in Douluo continent, where strength is the standard, those who can do bad things are basically impossible to be ordinary people, otherwise they will kick the iron plate sooner or later. And the soul masters who can enter the killing city are mostly soul masters who have committed crimes in the outside world. The possibility of them having soul bones is far greater than that of ordinary soul masters in the outside world. Therefore, after a trip to the killing city, Mu Yang's pockets are much fatter. As for Tang Yuehua, seeing that the two of them had just come out of the slaughter city, Mu Yang was not surprised. In the original novel, after Tang San left the slaughter city, Tang Hao immediately brought Tang San to Yuexuan to find Tang Yuehua, which shows that Tang Hao knew that his sister could cure Tang San. If nothing unexpected happened, Tang Hao also looked for Tang Yuehua to eliminate the hidden danger after obtaining the killing god domain in the past. Having had the experience of treatment, it is not surprising that Tang Yuehua could associate it when encountering similar symptoms. It is indeed the killing god domain. You are worthy of being the most outstanding soul master among the younger generation of the empire. After getting confirmation, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but admire. Then, Tang Yuehua glanced at the soul bone on the table in front of him, shook his head, pushed it back, and said, "You can take back the soul bone. It is my honor to help such an outstanding genius." Although the soul bone is valuable, Tang Yuehua, who was born in the direct lineage of HaoTian sect, did not take it too seriously. In Tang Yuehua's opinion, if she makes friends with Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who will surely become the strongest in the continent in the future, she can get more than the current soul bone. What's more, Mu Yang and Shui Binger are not individual soul masters. Behind them are Shuo Academy and Tian Shui Academy, which have titled Douluo. Being friends with them is beneficial to HaoTian sect. No, Master Xian, please accept it. Mu Yang's attitude is very firm, and he pushes the soul bone over again. If Tang Yuehua doesn't even accept soul bones, then he will not accept the vulgar gold soul coins. There is a saying that free is often the most expensive, and he doesn't want to owe Tang Yuehua a favor. Otherwise, if he becomes powerful in the future and confronts Tang Hao and his son, it will be difficult to repay this favor, and he will lose a lot, but if he doesn't repay the favor, doesn't it make him seem ungrateful? Therefore, Tang Yuehua's favor cannot be owed, and he can just pay it off with this 10,000-year soul bone. That's good too. Seeing Mu Yang's firm attitude, the smart Tang Yuehua understood what he meant and nodded. Yes, ordinary soul masters don't care about owing favors to others, but genius soul masters and strong people are different. They can clearly realize that it is not easy to repay favors and will not easily owe favors. Mu Yang and Shui Binger are obviously the latter. End of this chapter, 252. Chapter 252. After ascending to the throne of God, there will be great scholars to debate scriptures for me. 252. Yuexuan does not provide accommodation. After agreeing to come to study formally the next day, Mu Yang and Shui Binger left Yuexuan. After leaving Yuexuan and going to the dental clinic, Mu Yang rented a small courtyard not far from Yuexuan as a temporary place to stay in Tiandu City. On the other side, Tiandu Palace. In a side hall, Qian Rongxiu, disguised as Shui King He, was reading the memorials, and from time to time she picked up a pen to write down the solution to facilitate the subsequent decision of Emperor Shui Yet. Suddenly, a burly woman stepped into the hall. "Your Highness." The burly woman, Ba Wanghua, bowed to Qian Rongxiu, who was assisting in handling government affairs. "What's the matter?" Qian Rongxiu asked without raising her head. "Your Highness, Mu Yang, whom you asked your subordinates to pay attention to, has come to Tiandu City, and Shui Binger from Tian Shui College is also with him." Ba Wanghua replied. Sitting on the throne of the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire for nearly 10 years, the power of the Prince's party under Qian Rongxiu cannot be underestimated, and it is spread across all walks of life in the Tiandu Empire. In addition, Mu Yang is the focus of attention that she has already ordered, so not long after Mu Yang and the others entered Tiandu City, someone reported his whereabouts. Upon hearing that it was her preferred future general who came to Tiandu City, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly put down the memorial in her hand and asked, "Where are they now?" "My subordinates received the news at that time." The two went to Yuexuan. Yuexuan. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu frowned. Why did Mu Yang and the others go to Yuexuan? Could it be that her future general was planning to play art? At this time, Ba Wanghua added, "By the way, Your Highness, according to the news reported by my subordinates, the two are not in a good condition, and they give people the feeling that they are evil soul masters." Evil soul master? Impossible. Qian Rongxiu was incredulous. Not every soul master can become an evil soul master. The first prerequisite is to have an evil side martial soul of eating people, and the second is to commit a major crime before becoming a serious evil soul master. Mu Yang and his two martial souls, one is the food type Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, and the other is the Ice Phoenix. No matter how you look at it, they do not have the potential to become evil soul masters. Rather than saying that the two will become evil soul masters, Qian Rongxiu feels that her mother Bib Dong, who has the Death Spider Emperor and Soul Devouring Spider Emperor martial souls, and Gu Rong, who has the Bone Dragon martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, are more likely to become evil soul masters. Your Highness, it just looks like it, but the fact is not necessarily so. Ba Wanghua hurriedly explained. Qian Rongxiu nodded. That's what she said. How could the general she favored become a notorious evil soul master? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, after learning about this situation, Qian Rongxiu understood why Mu Yang and the others went to Yuexuan. Qian Rongxiu was naturally aware of the identity of Yuexuan Suanzu Tang Yuehua, a direct descendant of HaoTian sect, and also knew that Tang Yuehua mastered a domain power that could purify the soul. If nothing unexpected happened, Mu Yang and the others went to Yuexuan to find Tang Yuehua to eliminate the influence of this sudden change in temperament that appeared for no reason. Order someone to find out where they are staying. Qian Rongxiu, who was preparing to find her good brother to reminisce about the past, ordered Ba Wanghua. Yes, Your Highness. Ba Wanghua received the order and left the hall. The next day, Yuexuan had two more not easy to mess with transfer students. The students in Yuexuan were all young nobles of the Tiandu Empire. They had basically watched the preliminaries of the last Soul Master competition and knew who Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er were. After recognizing the two, these noble boys and girls were ready to approach them, but under the cold murderous aura that the two inadvertently exuded, they all backed off. The two were not in a good state at first glance, but don't be too close to the target, or you'll end up making people unhappy. With their status, even if they're beaten up, their parents might have to bring them to apologize. The most outstanding genius in the empire, the future powerhouse of the Soul Master world, plus the three crowns standing behind them, let alone ordinary nobles, even the most numerous dukes in the empire can't afford to offend them. In the evening, after today's classes ended, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er left Yuexuan after saying goodbye to Tang Yuehua. Bing'er, how do you feel? Mu Yang said to Shui Bing'er. Shui Bing'er nodded, very good, in the domain of teacher Yuehua, my heart is peaceful, even better than before I went to the city of slaughter to train. It's just what? Mu Yang asked. It's all because of that harp, it doesn't cooperate with me at all, and it's so awful. Shui Bing'er said angrily. Mu Yang, not cooperating with you? You can say that. However, with her puffy face, the murderous look between her eyebrows and the paleness on her face, Mu Yang felt that his future wife actually had a different kind of morbid beauty. Pa! With a spit, Mu Yang hurriedly shook his head. It's better not to talk about morbid beauty. Why are you shaking your head? Do you also dislike my poor performance? Seeing Mu Yang shaking his head, Shui Bing'er said sullenly. No, we are all just beginners. We have never been exposed to it before. It's good enough to be able to play it for the first time. It's normal if it doesn't sound good. Mu Yang waved his hand to defend himself. If you want to perfectly master the domain of the god of killing, you can't just stand in Tang Yuehua's noble circle. Maybe this is also possible, but it will definitely take a long time. Therefore, while releasing the power of the domain for the two, Tang Yuehua was also teaching them music theory. Music can cultivate sentiment, and coupled with the noble circle domain that has the effect of purifying the soul, this will undoubtedly be a good way to resolve the desire for killing in the heart and the evil spirit in the body, so as to achieve the sending and receiving as the heart, and perfectly master the domain of the god of killing. As for court etiquette? Forget it. Why do the soul masters in the mainland soul master world have to practice soul power diligently? Isn't it for the purpose of practicing successfully? After that, can you be more unreasonable? Since you are not going to be reasonable, what's the point of learning etiquette? Moreover, once a strong person learns etiquette, the possibility of becoming a double-standard dog in the future will be far greater than becoming a humble gentleman. For example, Tang San, the turning point for him to become the Buddha of Tang was that he learned etiquette in Yuexuan, and then mixed his own understanding and combined it into a great truth called double standards and hypocrisy. 5. Ring Tang San, kneeling Tang San is willing to atone for his father's sins. 9. Ring Tang San, holding his head high and pointing the sea god trident in his hand. My father is not wrong, everything is your fault. Finally, and most importantly, Mu Yang knows that after ascending to the throne of God, there will be great scholars to debate the scriptures for me. Under the vast divine power, let alone a human being, even if he is just a stinky rat in the gutter, there are still people who can wash him into a pure and flawless white lotus. Mu Yang, etiquette? No one can force me to learn etiquette. End of this chapter. 253 Chapter 253 The Big Move of Blazing Academy. 253. Just after leaving Yuexuan and preparing to find a restaurant for dinner, Mu Yang suddenly saw a luxurious carriage on the street ahead, escorted by a team of royal knights. Soon, the convoy stopped not far in front of the two of them. Looking at the swan emblem representing the royal family hanging on the carriage, Mu Yang understood something in his heart. As expected, an elegant young man and a burly woman walked down from the carriage. "My dear brother, long time no see, I miss you so much," Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. "Brother King He, Binger and I were just thinking about where to have dinner. It seems that we have found a place for dinner," Mu Yang said with a smile. Qian Rongxiu came to see him, which was within Mu Yang's expectations. Before she was hit by the aura of intelligence reduction and suffered from love brain, Qian Rongxiu's scheming and skills were still very good. Mu Yang knew that she had long wanted to recruit him and Shui Binger. Now that the two of them came to Tiandu City, Qian Rongxiu must have received the news. It would be strange if she didn't come to see him. "Haha, my dear brother and sister-in-law are coming to Tiandu City. I will definitely host them. Let's get in the car and talk." Qian Rongxiu couldn't help laughing when she heard Mu Yang's directness and invited the two to get on the carriage. "Binger, let's go, let's kill a rich man tonight." After that, Mu Yang pulled Shui Binger into Qian Rongxiu's carriage. As the carriage of the Crown Prince of the Empire, Qian Rongxiu's carriage is very spacious. Not to mention 4 people, even if 10 people sit on it, it can squeeze in. Inside the carriage. "Brother, I see that you and your sister-in-law are not in good condition. What's going on?" Looking at the slightly pale faces and the murderous aura between their eyebrows, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but ask curiously. Such a strong murderous aura on the two of them may not be formed even if tens of thousands of lives are slaughtered, but she hasn't heard of any evil soul masters on the mainland causing a big incident, or a soul beast forest being bloodbathed recently. Alas, don't mention it. Some time ago, Binger and I went to a place for training and just left there. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by brother King He. We almost fell there. Now we have become like this, which is also affected by that place." Mu Yang shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Mu Yang knew that Qian Rongxiu would know that they went to the slaughter city for training sooner or later. However, becoming the god of killing in the slaughter city easily and becoming the god of killing by luck are two different things. If he can fool her, Mu Yang thinks it's better to fool Qian Rongxiu. Lowering his own strength in Qian Rongxiu's eyes is definitely more beneficial than harmful. The friendship between the two can maintain the level of plastic brothers. "Really? I hope my brother and sister-in-law return safely." Raising an eyebrow, seeing that Mu Yang deliberately skipped the place where this training place was, Qian Rongxiu didn't ask in detail, and comforted him. "By the way, my brother, you and your sister-in-law went to Yuexuan, you should be preparing to use Aunt Yuehua's domain power to dissolve the evil spirit on your body. Is it effective?" Qian Rongxiu asked the two. Mu Yang nodded, "The effect is not bad. It should be restored to its original state in a few months." At this time, hearing Shui King He's address to Tang Yuehua, Shui Binger couldn't help gossiping. "Brother King He, you call Yuehuaxuan Master Auntie? Is it true that Yuehuaxuan Master has a special relationship with His Majesty?" That's not the case, sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. I was also a student of Yuexuan. I studied with teacher Yuehua for a long time before, and later I called her Auntie." Qian Rongxiu choked and explained hurriedly. Although Qian Rongxiu hated Tang Hao because Tang Hao hammered her father Qian Sunji, she was not hostile to Tang Hao's sister Tang Yuehua. Perhaps there is a factor that Tang Yuehua is not even a formal soul master and can never bring any threat to her, but the biggest factor is that Tang Yuehua's noble ring field can purify the hearts of others. Because she was not liked by her biological mother Bib Dong since she was young, even though Jian Rongxiu's martial soul was a six-winged angel that symbolized holiness and light, she still had darkness and spiritual defects deep in her heart. It can be said that the days when she learned etiquette in Yuexuan were the most peaceful time in Jian Rongxiu's heart since she came to Tiandu Empire. It is precisely because of this that Jian Rongxiu called Tang Yuehua Aunt Yuehua. Brother King He, you seem to be over 20 years old, right? The age of the master of Yuehuaxuan doesn't seem to be too old. Since there is no special relationship with His Majesty, why do you address him as an elder? Shui Bing'er was a little confused. Although a woman's age cannot be judged by appearance alone, this refers to a soul master, and a high-level soul master. And Tang Yuehua is not even a formal soul master, which directly excludes the possibility that she looks younger because of her higher soul power level. It can be seen that her real age is not much older. Even if she is older than Shui King He, it should not be too much. Since the two are of the same generation, why does Shui King He still address her as an elder? Bing'er, is there a possibility that Master Yuehua is actually not young? Just based on age, she is our elder. Mu Yang, who knew Tang Yuehua's approximate age, said. Yes? Shui Bing'er was stunned, obviously not believing that Tang Yuehua, who was just an elder sister in her eyes, was not younger than her mother. I don't know her exact age, but Yuexuan has been established for more than 10 years. I remember that Aunt Yuehua's face at that time was not much different from now. Jian Rongxiu shook her head and added. So, the owner of Yuehuaxuan has a secret to keep her youthful appearance. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Shui Bing'er secretly wondered whether she should make indirect inquiries in the future. Girls, they all love beauty. Which woman in the world doesn't want to keep her youthful appearance forever? By the way, my dear brother, I heard from my father that shortly after the Soul Master competition, Shuo Academy applied to the Empire to purchase a mountain in the Northland province. Now the mountain is under construction and renovation, but what big move is Shuo Academy making? Jian Rongxiu asked Mu Yang. Except for the 5 kingdoms and principalities, the Tiandu Empire directly governs 5 provinces. The northern province is located in the north of the Tiandu Empire, bordering the far north, which is covered with ice and snow all year round. It's okay to tell Brother King He about this. Soon, the 3 major academies of Shuo, Tianshui, and Shenfeng will be merged and reorganized to form a new element academy. In order to facilitate the creation of a large-scale simulated training field for the 4 elements of ice, fire, water, and wind, the address of the new element academy was chosen on the mountain in the northern province. The news of the merger and reorganization of the 3 major element academies cannot be concealed, and not only does it not need to be concealed, it will also be announced to the entire Soul Master world in the future to carry out recruitment publicity. Mu Yang did not hide it and told Jian Rongxiu directly. End of this chapter. 254 Chapter 254 There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you. 254. The mountain in the northern province is very suitable for building a simulated training ground that is essential for the new elemental academy. The mountain itself is a dead volcano and has not erupted for thousands of years, but the underground lava has not yet extinguished, which is suitable for building a fire-based simulated training ground. This can be referred to the current lava simulated training ground of the Blazing Fire Academy. Because the mountain is very high in altitude, the top of the mountain is covered with ice and snow all year round, which is a natural ice-based simulated training ground. There are several large and small natural lakes around the foothills, and a water-based simulated training ground can be built with a little modification. As for the wind-based simulated training ground, this is simple. Find a secondary peak with a high altitude, and make a front and back transparent hole on the top, with trumpet-shaped ends. Don't complain about the strong wind at that time. The Blazing Fire, Tianshui, and Shenfeng academies are about to merge and reorganize? Jian Rongxiu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened, obviously shocked by the news. Except for the Tiandu Royal Academy directly under the Empire, the 5 element academies with the strongest comprehensive strength in the Tiandu Empire are Thunder, Divine Wind, Blazing Fire, Sky Water, and Elephant Armor. The 5 element academies themselves have a great influence. If Blazing Fire, Sky Water, and Divine Wind are merged and reorganized, then the new Element Academy will definitely be the strongest academy in the Tiandu Empire. In addition, after the merger of the 3 Element Academies, the new Element Academy will have Tyrannosaurus, Blazing Fire, and Ice Douluo sitting in. Just based on the number of titled Douluo judging from the situation, this has surpassed the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which are firmly in the top 3 sects on the continent. Qianrongxiu can foresee that after the news of the merger and reorganization of the 3 major elemental academies spreads, the mainland Soul Master world will surely set off a huge wave. You know, the new Elemental Academy not only has 3 titled Douluo sitting in, but also has 6 dazzling geniuses among the younger generation, including Mu Yang, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Feng Xiaotian. The 3 Douluos are now in their prime and are far from old. If nothing unexpected happens, after a few years, the merged and reorganized Elemental Academy will have 9 titled Douluos sitting in. Such strength is definitely second only to the overlord of the Wuhan Hall in the mainland Soul Master world. Brother, no wonder you look down on the Empire's solicitation, it turns out that there is a good place to go. After being stunned for a long time, Qianrongxiu said with a gloomy face. If Mu Yang accepts the solicitation of the Tiandu Empire, the most he will get in the future is a royal guest official and a title that is not very useful to him. But staying in the academy is different. In the future, he is very likely to be in charge of the second-ranked superpower in the Soul Master world. Isn't this much better than being a royal guest official or a great noble? But in this way, the possibility of recruiting this future number 1 general in his heart seems to have become very slim. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, Brother King He, you are joking. With our relationship, it's just a matter of a word. My dear brother, if we build a new academy, will the funding situation of Shuo Academy be a little tight? Why don't you let me contribute a bit, just to contribute to the future of the empire? Qianrongxiu's idea is very simple, first make a good impression. After the plan of usurping the country is completed in the future, she ascends to the throne of Tiandu and takes over the Tiandu Empire, the new Element Academy may also be used by her. If she chooses to be close to the Spirit Hall, she is the young master of the Spirit Hall. If she chooses to be close to the Tiandu Empire, she is the new monarch of the Tiandu Empire. If she chooses to be neutral, most of the graduates trained by the academy will join the Spirit Hall or Tiandu, and they are all under her command. It can be said that as long as the new Element Academy does not mix with the Xingluo Empire, then no matter which one you choose, it is a friendly army, the difference is nothing more than closeness. It's just that the degree of closeness is different. Hearing this, Mu Yang looked at Qianrongxiu with a little surprise and said, You can discuss this with my uncle. I don't care about this. The academy only requires me to practice well. That's right. Qianrongxiu nodded. After chatting all the way, the carriage stopped at the door of Tiandu Hotel. The Imperial Crown Prince invited guests, so the level naturally couldn't be low, not to mention that Tiandu Hotel was an industry under the royal family. After eating and drinking for more than an hour, Qianrongxiu arranged a carriage to take Mu Yang and the others back. Looking at the carriage going away, Qianrongxiu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, the Ba Wanghua standing beside her said, Your Highness, in my perception, the auras of Mr. Mu and Miss Shui are much stronger than before. If nothing unexpected happens, their soul power level should have advanced to the 6th ring. Although the perception was not specific, in the eyes of Ba Wanghua, the possibility that the two are now 6-ring soul emperors is more than 90%. 6 rings. Qianrongxiu frowned immediately. Others may not know Mu Yang's real age. After all, when Blazing Academy registered Mu Yang for the Soul Master competition, he reported his age several years higher, but Qianrongxiu, who had already sent people to investigate, knew it clearly. At the age of 15, a 6-ring soul emperor, and also a food-type soul master who is recognized as the slowest in cultivation difficulty, is simply incredible. Compared to Hulina, who was highly expected by Bib Dong, she was only 4 rings at the age of 15 and 5 rings at the age of 20. It is true that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. I have to work harder. Qianrongxiu sighed inwardly. It can be predicted that if this trend continues, if she does not work harder, in the near future, she, who has an innate level 20 soul power, may be surpassed by Mu Yang in soul power level. A week passed in the blink of an eye, in the afternoon. In the Tiandu Palace, on a small artificial lake island with beautiful scenery, Qianrongxiu, who has transformed into Shui King He, is meditating and practicing. The mimic training field suitable for the swan martial spirit is undoubtedly the beautiful lake environment. However, Qianrongxiu is not the real Shui King He. Her martial spirit is a six-winged angel instead of a swan. What she wants is not the lake environment, but the sunlight from the sky. The reason for meditating and practicing here is just to do the details well and avoid suspicion. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, and the Ba Wanghua crossed the stone bridge and stopped beside Qian Rongxiu. What's the matter? Qian Rongxiu exited the meditation state and asked after noticing her arrival. Your Highness, there is news that Hu Lina has returned from the City of Slaughter and has obtained the Killing God domain. After sending out her spiritual power to sense, she did not notice the presence of a third person nearby, and the Overlord Flower said in a deep voice. Killing God domain. Killing God domain. Qian Rongxiu was stunned, and then she was shocked again, and could not help but raise her voice. Qian Rongxiu was not shocked by Hu Lina's acquisition of the Killing God domain, but thought of the abnormalities that appeared in Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er. Isn't it consistent with the sequelae of obtaining the Killing God domain? End of this chapter. 255 Chapter 255 The Sacred Angel's glory is about to completely dim. 255. Qian Rongxiu is not too unfamiliar with the Killing God domain. Because her mother Bib Dong has mastered the Killing God domain, and Qian Rongxiu vaguely remembers that when she was young, Bib Dong, who returned from the Killing City, had a similar aura to Mu Yang and the others for a period of time, but Bib Dong's situation was more serious at that time. Of course, she has not forgotten this childhood experience, thanks to the fact that Bib Dong at that time gave her a feeling like a man-eating spider, which left a deep impression. Have you found out the whereabouts of Mu Yang and the others during this period? After thinking for a moment, Qian Rongxiu continued to ask. Your Highness, more than a month ago, young Master Mu and Miss Shui left Tian Shui College and later appeared in the southwest of Stru Province. The time they appeared again was more than 10 days ago, in the territory of the Barak Kingdom, and then the two came to Tiandu City. Recalling the intelligence collected by his subordinates, the Ba Wanghua said. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but widen her eyes. In just 1 month, the two of them have become the killing gods of Slaughter City. Is her good brother so powerful? By the way, when did Hu Lina go to Slaughter City? Qian Rongxiu asked again. It seems that she went there after the Soul Master competition. According to my subordinate's speculation, the time she left Slaughter City coincided with Mu Shao and the others, and most likely they joined forces. After recalling, Ba Wanghua said. The Spirit Hall has no conflicts with Shuo and Tian Shui College, and Hu Lina and Mu Yang have no grudges in the past. When facing the test, it is not impossible for the three to choose to join forces to deal with it. The time when Hu Lina left Slaughter City coincided with Mu Yang and the others? Qian Rongxiu thought, what are the prerequisites for leaving the Killing City? There is an arena called the Hell Killing Field in the Killing City. The arena does not limit the soul power level of the duelists. Each time, a group of 10 people fight to the last person standing. After winning 100 consecutive games in the Hell Killing Field, the trialists must pass an unknown test called the Hell Road. If they succeed, they will obtain the Killing God domain and can freely enter and exit the Killing City without being restricted from using soul skills. Are there many killing gods in the Soul Master world? Except for His Holiness the Pope and the 3 new killing gods, the killing god recorded in the Spirit Hall is only Tang Hao is the only one. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu fell silent. There are only 5 killing gods in the world, and Mu Yang and his 2 friends became killing gods not long ago, which shows the value of the killing gods in the Killing City. Of course, Hu Lina left the Killing City at the same time as Mu Yang and his 2 friends. Qian Rongxiu has reason to suspect that Hu Lina was taken away by Mu Yang and his 2 friends. After all, compared with Bib Dong and Tang Hao, Hu Lina is far behind no matter how you look at it. Not to mention that Hu Lina went to the Killing City. It took a year, but in the end, it was a coincidence that he came out with Mu Yang and the others. If nothing unexpected happens, the strength of her good brother is far beyond her expectations. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but ask herself, do she really have a chance to conquer such a genius? After pondering for a long time, Qian Rongxiu's expression became firm. She looked up at the bright sun in the sky, turned her head and said to Ba Wanghua, notify them to speed up the plan and make all preparations within 3 months. Qian Rongxiu has always felt that she, with her innate 20th level soul power, is the strongest genius in the mainland Soul Master world, without a doubt. But Mu Yang, who cultivated to the 6-ring Soul Emperor at the age of 15 and also possessed the Killing God domain, made her feel great pressure. The Soul Masters of the older generation have the advantage of age, so it's okay if she can't compete with them, but if she loses to a soul master of the same generation, and a soul master younger than herself, wouldn't it be a shame for her unprecedented cultivation talent and the identity of the heir of the angel family? It's time to end this game. Qian Rongxiu thought to herself with a burning gaze, clenching her fists and looking at the most magnificent council hall in the palace in the distance. Your Highness, don't you discuss it with the great officials? Hearing that Qian Rongxiu was going to launch the plan ahead of time, Ba Wanghua was shocked and couldn't help asking. Qian Rongxiu waved her hand and said in a deep voice, 16 years, it's long enough. Moreover, 3 months is enough to make all preparations. She has been lurking for 16 years for this plan. How many 16 years can there be in a lifetime? Qian Rongxiu felt that she could not wait any longer, because the holy angel's glory was about to completely dim. Yes, Your Highness. Ba Wanghua bowed and accepted the order. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. In a luxurious bedroom in Tiandu Palace. Leaning against the head of the bed, served by the palace maids, the white-haired and haggard Emperor Shuye sighed weakly after drinking a bowl of light porridge. Since more than a month ago, Emperor Shuye felt that his health was getting worse. After calling the imperial physician in the palace for a diagnosis, the result made Emperor Shuye somewhat unwilling. He was old, and he was exhausted from working day and night on state affairs. Although he had cultivated an excellent crown prince, the empire would not be without successors, but who would want to die if they could live? Suddenly, the guards outside the palace reported, Your Majesty, Prince Swexing and His Majesty Douluo want to see you. Let them in. Hearing the voice, Emperor Shuye was slightly stunned, and then gave an order to the maid beside him. Soon, Xuexing and Douluo entered the hall, bowed slightly and saluted, Your Majesty. No need to be polite. Emperor Shuye waved his hand. Royal brother, the imperial physician said that you are exhausted, but I absolutely don't believe it. They are just a bunch of mediocre doctors. What can they see? It just so happens that Douluo has returned from outside, let him take a closer look at you. Looking at the haggard look of Emperor Shuye, Xuexing said in a deep voice. 11 years ago, his clever second nephew died suddenly. 10 years ago, his third nephew, who had awakened a mutant martial soul and whose innate soul power was as high as level 8 and who might have the hope of becoming a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future, also died suddenly. Today, more than 10 years later, will the person who died suddenly be replaced by his brother, the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire? As early as half a month ago, after learning that Shuye's body had collapsed, Xuexing began to have suspicion, and also locked the biggest suspect. You know, my brother Shuye is the Emperor of Tiandu, and there are too many imperial doctors who pay attention to his physical condition. How could he collapse without any signs? That is, Douluo was out at that time and not in Tiandu city, otherwise Xuexing would have asked Douluo, who is proficient in pharmacology and especially good at poisons, to come and find out the truth. As soon as Douluo returned to Tiandu city, Xuexing hurriedly dragged him to the palace. End of this chapter. 256 Chapter 256 The Prince is plotting rebellion? 256. After staring at Xuexing and Douluo for a while, Emperor Shuye's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids waiting in the palace. It was good that Douluo didn't see anything. If he did, the news must not be leaked, otherwise the Tiandu Empire would be in turmoil. Douluo, thank you. Emperor Shuye nodded to Douluo. As a guest of the imperial family, this is my duty. With a humble word, Douluo closed his eyes, released his mental power, and carefully checked Emperor Shuye's physical condition. If possible, Douluo didn't want to change his boss. Emperor Shuye was very good at dealing with people and things. Of course, in Douluo's opinion, Prince Xueqinghe is a good person. But Xueqinghe is a young man after all, and although they knew each other in the past, they didn't have a good relationship. It's hard to say what will happen after he takes the throne. Soon, Douluo, who was investigating the physical condition of Emperor Shuye, frowned and his expression became extremely solemn. Douluo, how is my brother? Seeing Douluo frowning, Xuexing had a bad premonition and asked hurriedly. Douluo didn't answer immediately and continued to investigate. After a while, Douluo opened his eyes, looked at Xuexing, then looked at Shuye, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, you have been poisoned by a very obscure unknown mixed toxin. The toxicity of this toxin is not strong, but it is very strong. Most of the ordinary detoxification methods are ineffective, and the poisoning is deep. I'm sorry that I can't do anything. As a master of poison, Douluo can naturally tell whether Emperor Shuye is poisoned. But he had never seen this mixture of toxins before, and his detoxification skills were not very good, so Douluo was helpless. How dare you! You are unworthy of being a son. As soon as the voice fell, Xuexing cursed angrily. Hearing this, Douluo's pupils shrank sharply. Unworthy of being a son? Wow, shocking news! Emperor Shuye has 3 living descendants, Crown Prince Xueqinghe, 4th Prince Xuebeng, and Princess Xueke. Xueke is a princess, and Xuebeng is a notorious waste. From what Xuexing said, is he doubting? Well, is he sure that the mastermind behind the poisoning is Crown Prince Xueqinghe? This shouldn't be the case, right? You know, Xueqinghe's position as the Crown Prince is very stable, and he has the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Once the elderly Shuye dies, Xueqinghe will definitely ascend to the throne of Tiandu without any obstacles. Is it necessary to do such a treasonous thing? At this time, Emperor Shuye raised his right hand with an ugly face and stopped Xuexing from cursing. Don't jump to conclusions, check it out first. Like what Douluo thought, Emperor Shuye didn't think that his eldest son Xueqinghe would poison him. Even if the mastermind behind the assassination of the 2nd and 3rd princes pointed to Xueqinghe, Emperor Shuye still thought so. Nothing else, there was no need. The assassination of the 2nd and 3rd princes can be explained as the eldest son Xueqinghe eliminating competitors. After all, he was born in the royal family, and family affection, especially brotherly affection, did not exist. But he was old, and Xueqinghe had long been made the crown prince by him. Even if he didn't do anything, he could ascend to the throne in a decade at most. And Xueqinghe was only in his mid-20s, so he obviously couldn't wait for even 10 years, not to mention that once the matter was exposed, he would definitely not have the chance to become the emperor of Tiandu. The gains and risks are not equal. With the intelligence shown by his eldest son Xueqinghe, he would never do such a stupid thing. Emperor Shuye asked Douluo, "Poison Douluo, can you tell where the toxins in my body come from?" Douluo shook his head, "I can't say for sure. Your Majesty is infected with mixed toxins. The source may be food or other objects that your Majesty touches. Xuexing, I order you to secretly investigate Qinghe's every move and report at any time, but do not act privately." After thinking for a moment, Emperor Shuye said to Xuexing with a stern face, "Yes, Your Majesty." Xuexing's face became serious and he quickly responded, "Go." Emperor Shuye waved his hand. "Your Majesty, I will take my leave first." Douluo said. Shuye nodded, "Well, poison Douluo, take care." After Xuexing and Douluo left, Emperor Shuye whispered to the seemingly empty palace except for him, "Where are the shadow guards?" The shadow guards were secretly formed by the royal family. All members were selected from young orphans. There was no other way to join. They were a secret force that was loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. Perhaps the overall strength of the shadow guards was not strong, and it was not as strong as the royal guest group that accepted masters or genius soul masters who joined the empire and were willing to serve the empire, but it was a force that the current Emperor Shuye could trust 100%. "Your Majesty." Soon, a black shadow appeared in front of Emperor Shuye's bed. Emperor Shuye ordered, "Find out the relationship between the guests of the royal guest group, the high-ranking officials of the court and provinces, and the military generals and the prince, and focus on the masters who joined the guest group in the past 10 years and the high-ranking officials who were promoted." "Yes, Your Majesty." The black shadow received the order and disappeared into the palace. 3 days later, the intelligence secretly investigated by the shadow guard was placed in front of Emperor Shuye. The more he looked through it, the more shocked Emperor Shuye was. There was no other reason. In recent years, the frequency of promotion of high-ranking officials in the court and provinces, as well as military generals, seemed too frequent, and there were many more masters joining the royal guest group than before. Among them, it has been confirmed that many high-ranking officials and generals were quickly promoted because of the relationship with Prince Xueqinghe and the prince's party. If you don't pay too much attention, it's actually not too eye-catching at first glance. Because these high-ranking officials with abnormal promotions are all deputies of various ministries, regions, and armies, and there is no top leader or military commander among them. However, if these high-ranking officials with abnormal promotions are really Xueqinghe's people, once Xueqinghe intends to rebel, he only needs to directly remove the top leader and the military commanders, and let the deputies take over, and he can completely control the imperial court, regions, and armies, and there will not be too many great turmoil. Of course, if it were just this, it would not scare Emperor Shui yet. After all, from the perspective of the Emperor of the Empire, Shui Qinghe's rebellion did make him very angry. But from the perspective of a father, he would be pleased that he had a good son. With such skills, the empire will surely usher in a wise and powerful emperor. But Emperor Shuiye found something wrong in the intelligence data he had obtained from the Shadow Guards, and the problem was very serious. If he was not careful, the royal family of Shui would lose its kingdom. End of this chapter. 257 Chapter 257 Early Tiandu Palace Change. 257. The reason why Emperor Shuiye thought so was mainly because these high-ranking officials and generals who were promoted abnormally were not only conscientious, but also rarely corrupted. They were well-deserved good officials and generals of the empire. Originally, this should have been a good thing, but the bad thing was that it was too good. The Spirit Hall's plan to usurp the throne is not just to let Jian Rongxiu replace Shui Qinghe and ascend to the throne of Tiandu. It can be said that Jian Rongxiu's hidden plan is only the surface. The deeper level is that the Spirit Hall has been secretly interfering with the Tiandu Empire for many years. With the Crown Prince of the Empire working together, as long as the officials and generals inserted are good enough, promotion is easy, isn't it? Quietly replace the high-ranking officials and generals of the Tiandu Empire with their own people. After Jian Rongxiu ascends to the throne of Tiandu, she can completely control the court, local areas, and army of the Tiandu Empire with the cooperation of these hidden people. Once the plan is completely completed, even if Jian Rongxiu's identity is exposed in the future, it will not cause too much waves. At least the internal situation of the Tiandu Empire is absolutely stable. After all the high-ranking officials and generals are their own people. By then, the Tiandu Empire will have completely changed into the shape of the Spirit Hall, except that it is still called Tiandu. In order to better assist Jian Rongxiu in completing the plan of usurping the country, the spies planted by the Spirit Hall in the Tiandu Empire are all carefully trained elites, and there are no waste or mediocre people at all. As for why they are fair and honest? You are kidding, you are here to be a spy, not to enjoy yourself. Even if no one in the Tiandu Empire is watching you, your old employer, the Spirit Hall, will always keep an eye on you. Don't work hard? Then don't do it, just disappear from the world. Of course, the most important thing is that these spies are loyal to the Spirit Hall. After all, the first prerequisite for being qualified to join this secret plan is loyalty. The combination of various factors has led to the fact that these spies planted by the Spirit Hall have become good officials and generals of the Tiandu Empire. But as a qualified emperor, how could Emperor Shuiye not know the nature of most officials and generals in his own empire? In the huge Tiandu Empire, there are officials who do not take bribes or embezzle military funds, and there are generals who do not embezzle military funds or resell military supplies, but there are definitely not so many of them. You can believe in the strength of the ancient empire, but you can never believe that there is little corruption within the ancient empire. There is a saying that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Although there is no direct evidence, from this point alone, Emperor Shuiye has reason to suspect that these high-ranking officials and generals who are promoted abnormally and are fair and honest are most likely not his own people. Prince Shui Qinghe is so charming that they can't help but be fair and honest. Just think about this kind of beautiful thing. Even the emperor doesn't have such great ability and face. Not to mention the young man Shui Qinghe. If it's not surprising, these people are most likely conspiracy rebels planted in the Tiandu Empire by other forces with the intention of subverting the rule of the Tiandu Empire. And his good son, Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the empire, played a role in the internal and external cooperation. However, Emperor Shuiye still couldn't figure out why Shui Qinghe did this. Didn't he know that even if he succeeded in his rebellion with the help of outsiders, the Tiandu Empire would no longer be his Tiandu Empire? From the beginning to the end, Emperor Shuiye failed to realize that his son Shui Qinghe had been replaced by someone more than 10 years ago. Xingluo Empire. Wuhan Hall? Kaibao Liulai sect? Emperor Shuiye secretly guessed the forces that colluded with Shui Qinghe. On the continent, it seems that only these three forces can come up with such a hand. The first two are opponents, and the latter is an ally. After thinking about it, Emperor Shuiye ruled out the suspicion of Kaibao Liulai sect. Ning Fengzi is a smart man, and the Kaibao Liulai sect is a big family. For the Kaibao Liulai sect, what they want is not interests, but the strength to protect their own interests. Once the wealth they have is not equal to their own strength, it will sooner or later turn into a disaster. Assisting Shui Qinghe in his rebellion will not improve the 7 treasures glazed sect's strength, at most it will just eat more cake. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Shuiye took out a pen and paper, wrote a secret letter, and asked the shadow guard to secretly deliver it to the 7 treasures glazed sect. The big brother Shui Qinghe is about to become a big move. Since he has poisoned himself, there will definitely be big moves in the future. Regardless of whether the colluding force is the Spirit Hall or the Xingluo Empire, he needs to bring in the 7 treasures glazed sect as an ally to resolve this crisis together. Although Ning Fengzi and his big brother Shui Qinghe are a master-disciple relationship, they belong to a community of interests, but in major issues, Ning Fengzi will inevitably ignore this master-disciple relationship. Because Ning Fengzi can, although they lost Shui Qinghe as a disciple, the Kaibao Liulai sect could not lose the Tiandu Empire as an ally. Of course, if Ning Fengzi really lost his mind and the master and disciple were conspiring to rebel, then Emperor Shuiye would have to admit it. He would even help Shui Qinghe get rid of the accusation of treason before he died, so as not to spread it and affect the reputation of the royal family. Anyway, it was not too shameful to lose to his own son. 2 days later, in the morning, the news that Emperor Shuiye was critically ill came from the Tiandu Palace. In the East Palace. After receiving the news, Qian Rongxiu immediately took out a token with an angel pattern from the storage soul guide, handed it to Ba Wanghua, and ordered, "Notify the 4 elders outside the palace and act according to the original plan." "Yes, young master." After taking Qian Rongxiu's martial soul saint order, Ba Wanghua bowed and responded. "By the way, young master, the 7 treasures glazed sect." Ba Wanghua said hesitantly. "This rebellion will definitely involve a big move, and there will be a bloody battle in the palace afterwards. The 7 treasures glazed sect is not far from Tiandu city. Even if they don't know about it in advance, they will definitely send people to investigate the situation. The 7 treasures glazed sect is not weak. If you don't guard against it, it will most likely become a variable. It doesn't matter. 30% of the royal guest group are ours. The 3rd army stationed in the military camp outside the city is already under control. Moreover, the 3,000 soul masters transferred by Grandpa have already secretly infiltrated Tiandu city. In addition, there are 4 elders as backup. The plan is sure to succeed. After a quick victory, the palace is taken down, and the fait accompli is established. Given the relationship between me and my teacher, the 7 treasures glazed sect will not only not oppose it, but will support me. What's more, in the eyes of outsiders who don't know the inside story, this action is a last resort for me to maintain the stability of the empire." Qian Rongxiu waved her hand and said confidently. Emperor Shuiye was critically ill, and the crown prince of the empire Shui Qinghe led people to block the palace to prevent him from losing the throne. What's wrong with this? This is human nature, and it is also to ensure that as the crown prince of the empire, he can smoothly ascend the throne and succeed to the throne, so that the empire will not be in chaos when the throne is handed over. Who would have thought that it was the crown prince who was plotting a rebellion? End of this chapter. 258 Chapter 258 The surprise came too suddenly. 258. In addition, Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengzi are master and apprentice. Even if Ning Fengzi comes, as long as he doesn't know the inside story, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will definitely support her unconditionally. It is precisely because of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect that Qian Rongxiu did not draw the power of the rebuilt Tiandu martial spirit temple, but asked for help from her grandfather Qian Daoliu and sent another 3,000 soul masters to sneak into Tiandu city to assist. And there are 4 titled elders including Shilong and Sixu as a backup. Of course, unless the plan fails, the 4 elders will not act easily to avoid exposing their identities before the country usurpation plan is completely completed. It can be said that Qian Rongxiu was fully prepared for this palace coup. Since the news of Emperor Shuiye's critical illness came out from the palace, fully armed patrol soldiers can be seen everywhere on the streets of Tiandu city. In the evening, after leaving Yuexuan, Mu Yang took Shui Bing'er for a stroll on the street, heading towards his own mansion 2 or 3 miles away. Yes, it was a mansion, not a courtyard. Qian Rongxiu was indeed his good brother, with plenty of money in his pocket and was warm and hospitable. When she visited him once before, she saw that Mu Yang and his friends were only living in a rented courtyard, so she immediately waved her hand and gave them a luxurious mansion not far from Yuexuan. Hey? Did something happen in Tiandu city? We saw 2 teams of patrolling soldiers just a few minutes after leaving Yuexuan. Seeing another team of patrolling soldiers coming towards them on the street in the distance, Shui Binger couldn't help but ask Mu Yang curiously. Compared to usual, there were obviously a lot more patrolling soldiers in the city today. Mu Yang shook his head, I don't know, anyway it has nothing to do with us. At the moment, Tiandu City seems to have entered a state of martial law. Most likely there is an emergency, or a master has done something big, but these have nothing to do with him. Mu Yang has no intention of interfering. That's right. Nodding, Shui Binger ignored this little episode and talked about business. Mu Yang, you said that we can already control the killing god domain, how long do we have to learn in Yuexuan? After 3 months of self-cultivation, and with the help of Tang Yuehua's domain power, the two of them no longer look like the evil spirits before March, and even have a better temperament than before going to the killing city for training. Why, don't you want to learn? Mu Yang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Shui Binger's face froze, and then she stared at Mu Yang with a pair of icy blue eyes, and said word by word, Mu Yang, we are soul masters, it is useless to play the piano beautifully. Yet, just knowing how to play the piano is indeed useless, but Binger, are you sure you can play it? Mu Yang said with a teasing look on his face. Shui Binger is undoubtedly a genius in soul power cultivation and unique skills cultivation, but I don't know why this girl has almost no talent in music. She also studied with Tang Yuehua for 3 months. Even if Mu Yang did not cheat with the deduction ability, she still played pleasantly. Not to mention a music master, but also a professional level. On the other hand, Shui Binger, let alone a professional level, can only be considered as a beginner. It is actually normal for ordinary people who have never been exposed to music theory to learn to play the piano in 3 months. It can only be said that music theory is not good enough. It's just that Shui Binger's talent in physics is not good. But you have to know that Shui Binger is not an ordinary person. Because of her strong mental power, her learning efficiency is theoretically much higher than that of ordinary people. You still say? Shui Binger looked at Mu Yang angrily. Ha ha ha. Looking at his future wife's face that was puffed up like a big bun, Mu Yang couldn't help laughing. It's funny, right? Humph, don't sleep tonight, just listen to me playing the piano. Shui Binger used a killer move that was enough to die together. Binger, forget it, we still have to practice at night. Mu Yang choked and said seriously. Look at this rhythm, she is ready to kill 800 enemies and lose 1000 herself. No, you really want to listen? Shui Binger said with a serious face. Mu Yang, As night fell, Tiandu City under the night seemed to be filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Outside the city, a mighty army was marching out. With the cooperation of the city defense commanders, the 100,000 soldiers of the Third Army of the Tiandu Empire took over the 4 gates of Tiandu City with the Crown Prince's handwritten order and the Emperor's oral order. Afterwards, the Third Army was divided into 2 groups, with 50,000 soldiers stationed at the 4 gates and walls, and the remaining 50,000 soldiers went to the palace and surrounded it. At the same time, a large number of soul masters rushed out of the houses in Tiandu City, and then gathered together and headed straight for the east gate of the Tiandu Palace. More than half an hour later, on the east gate tower of the Tiandu Palace, looking at the army with flags and banners below, and the 3,000 elite soul masters in place, Qian Rongxiu nodded with satisfaction, and couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. 16 years, she has been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for 16 years, and finally it is the day of flowers blooming and bearing fruits. Bib Dong, just wait and see. Qian Rongxiu, will make you regret it sooner or later. Looking up at the starry sky, Qian Rongxiu secretly vowed in her heart. On the other side, deep in the palace, in the bedroom of Emperor Shuiyat. What's the situation outside? On the bed, Emperor Shuiyat, who was reported to be critically ill in the morning, asked Patton, the commander of the Imperial Guard, who was standing beside him. Your Majesty, the power of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is stronger than expected. The Third Army stationed outside the city has long been taken under his command. After taking over the defense of Tiandu City, the Third Army divided 50,000 troops and surrounded the palace. In addition to the Third Army, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has transferred thousands of soul masters from somewhere, and they have now gathered at the east gate of the palace and may launch an attack at any time. Patton, the commander of the Imperial Guard, reported in a deep voice. Evil creature! Cough cough cough! Emperor Shuiye slapped the bed fiercely, cursed angrily, and then couldn't help coughing. It is said that you can guard against thieves in your own home, but you can't guard against them. Emperor Shuya never expected that the third army stationed outside Tiandu city had already fallen into the hands of his eldest son Shuqinghe. Father, calm down. Seeing that his old father was almost out of breath from coughing, Shuebeng beside him looked panicked and hurried forward to pat his old father on the back to relieve his breath. But at this time, Shuebeng, who looked panicked, was very excited in his heart. You know, the only ones who have the right to inherit the throne of the empire are his eldest brother Shuqinghe, who is the crown prince of the empire, and himself. But now that his eldest brother Shuqinghe has lost his mind and colluded with outsiders to commit treason, his position as crown prince is definitely abolished. And his fourth prince Shuebeng will ascend to the position of crown prince of the empire. Well, it's not just the position of the crown prince. My old father Shuya has been poisoned by an incurable poison, and the poison is so severe that he will die soon. This is simply the throne falling from the sky. The surprise came so suddenly that Shuebeng wanted to kowtow to his elder brother to express his gratitude. End of this chapter. 259 Chapter 259 Work together to completely smash the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. 259. After a while, Emperor Shuye recovered his breath, waved his hand, looked at Shuebeng, shook his head and sighed, then turned to look at another general waiting beside Patton, and asked, Brook, is the Royal Knights in place? Your Majesty, please rest assured that in addition to the 10,000 knights stationed in the Royal Hunting Ground for rotation training to prevent the news from leaking out, the remaining 40,000 knights of the Royal Knights are on standby at any time. Brook, the leader of the Royal Knights, hurriedly responded. Poison Douluo, have the spies in the Royal Guest Group been dealt with? Emperor Shuye turned his head and looked at Douluo who had just entered the hall. As a 9-ring titled Douluo, Douluo's prestige in the Royal Guest Group is undoubtedly the highest. He is the nominal supreme commander of the Royal Guest Group, but Douluo usually does not care about things. Your Majesty, the situation is not optimistic. Due to time constraints, lack of intelligence, and the fact that the spies are not familiar with each other, I dare not guarantee that the spies in the guest group have been completely cleared. However, some of the spies who could not withstand torture have confessed that they all came from the Spirit Hall. As for why Shuqinghe colluded with the Spirit Hall, they didn't know. As he said, Douluo glanced at Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian and Gu Rong who were sitting not far away. This time, Ning Fengzi was wrong. Hearing this, Emperor Shuye was silent for a moment and said, there is no time to check for spies. Let the guests be more vigilant. The war is about to begin. Let them be careful of the spies' sneak attacks. Well, I have experience in this area. Douluo. Bo nodded. Then, Emperor Shuye turned to Ning Fengzi and the other two not far away, Master Ning, Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo, the empire is in danger right now, and I hope the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will help us. Your Majesty, don't worry. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is an ally of the empire. The Spirit Hall is deliberately trying to subvert the empire. I will not let it go. Bon Douluo has already used space to send the sect's elite to the palace to ambush. Ning Fengzi nodded and said. Emperor Shuye sent a secret letter saying that Shuqinghe was secretly plotting rebellion. Ning Fengzi's first reaction was disbelief. You know, Shuqinghe's position as the crown prince is very stable. There is no need for him to take the path of rebellion to inherit the throne of Tiandu. But now Shuqinghe has mobilized a large army and a large number of soul masters suspected to belong to the Spirit Hall to surround the palace. The facts are in front of him, and he can't help but believe it. Originally, if Shuqinghe did not collude with outsiders, Ning Fengzi could sit back and watch, or simply help his apprentice. Because Shuqinghe is his disciple, his apprentice is plotting rebellion, even if he, as a teacher, did not participate in it, he would definitely suffer greatly in the future. Influence. But Shuqinghe should never have colluded with the Spirit Hall, which made Ning Fengzi unbearable. Ning Fengzi knew that his own 7 Treasures Glazed sect was a big and wealthy family, and had always been coveted by the Spirit Hall. If it were not for the fact that the sect was still strong, it would have been swallowed up by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Ning Fengzi had long regarded the Spirit Hall as a potential enemy, which was also the biggest reason why he helped Tang Hao during the Soul Master competition and often mentioned the slogan "The 3 sects are of the same blood." After all, compared with the inheritance of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, he was just an apprentice, so it didn't matter if he didn't have one. Just then, a shout of killing came, and then a guard commander ran into the hall in a hurry. Report. Your Majesty, the rebels have launched an attack. Hearing this, Emperor Shuiyi's face changed, clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I hope you will work together to completely smash the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Everyone responded in unison. On the other side, in a mansion not far from Yuexuan. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The music, which had no elegance or beauty, sounded in the pavilion in the back garden of the mansion. On the stone chair in the pavilion, Shui Binger, with an expressionless face, held a harp and played it lightly, while her eyes calmly stared at Mu Yang, who had a dull look and a bitter face. To be fair, Shui Binger's piano playing was not very good, but it was not to the point of being unbearable to the ears, but who asked her to play for a long time. At first, Mu Yang felt that this was just poor music. Half an hour later, seeing that the person playing the piano was his future daughter-in-law, Mu Yang tried to give a good evaluation, and just thought it was a disturbing noise. More than an hour later, Mu Yang felt that even if the person playing the piano was his daughter-in-law, it was still a source of pollution. Binger, stop for a moment. There seems to be a large-scale fight in Tiandu City. Suddenly, Mu Yang heard a shout of killing coming into his ears, and hurriedly signaled Shui Binger to stop her performance. After a glance, Shui Binger ignored him and continued to play in ecstasy. Similar excuses have appeared many times in more than an hour. Grandma doesn't play the piano well? Humph, even if it turns into a pile of shit, you have to praise me hard. Otherwise, you don't sleep tonight, just listen to me play. Mu Yang, ... Speechlessly looking at this music master, Mu Yang listened carefully for a while, and after confirming that the shouting and killing sounds faintly coming into his ears were not hallucinations under the demon's sound, he tapped his feet and jumped onto the top of the attic not far away, and then activated the flying soul bone skill of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, and flew into the air. Soon, Mu Yang, who was emitting mental power to explore, locked the direction where the shouting and killing sounds came from. The palace? Realizing that the shouting and killing sound came from the Tiandu Palace, and also vaguely sensing the soul power fluctuations emitted by a large number of soul masters during the battle, Mu Yang couldn't help but frown. What's the situation? At this time, Shui Binger, possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, appeared beside Mu Yang. It seems that someone is rebelling. Mu Yang said uncertainly, smacking his lips. Someone is rebelling? This. Could it be that his plastic big brother Qianrongxu launched the Tiandu Palace coup tonight? But if he remembered correctly, the Tiandu Palace coup in the original book should have occurred 4 years after the current time point, and it seemed that Qianrongxu hastily launched it at the request of Bib Dong, otherwise it should be later. Then the question is, if this is really Qianrongxu rebelling, who would it be what caused it? Could it be that Shueking he showed his chicken feet? At this moment, Mu Yang never expected that he would become a 6-ring soul emperor at the age of 15, and also become one of the killing gods of the world, which brought great pressure to Qianrongxu, a daughter of heaven. And Qianrongxu, who has a strong personality, launched the Tiandu Palace coup in advance in order not to lose to her future number 1 general, and wanted to bloom the sacred glory of angels again. End of this chapter. 260 Chapter 260 Winners take all. 260. Rebellion? Who rebels? Blinking, Shui Binger asked. Rebellion in Tiandu City? This is a rare thing. Let's go, Binger, let's go and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang prepared to take Shui Binger to the palace to join in the fun. Well, accurately, go and see if it is the plastic big brother Qianrongxu who is rebelling. If not, then just be a bystander. If yes, then he, as a good brother, must help out. When he can ascend to the throne of God, Mu Yang can't say for sure, maybe it will be faster than Tang San in the original work, or maybe it will be slower than Tang San. If the rebellion is successful, with the burden of the Tiandu Empire, Qianrongxu will definitely not return to Wuhan City immediately to start the Angel God test. But if the rebellion fails, Qianrongxu will return to Wuhan City to inherit the ancestral business. Compared with the original work, she will most likely ascend to the Angel God faster. Before ascending to the throne of God, in order to delay the entry of Douluo continent into the God Age as much as possible, Mu Yang feels that he needs to help Qianrongxu take the Tiandu throne and try to hold back his plastic big brother. As for exploding Qianrongxu, that's impossible. Let's not talk about the fake friendship between the two. Even if there is no such friendship, Mu Yang did not break her courage. Similarly, as long as Qian Rongxu reveals her six-winged angel spirit, even if the rebellion fails, the Tiandu Empire will not dare to kill her. At most, they will capture her and exchange her for benefits from the Spirit Hall. The name of Sky Invincible is not blown, but earned by Qian Douluo in the past. There are countless souls killed by his sword, including many powerful soul masters in the mainland. The number of members of the angel family is notoriously rare. Since Qian Douluo's generation, it has always been a single lineage. Now a six-winged angel spirit soul master has popped up. Is there any need to talk about the relationship between Qian Rongxu and Qian Douluo? On the mainland, absolutely no one and any force has the courage to face the completely furious Sky Invincible. Mu Yang does not know the situation for the time being, nor does he know which side has a higher chance of winning, but it is definitely more beneficial than harmful to go over to help out. If Qian Rongxu succeeds in her rebellion, his presence will be the icing on the cake. While achieving the goal of holding her back, he can also win a wave of goodwill. If the rebellion fails, his presence will be a timely help. Although he cannot achieve the goal of holding her back, he can still win a wave of goodwill. They already have a friendship, and now he is helping her in time of need. Even if Qian Rongxu ascends to the throne of angels first in the future, it will not be disadvantageous to him. After all, in the original novel, this girl can let Tang San go again and again, let alone himself who has no grudge against her. Well, I have to hide my identity. Mu Yang muttered to himself. Once he takes action, he will stand on the opposite side of the Tiandu Empire, so disguising his identity is a must. Fortunately, this matter is also simple. Just don't expose your martial spirit when you take action. Even if the secret method used at that time may expose your identity, it will definitely be limited to suspicion. After all, who could have expected that these two young men, both under the age of 20, could burst out with jaw-dropping strength? Tiandu Imperial Palace. At this time, the flames of war spread throughout the palace, and the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the rebels. Under the fierce attack of the 3,000 elite soul masters of the Wuhan Hall and the soldiers of the 3rd Legion, the palace guards, which consisted of the Tiandu Imperial Guest Group, the Soul Master Brigade stationed in the palace, the Imperial Guards and the Royal Knights, were beaten back step by step. Although the palace guards had a large number of people, the number of the Imperial Guards plus the Royal Knights present alone was as high as 90,000, but the battlefield competition was not about the number of people. Although the rebels were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the quality of the Soul Master group was much higher than that of the palace guards. Originally, the strength of the Soul Masters on the palace guards side was not bad, and they were even much stronger than the rebels. After all, the Royal Guest Corps and the Soul Master Brigade stationed in the palace are almost all the Soul Masters of the Tiandu royal family, while the rebels are only a detachment of the Spirit Hall. However, because the spies of the Royal Guest Corps have not been completely cleared out, many of the hidden players planted by the Spirit Hall turned against their former colleagues at the beginning of the battle, and even stabbed their former colleagues in the back. Even though Douluo had already warned, there were too many spies and they could not defend against them at all, and the Royal Guest Corps suffered heavy losses. On the side of the Guard Army, the Royal Guest Corps suffered heavy losses in strength, and turned against their opponents, which greatly improved the Soul Master strength of the rebels. One increase and one decrease, coupled with the fact that the Guard Army has a numerical advantage, the overall strength of the two sides is almost the same. Since the overall strength of the two sides is almost the same, why is the Palace Guard Army retreating step by step? Mu Yang, Binger, what do you think? Shui Binger, there must be something strange about this. Watching the soldiers of the Third Army, led by their elite spirit masters, defeating the Imperial Palace Guards and about to win, Qian Rongxu, who had transformed into Shui Qinghe, turned from gloomy to sunny, and a smile appeared on her lips. When she found out that the Imperial Palace was already on guard and ready to fight, Qian Rongxu was shocked and thought that her plan was exposed. But now it seems that the situation is not as bad as she expected. At least Shui Xing and others did not expect the strength of her subordinates to be so strong, and her true identity has not been exposed. Otherwise, after the royal family knew that she was not the real Shui Qinghe, they would definitely not care about the master-disciple relationship between her and Ning Fengzi, and would have asked the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to help quell the rebellion. However, what Qian Rongxu did not notice was that although the Imperial Palace Guards were retreating, their strength loss was not great, and few high-level spirit masters were killed. The battle was still going on. As the battle progressed, most of the Tiandu Palace wash fell into the hands of the rebels. Just as Qian Rongxiu was preparing to take over the entire palace in one go, she saw a new force appear behind the retreating palace guards. The next moment, a large number of soul rings flashed, and more than 200 high-level soul masters with 6 or more soul rings on their bodies joined the battle. Then, colorful streams of light surged out and sank into the bodies of the high-level soul masters of the palace guards. At the same time, 3 figures flew in the air from the depths of the palace. The battle situation has taken a turn. Looking at the 3 figures flying in the air and the colorful streams in her sight, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but shrink her pupils and secretly thought it was not good. Shueqing He, stop it! Standing in the air, with 9 soul rings blooming around him and holding the 7-killing sword, Chen Xin said to Qian Rongxiu in the distance below. Shueqing He, are you worthy of your teacher by doing this? Gu Rong, who was standing beside Chen Xin, asked bluntly. Since ancient times, winners are kings and losers are bandits. I have nothing to say. 4 elders, start. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and waved her right hand. End of this chapter, 261. Chapter 261 Defeat is already apparent, Part 1, 261. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, for the sake of safety, she asked her grandfather to send 2 more strong men to support. Otherwise, if the high-end combat power of her side was only Shilong and Sixyu, then tonight would definitely be a loss. As soon as the voice fell, 4 figures flew out from the rear of the rebels. All of the 4 figures had 9 soul rings blooming around them. 2 of the figures were weaker in momentum, and the soul rings were configured as yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The other 2 figures were young and teenager, with strong auras and soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A worshipper of the Spirit Hall. Chen Xin asked the remaining 2 strong blue-haired young and silver-haired teenagers in a deep voice, ignoring the 2 titled Douluos with weak auras and poor soul ring configurations. From the aura alone, the 2 were very strong. The silver-haired teenager was not weaker than himself, and was a titled Douluo of level 96. And the blue-haired young man, whose aura was even higher than his own, was probably a titled Douluo of level 97. Shueqing He was colluding with the Spirit Hall. These 2 people must be worshippers of the Spirit Hall to have such strength. Sword Dao Chen Xin, Bon Douluo Gu Rong, the 2 of us will meet you. Qinglu and Douluo, who looked at Chen Xin and Gu Rong, looked at him proudly after exchanging a glance with Guangling Douluo beside him. However, although Qinglu and Douluo was arrogant, he did not underestimate them. Although Chen Xin of level 96 and Gu Rong of level 95 were 1 level lower than them in terms of soul power level, they were definitely not inferior to them with the assistance of the Soul Saint of 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, and they could only barely hold them back. Although Ning Fengzi was the only famous soul master of 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, there were quite a few soul masters of 7 Treasures Glazed Tower who had cultivated their soul power level to the 7-ring Soul Saint realm in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. There were more than 10 soul saints of 7 Treasures Glazed Tower present tonight. Even if the soul power consumption of the cross-level amplification was large, it was enough to bless the 2 with attribute amplification soul skills in turn. Let's fight in the sky. Pointing the 7-killing sword in his hand, Chen Xin invited him to fight. Yes. Looking at each other, Qingluan and Guangling nodded. The people fighting below were not only Tiandu's people, but also their own Wuhan Hall's people. Placing the battlefield in the sky could prevent their own people from being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Qingluan and the others had no reason to refuse. Then, the 4 of them flew to the sky to fight. So, my opponents are you. Glancing at the purple 5th soul rings blooming on Shilong and Sixyu, Douluo curled his lips with disdain and said with a chuckle. Humph, Douluo, I'll fight you. Shilong, you go down and act as a sharp knife. Seeing that the 2 of them were despised by Douluo, a famous weak chicken, Sixyu's face darkened immediately. While accepting the challenge, he said to Shilong. Okay. Shilong nodded. Douluo is a poison-type soul master, and Sixyu's puffer spirit specializes in countering poison-type soul masters, and is more suitable to deal with Douluo than him. Just you? I'm afraid it's not enough. 7th soul skill, the real body of the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. After a mocking remark, Douluo released his martial soul real body without hesitation. Facing two 9-ring titled Douluo, in the past, even if the soul ring configuration of these two people was poor, Douluo would not dare to be careless at all. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and he only hopes to save his life. After all, family members know their own affairs. Douluo also admitted that due to factors such as low soul power level, poor soul ring age, and martial soul emphasis, his single combat power is not good, and he can only be reduced to the bottom level among the titled Douluo. Not to mention that there are 2 opponents, even if there is only one, he has no confidence in winning. But now is different from the past. Douluo feels that he is now terribly strong. As early as half a year ago, referring to the secret soul core method given by Mu Yang, Douluo condensed the first soul core. With the continuous compression and purification of the soul core, the quality of his soul power has been greatly improved, making the toxicity of the green phosphorus snake king poison much higher. And some time ago, thanks to the improvement of soul power quality brought by the soul core, the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck was reduced, and his soul power level broke through to the 93rd level of titled Douluo. With the soul power level of 93, the quality far exceeds the soul power of the same level titled Douluo, and the extremely fast soul power recovery speed is at this moment. Douluo felt that his own strength would not be weaker than that of the 95 level titled Douluo like Zhu and Gui. And on this basis, with the attribute amplification soul skill of the 7 treasures glazed tower soul saint, why should he worry about not being able to suppress the 2 weak titles in front of him? Not good, this old poison is so strong, Shilong, let's join forces. Recognizing the extremely strong momentum of the green phosphorus snake emperor's true body, Sixyu, who also activated his martial soul true body, changed his face and hurriedly asked Shilong, who was about to go down to act as the rebel spearhead to bully the weak, to go up side by side. Of course, the so-called bullying the weak is just what Sixyu and Shilong think of themselves. If Shilong really goes down, it is really uncertain who will bully whom. There are many 8-ring level fighting souls among the royal guest group. With the blessing of the attribute amplification soul skills of the soul saint of the 7 treasures glazed tower, perhaps an 8-ring fighting soul is not a match for the 9-ring titled Douluo, but if 2 or 3 of them fight side by side, ordinary 9-ring titled Douluos will have to avoid their sharp edge, not to mention Shilong, who is at the weak level. Seeing that Chen Xian and Gurong held back Qingluan and Guangling, Du Gubo, who was originally just a weak chicken, also fought 2-1-on-2 and held back Shilong and Sixyu, and the palace guards who had been beaten back by their own side before also blew the horn of counterattack with the support of more than 200 high-level soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Qianrongxiu's heart sank immediately. It seems that the situation is not favorable to me. Retreat? Can't retreat. Once I retreat, my 16 years of hard work will be in vain. 16 years of hard work must not be in vain. This battle can only be won, not lost. Go, take my Saint Maiden order, and dispatch the spirit masters of the Heaven Do Temple to come to support. Gritting her teeth, Qianrongxiu handed her Saint Maiden order to the Overlord Flower guarding behind her, and ordered her to go to the Heaven Do Spirit Temple to mobilize troops. Although the reconstruction of the Heaven Do Spirit Temple has only been 1 year, its current strength is not weak. Although there are no 9-ring titled Douluo, there are quite a few 7-ring level cardinals, plus there are many elite spirit masters affiliated with the temple. If they can arrive in time, they may be able to reverse the defeat. At present, Qianrongxiu has no choice but to drag the Heaven Do Temple into the water. Tiando already knows that Shui King he colluded with the Spirit Hall to rebel. Once the palace coup fails, the Heaven Do Empire will inevitably tear its face with the Spirit Hall. At that time, even if the Heaven Do Temple did not participate in it, it will definitely be regarded as a rebel by the Heaven Do Empire. Yes, young master. Ba Wanghua immediately accepted the order and rushed to Tiandu Temple after receiving the saint's order. End of this chapter. 262 Chapter 262 Defeat is already apparent, Part 2. 262. The 8-ring Soul Douluo was very fast, and the distance between the palace and Tiandu Martial Soul Temple was not very far. In addition, after the huge commotion caused by the Third Army's entry into Tiandu City, Platinum Bishop and the new master of Tiandu Temple, Krat, had already ordered alerts and assembled the soul masters of the temple to prevent any accidents. Therefore, in less than half an hour, after seeing the saint's order in the hands of Ba Wanghua, Krat led more than 2,000 soul masters of Tiandu Temple to the palace and joined the rebels. However, even with the participation of more than 2,000 soul masters of Tiandu Temple, the defeat of the rebels could not be reversed. It's not that the elite of the Spirit Hall is weak, nor that the original palace guards are strong, but that the palace guards have more and more support rushing to the battlefield. Jian Rongxiu not only missed the 7 treasures glazed sect, but also missed the major noble families in Tiandu city. As the imperial capital of the Tiandu Empire, there are quite a few imperial noble families living in Tiandu city. Looking at the entire continental Soul Master world, the strength of these noble families is not impressive, far less than the top Soul Master families such as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and there is not even a 9-ring titled Douluo. But as one of the roots of the existence of the Tiandu Empire, the strength of these noble families cannot be underestimated, especially when they gather together. You don't need too many. Each duke family sends 1 or 2 7-ring soul saints and several soul emperors, and each marquis and earl family sends 1 or 2 6-ring soul emperors and several soul kings. A little bit makes a lot, and this is a force that can change the situation. Among these noble families, there are some who have been secretly wooed by the Spirit Hall, but more noble families still support the Tiandu Empire. After all, there are still 3 nails in a rotten ship, not to mention that the Tiandu Empire has not sunk yet. If they follow the Tiandu Empire, they are the superiors, and they are nobles in the eyes of countless civilians. But if they follow the Spirit Hall with its powerful people, they will only become insignificant karami. It can be said that before the collapse of the Tiandu Empire, most of the noble families will not easily change their flags. This has nothing to do with vision, but is purely for their own interests. Especially when more and more support came to the palace, and Emperor Shuya issued the decree of the prince colluded with the enemy and treason, but will not pursue the faults of those who are not aware of it. The nobles of the prince party who were still waiting and watching joined the palace guards one after another, and exerted their full strength. Emperor Shuya issued this order for a reason. Shueqing he was originally the crown prince of the empire, and was naturally surrounded by the empire's nobles. He should not have too many followers. If the prince's followers were to be classified as rebels without any hesitation, the Tiandu Empire would not only be paralyzed, but also suffer heavy losses. And now, when people are needed, the nobles among the prince's followers who have not joined the rebellion and are unaware of it would not be too many. The strategy of taking it easy is definitely the most correct choice. With the addition of many new forces, the rebels are losing, and even the soldiers of the 3rd Legion who participated in the rebellion have surrendered on a large scale. If nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time to suppress the rebellion. Mu Yang, what are you going to do? Shueqing he seems to be doomed. Wearing the Ice Phoenix battle armor, Shui Bing'er, standing in mid-air, looked at the battle situation in the palace below in the distance, and asked Mu Yang, who was also wearing a battle armor beside her. Shrugging, Mu Yang said, "What should I do? Cold. But my brother king he can't die." Originally, Mu Yang was prepared to add icing on the cake or send charcoal in the snow, but the situation was a little beyond his expectations. As one of the only 2 empires on the continent, the Tiandu Empire still has some foundation. The high-end combat power of the titled Douluo level is in short supply, but there are many backbone forces. With his and Shui Bing'er's current strength, they can't help Jian Rongxiu turn the tide. Next, what he could do was to wait for the opportunity, and when Jian Rongxiu was defeated, he would help her stop the pursuers and do her a favor. Alas, what a pity. I don't know what medicine your elder brother king he took to think of rebellion. Shui Bing'er shook her head and sighed, and couldn't help complaining. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face was speechless. In terms of power and strategy, Jian Rongxiu is not bad. Anyway, Emperor Shuya and Ning Fengzi are quite satisfied with Shueqing he, and they all think Shueqing he is an excellent crown prince of Tiandu Empire. But it is not entirely true to say that Jian Rongxiu has a good brain. In addition to the most serious love brain, arrogance is her obvious shortcoming. If nothing unexpected happens, Jian Rongxiu will lose in the Tiandu Palace coup tonight. The reason why Jian Rongxiu lost is that she misjudged the strength of her opponent, failed to predict the enemies she would face, and was too arrogant and failed to exert her own strength. If he were Jian Rongxiu, he would not only take into account the Kaibao Liulai sect and the noble families in Tiandu city, but he would also take into account the HaoTian sect hidden in the mountains hundreds of miles outside Tiandu city. Counting all possible enemies, and letting Jian Daoliu arrange enough manpower to deal with all possible enemies, how could he fail? Anyway, the Spirit Hall may not have anything else, but it doesn't want too many masters. At most, we can call Jian Daoliu, the Buddha. By the way, Shueqing he rebelled, and the Tiandu Empire will definitely not let him go. If we take action later, will we be recognized by the Tiandu Empire? Suddenly, Shui Binger said with some concern. What are you afraid of? Not to mention that you may not be recognized, even if you are recognized, the Tiandu Empire will pretend not to know. The Spirit Hall is plotting against Tiandu. After tonight, the Tiandu Empire will definitely tear its face with the Spirit Hall. With such a strong enemy as the Spirit Hall, will the Tiandu Empire create a new enemy? How many titled Douluo does his Tiandu Empire have? Pouting, Mu Yang said indifferently. Since he advanced to the Six-Ring Soul Emperor, equipped with a 2-word battle armor, and equipped with the Spirit Fusion skill, his own strength limit has exceeded the 95th level of the titled Douluo. Except for the Spirit Hall, Mu Yang is not afraid of any force. It doesn't matter if you get into trouble with a tough guy, as long as you can run away, find a place where few people go to practice, and when the twin spirits are perfected one day, who is not a native who doesn't eat beef? As for the monk who can run away but not the temple? The two big temples of Blazing Fire Academy and Tian Shui Academy are not something that ordinary people can touch. Even a strong one like the Spirit Hall has to consider the consequences. If a titled Douluo slips through the net, can it withstand the revenge of the lone strongman? That's right. Shui Binger nodded, and all her worries were gone. The only official titled Douluo of the Tiandu Empire is Douluo, who is on good terms with them. It's not a big deal to be caught with chicken feet. As long as it's not completely exposed and can give the Tiandu Empire a way out, then Tiandu will treat it as nothing. End of this chapter. 263 Chapter 263 If the angel doesn't show his power, do you really think I'm a stupid goose? 263. On the top of a tall building outside the palace, a figure with eagle wings stretched out fell from the air. Flender, what's going on in the palace? Seeing Flender coming back from investigating the situation, Lu Erlong asked hurriedly. Big event. Crown Prince Shueqinghe colluded with the Spirit Hall and plotted rebellion. But it seems that the old man is still the wisest. Emperor Shuiye noticed it in advance. There are a lot of masters ambushing in the palace. Even the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect have come. The movement in the sky is the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall fighting with the Swordbone Douluo. Pushing his glasses, Flanders told Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong about the current battle situation in the palace. Hearing this, Lu Erlong turned to look at Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, should we get involved? If Lu Erlong is alone, it is not that he has no thinking ability, but since Yu Xiaogang, the wise corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, is here, then the decision-making power when facing problems must be Yu Xiaogang's. Flanders, has Shueqinghe been captured? Yu Xiaogang asked Flanders. Before I came back, he didn't. After all, he is the crown prince. Even if he was plotting rebellion, no one in the Tiandu Empire would dare to hurt him before Emperor Shuiye officially ordered him. Flanders shook his head. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaogang said, so, after we get to the palace, we will directly use the martial soul fusion technique to capture Shueqinghe and force those rebellious soul masters and soldiers to surrender. If the subsequent conditions allow, we will cooperate with Douluo to contain the 2 weak titled Douluo. It would be best we can keep these 2 here completely. Even if we fail to keep these 2 titled Douluo, we have captured the rebel leader Shueqinghe this time. It is reasonable for the Heaven Do Empire to reward us. In this way, the funding for our academy should be settled. Different from the original novel, Shrek Academy, which failed to win the championship of the Soul Master competition, is not eligible for official funding from the Tiandu Empire. Even if there is, it is only a drizzle at most, and it is impossible to be too much. After the Blue Tyrant Academy was renamed Shrek Academy, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family naturally could not support Shrek Academy, whose dean is not one of their own. Without additional income, Shrek Academy, which relies only on student tuition, cannot maintain various teaching expenses. Teaching funds have once again become the top problem facing Shrek Academy. Looking for donations from the parents of outstanding graduates, Ning Fengzi? For the first time, Ning, the rich man, probably doesn't mind leaking some money, but this is not a long-term solution. There must be a stable source of income. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang set his sights on the Tiandu Empire. If my Shrek Academy has made contributions to the suppression of the rebellion, you, the great Emperor Shuiye, must express your gratitude, right? Not to say that all teaching funds are paid by the Tiandu Empire, but it can solve part of it, and they can think of a way to solve the rest. Yu Xiaogang dared to think so, and he had the confidence. The three of them jointly launched the martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, and their strength was enough to rival the titled Douluo who had just entered the 9th ring. With such strength, it was easy to capture Shueking He. And Dugubo was able to fight two of them, which showed that the strength of these two titled Douluo was not that good. Even if they were stronger than the martial soul fusion skills of the three of them, they were still limited. If they were lucky, it was not impossible to keep them. If nothing unexpected happened, these two titled Douluo should be from the Spirit Hall. And his old lover Bib Dong was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Even if these two titled Douluo were kept by the Heaven Do Empire because of them, Bib Dong would not do anything to him. After all, the main force that caused huge losses to the Spirit Hall was the Heaven Do Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, not their Shrek Academy. Okay, let's go without further ado. Without further ado, Lu Erlong and Flanders agreed directly and quickly rushed to the palace with Yu Xiaogang. Sun Moon Shine Gold Turn. Ang. Accompanied by the sudden appearance of the dragon's roar, a brilliant golden beam of light rose in the palace, and then a huge golden dragon shadow soared into the sky and rushed straight to the battlefield. Martial Soul Fusion Technique? Yu Xiaogang from Shrek Academy? Seeing the golden dragon figure rushing towards her in the sky, Qian Rongxiu's face darkened. When did Shrek dare to tease her? Yu Xiaogang, right? Bib Dong, the bad woman's first love, right? If the angel doesn't show his power, do you really think I'm a stupid goose, Tiandu Royal Swan Spirit? Since the defeat is certain, it doesn't matter if the identity is exposed. It's time to let the world know the power of the 6-winged angel. The next moment, Qian Rongxiu's body bloomed with brilliant sacred light, the 6-winged angel spirit possessed her, 2 pairs of holy angel wings spread, and 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black bloomed. Immediately afterwards, the surging golden light surged out, with Qian Rongxiu as the center, and the area within 100 meters was covered by the angel field. This 6-winged angel spirit? A horrified voice came from the mouth of the golden holy dragon flying at high speed in the air. Obviously, even though Qian Rongxiu only showed 2 pairs of angel wings after the spirit possessed her due to her spirit power level, Yu Xiaogang still recognized that this was the unique inherited spirit of the angel family of the Spirit Hall, the 6-winged angel. 6-winged angel? Great, I was wondering why Shueking He would rebel, it turns out he is from your Spirit Hall. Sensing the presence of a titled Douluo master below, Chen Xin couldn't help but glance down, and immediately found the golden holy dragon and Qian Rongxiu possessed by the 6-winged angel spirit, and immediately started to curse. He said, why did Shueking He not act as the crown prince of the empire, but did such a stupid thing as treason? It turned out that Shueking He had been replaced by someone from the Spirit Hall. Well, Chen Xin's cognition was a little wrong. He only thought that Shueking He was replaced recently, and did not think that Shueking He had been replaced by Qian Rongxiu more than 10 years ago. Recognizing Qian Rongxiu's 6-winged angel spirit, the golden holy dragon led by Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but stop in mid-air. No other reason, Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to move. As the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaogang still has some understanding of the Spirit Hall. He knows that the real controller of the Spirit Hall is not his old lover Bib Dong, but the retired Sky Invincible Qian Douluo. The Shueking He in front of him is definitely related to Qian Douluo by blood. He is either his son or his grandson. With such an identity, except for Tang Hao who is so bold and had no choice at the time, who in the mainland spirit master world would not be afraid to act rashly. Well, Qian Rongxiu did not remove all her disguises. Shueking He's hood was still on, and she did not reveal her female body. Yu Xiaogang mistakenly thought she was a man. End of this chapter. 264 Chapter 264 A Shadow That Can Never Be Forgotten. 264. Yu Xiaogang was hesitant, but Qian Rongxiu was not, and immediately began to take the initiative. Chapter 7 Soul Skills, Angel's True Body. 5th Soul Skill, Sacred Sword. Accompanied by the surging sacred soul power, a huge angel figure condensed from Qian Rongxiu's body, the sacred fire in her hand burned fiercely, turning into a golden long sword, and then the angel wings behind her vibrated, and she flew towards the golden holy dragon at a high speed. Tonight, she, Qian Rongxiu, wanted to strike the golden holy dragon with the strength of a titled Douluo with the body of a 7-ring soul saint. This, Mu Yang, your brother King He has been replaced by someone. Seeing Shueking He activating the angel's true body from a distance, Shui Bing'er was shocked. Bing'er, Do you think there is a possibility that my plastic brother is not actually Shueking He? Touching his chin, Mu Yang said. Are you saying that Shueking He has been replaced by someone from the spirit hall? Shui Bing'er was not stupid either, and she reacted immediately. If they hadn't been prepared, how could they have made such a big fuss? That's right. But since Shueking He himself was fake, why didn't he continue to pretend? Emperor Shui yet is not young anymore, so he shouldn't have to wait too long, right? Shui Bing'er asked in confusion. Mu Yang shook his head. I don't know about that, but it can be predicted that the Spirit Hall will become the public enemy of the continent in the future. Prince Shueking He's collusion with the Spirit Hall to rebel is not the same as the Spirit Hall's plotting against the Heaven Do Empire. The former can only be said to be Shueking He and the Spirit Hall in collusion, while the latter is the Spirit Hall using conspiracy and trickery to realize its ambitions. Even the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire dared to switch, so what else in the world would the Spirit Hall not dare to do? It can be said that after the news of the rebellion in the Heaven Do Empire spreads tonight, the various forces in the mainland Soul Master world will be divided into two camps. One is the Spirit Hall camp headed by the Spirit Hall, the other is the non-Spirit Hall camp headed by the two empires and major sects and families. Ah! Mu Yang, this Shueking He is so powerful. The strength level of that dragon-shaped martial soul fusion skill is almost at the level of a titled Douluo, right? The six-winged angel is indeed worthy of being the strongest martial soul on the mainland. Seeing that the seven-ring level Jianrongxu released her angel body and angel domain, she was not at all inferior in the battle with the title level Golden Holy Dragon. Shui Bing'er couldn't help but sigh. Mu Yang nodded. The six-winged angel martial spirit has its own angel domain, which is indeed very strong. However, although the battle level of both sides is high, to some extent, in Mu Yang's eyes, Jianrongxu is now fighting with noobs with Yu Xiaogang. This fighting with noobs does not refer to the strength of both sides, but the combat experience of both sides. Although Jianrongxu's soul power level is not low, she has almost no actual combat experience. She can be on par with the titled Douluo with the body of a seven-ring soul saint. It is purely because the silver player has cheated. He got a divine outfit just after leaving the fountain and killed in the canyon. As for Yu Xiaogang, as the leader of the martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, Yu Xiaogang's soul power level is only there is a level 29 Great Spirit Master, who can be regarded as a bronze player who has formed two king teammates. After the two king teammates have beaten their opponents to a pulp, the bronze player with full health will step forward to take the kill, creating the illusion that the bronze player is the one who carries the whole game. Just as Kunran, holding the sacred sword and in the state of an angel's true body, was fighting more and more bravely, something unexpected happened on the field again. On the high-altitude battlefield, Gurong, who was restraining Qingluan and Guangling with Chen Xian, seemed to have realized the principle of capture the king first. The space around the skeleton dragon, which was covered with black mist, fluctuated and disappeared on the battlefield. 8th Soul Skill, Sky-Breaking Bone Thorn. The next moment, a violent soul power fluctuation suddenly came from behind Jianrongxu, and a huge black bone spur pierced the back of Jianrongxu's angel body at lightning speed. Bang! Under the old man's unethical teleportation sneak attack, Jianrongxu, the young man, suffered a great loss and was directly stabbed by the black bone spur and flew out. Not only was the offensive interrupted, but the angel's real body was also stabbed with cracks and was on the verge of breaking. Thankfully, Jianrongxu released the heavenly use the domain and the angel's true body, otherwise he would be killed on the spot by the sneak attack of Gurong, the 95th level title Douluo's 8th strongest attack soul skill. Just when Gurong wanted to pursue the victory, dense ice crystal arrows came silently and quickly, forcing Gurong to stop the pursuit. However, the old man's sneak attack without martial ethics finally caused great trouble to Jianrongxu. Although Gurong was restrained by Guangling Douluo again, Jianrongxu was not there as no opponent. Yu Xiaogang, who was in charge of the Golden Holy Dragon, saw that his opponent had been hit hard, and immediately began to attack without defending, chasing Jianrongxu relentlessly. Anyway, the Golden Holy Dragon formed by the martial soul fusion technique is not the real body, even if it is blown up, it is just the backlash of the martial soul, and there is no danger to life. On the other hand, the opponent is different. The martial soul is on the verge of breaking. As long as he works harder and blows up the opponent's angel real body, he will definitely lose his combat effectiveness directly under the backlash of the martial soul. With his life guaranteed, he could take down the leader of the rebellion with a little more effort. Yu Xiaogang said, "I'll do it." Boom 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 dash. Yu Xiaogang, who was beating the drowning dog, was full of fighting spirit and became more and more courageous. He used a series of self-created soul skills such as Dragon Claw splitting the sky and Dragon Tail swinging, which seemed to be exquisite but were actually fancy. But it is undeniable that the power of these fancy moves should not be underestimated. Farting is like thunder, cracking the sky and the earth. Luo 3 shots. A loud shout was heard, and the golden holy dragon in the air above the battlefield swung its tail, turned around, and sprayed a golden mist under its tail, which then turned into a thick golden light column and blasted towards Qianrongxiu. Boom! A super loud fart that was almost earth-shattering directly blasted Qianrongxiu's angel body that was on the verge of breaking. With a violent roar, Qianrongxiu's angel body, which was already on the verge of breaking, shattered and collapsed on the spot. The martial soul's true body was broken, and under the backlash of the martial soul, a mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out of Qianrongxiu's mouth, and then fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. In the dust, Qianrongxiu, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and a pale face, had a thought in her mind: my angel body was actually shattered by a fart? Shame, a great shame. Extraordinary. Shui Binger, who was watching the battle in the air from a distance, pondered for a moment and gave a very pertinent evaluation of this super loud fart. Mu Yang. Yu Xiaogang's loud fart may become a shadow that Qianrongxiu will never forget in her life. End of this chapter. 265 Chapter 265, The Sublimated Killing God Realm. 265. Ahem, well, Binger, it's our turn to shine. Mu Yang cleared his throat and said to Shui Binger. To save the situation, it depends on the timing. If it's too late, it's too late, and if it's too early, people's gratitude will definitely not be that deep. Now that Qianrongxiu's martial soul body has been blown up and she has lost the strength to fight, it is undoubtedly the best time for him to take action. Well. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger, who was wearing the Ice Phoenix battle armor, was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and a layer of ice blue flames appeared around her. At the same time, Mu Yang, who was wearing the Ice Flame battle armor, also manifested the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, and a blazing flame also ignited around him. The next moment, accompanied by the blooming of gorgeous ice blue light, the Ice Phoenix martial soul and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul merged and sublimated. When the ice blue light dissipated, the two turned into a human figure wearing phoenix-patterned ice armor and filled with ice blue mist all over the body, the second form of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Extreme Ice Wings. With a low shout, a pair of ice crystal wings appeared behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow led by Mu Yang, and then flew towards the palace battlefield at a high speed. The Extreme Ice Wings, a secret technique in the Ice Flame secret technique that Mu Yang recently further deduced and perfected, the Ice Attribute version of the Ice Flame Wings, is one of the flying secret techniques. When the strength of the Soul Master is improved, especially after entering the 9 rings titled Douluo, air combat will gradually become the mainstream, and the flying secret technique that can speed up the flight speed and flexibility will undoubtedly become a rigid demand, so Mu Yang spent some time to deduce it. As for the Extreme Ice Wings instead of the Ice Flame Wings, the Ice Flame Fire is too special, and there is only one in the mainland Soul Master world, and there is no other semicolon. In order to avoid exposing his identity too directly, Mu Yang is not going to use the Ice Flame Attribute secret technique. Fortunately, the Ice Flame Attribute is a fusion of ice and fire. With Mu Yang's soul power control level, he can freely the effect of using ice and fire secrets alone is not that strong at best. Old 5, you and Shilong and Ci Shui take the young lady to retreat first, I will cover the rear. Seeing that the defeat was irreversible, while dealing with Chen Xian's attack, Qinglu and Douluo sent a voice message to Guangling Douluo. Guangling is good at long-range attack, Shilong and Ci Shui are weaklings, and he is a strong attack flying soul master with the fastest speed and the strongest strength, so Qinglu and Douluo took the initiative to take care of the rear. After all, the preparations were not sufficient, and the plan was probably exposed in advance. Now that the defeat is certain, it is not a wise choice to fight to the death. It is time to retreat. Guangling Douluo did not reply, burst out a wave of soul skills, repelled Gurong, called Shilong and Ci Shui who were being restrained by Dugubo in the distance, flew to the defeated Qianrongxiu below, and prepared to retreat with her. Humph, where are you running? Seeing that Guangling Douluo was about to run away, Gurong snorted coldly and hurriedly chased after him. Although Gurong is a defensive spirit master, famous for his super strong defense, his speed is still higher than that of the titled Douluo of the same level of agility attack with his unpredictable spatial ability. Damn it! Seeing that Gurong was holding him tightly and not giving him any chance to retreat, Guangling Douluo couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just then, under the night sky, an ice blue figure flew in from outside the palace at a high speed. Sensing the strong aura emanating from this ice blue figure, the masters of both camps in the palace changed their faces and immediately became alert. The Wuhan Hall was afraid that the reinforcements from Tiandu were coming. If the other side came with another strong man, perhaps the two powerful priests would eventually be able to escape unscathed, but their lackeys were not the same. They will be able to evacuate safely. The Tiandu side also has concerns. Although the Spirit Hall is doomed to lose this rebellion, unless the strongest person on the continent is Sky Invincible, if they fail to capture important targets, then no one will compensate for the losses of the Tiandu Empire tonight. After all, the rebellion has been going on for a long time, and the Tiandu side has suffered a lot. If the lives of important figures of the Spirit Hall are not in their hands, the Spirit Hall will definitely not compensate for the losses of the Tiandu Empire with its overbearing nature. Just when both Tiandu and the Spirit Hall were unsure whether this powerful ice blue figure was an enemy or a friend, great cleverness Yu Xiaogang had an idea, and the golden holy dragon swooped down, stretched out its claws, picked up Jian Rongxue who had lost the strength to fight on the ground, and then flew towards the depths of the palace. At the moment in the palace battlefield, the Tiandu side but he didn't put in all his strength. After all, Emperor Shuiye was not a high-level spirit master. In order to avoid being exploited by the other party, he must have a large number of high-level spirit masters around him. If the rebellious leader from the angel family is handed over to Emperor Shuiye, and then the guards around Emperor Shuiye are united to resist this uninvited guest who may be an enemy, then Shrek Academy will not only have the merit of capturing the leader of the rebels tonight, but also the merit of protecting the emperor, and the future teaching funds of the academy will be settled. Of course, if the uninvited guest is a friendly army, it will be even better. With the help of such a strong man, the young man, the spirit of the Spirit Hall worshipper with the fire-type flying bird, will most likely not be able to stay, and he can run away even if he can't beat him. But the young man, the spirit of the bow and arrow, the relatively poor strength, and the worshipper who doesn't seem to be good at speed will most likely not be able to run away. Members of the angel family and the elders of the Spirit Hall worshippers are undoubtedly important figures in the Spirit Hall. Taking these two, can it be regarded as revenge for Kyungsunji's forced separation of him and Bib Dong? Yu Xiaogang, Kyungsunji, old thief. You can't imagine that one day your brother or son will fall into my hands, right? He. It must be said that Yu Xiaogang's calculations are very loud. Killing God Domain. Flying over the palace, seeing Jian Rongxue had been captured by the golden holy dragon, Mu Yang shouted in his heart, and a circle of surging white light surged out from the ice phoenix flame shadow, and then turned into a white airflow, covering a radius of 100 meters. Instantly, the terrifying killing intent bloomed, and all the soul masters within the coverage of the killing god domain were reduced by 20% of their strength, while the ice phoenix flame shadow, whose aura was already strong, surged by 20% again. Just from the soul power aura emitted, the ice phoenix flame shadow at this time is no weaker than the 96th level Guangling Douluo. Yes, that's right. The current killing god domain weakens the opponent and amplifies itself by 20% of the full version. It's not that Mu Yang's killing god domain has evolved, but the killing god domain released by the ice phoenix flame shadow is somewhat special. When in the state of martial soul fusion skills, regardless of whether the soul master is the leader of the martial soul fusion skills, he can release the power of the domain. For example, the first form of Mu Yang and Shui Binger's martial soul fusion skills, Ice Flame Phoenix. Although this martial soul fusion skill was dominated by Shui Binger, Mu Yang was still able to release the Ice Flame domain. End of this chapter. 266 Chapter 266 The Golden Holy Dragon that was killed instantly. 266. At present, the killing god domain released by the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow seems to be released only by Mu Yang, the leader of the martial soul fusion skills, but in fact, both of them have released the killing god domain. Simply superimposing the two initial versions of the killing god domain, the amplification and weakening ratios will naturally not reach 20%. After all, the domain effects are exactly the same, and only the maximum value is taken. However, at this moment, the two were in the state of martial soul fusion skills, and their killing god domains were the innate domains of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul and the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. When the two martial souls merged and sublimated, the killing god domain, as the innate domain of the martial soul, was also driven to sublimate, achieving a perfect superposition effect. Of course, Mu Yang estimated that the killing god domain could be superimposed and sublimated, which was mostly because the killing god domain of the two was only the initial version, and the actual effect of the domain could not reach the best. Otherwise, if the killing god domain could still be superimposed and sublimated after the evolution in the future, then this killing god domain would be too against the sky. I think unless you can become a god, and inherit the Shura god position or become a god by killing, otherwise the effect of increasing your own strength and weakening the opponent's strength by 20% is the maximum limit of the killing god domain. Killing Ice Spear. With a condensed look, Mu Yang raised his hand and pointed, and as the soul power around the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow surged, a 3-foot-long ice spear condensed in the air behind him. At the same time, endless murderous aura emerged from the killing god domain, pouring into the ice spear like a sea embracing hundreds of rivers. Swoosh! Soon, the murderous aura accumulated to the limit, and the ice spear exuding overwhelming murderous intent burst out. How could Yu Xiaogang, who was leading the Golden Holy Dragon, have seen such a scene? His mind was immediately shocked by this powerful murderous intent. The next moment, the killing ice spear burst out and hit the Golden Holy Dragon directly. Of course, even if Yu Xiaogang was not shocked by the murderous intent, it would be useless. The killing ice spear is a special attack secret technique formed by the extreme ice spear secret technique combined with the power of the killing god domain. It has a mental locking effect. Unless the opponent's strength is far superior to Mu Yang, it is impossible to dodge. Boom! Strong soul power fluctuations and violent roars were heard, and the killing ice spear carrying overwhelming murderous intent directly pierced through the Golden Holy Dragon's spine and lower abdomen. Although the Golden Holy Dragon's martial soul fusion skill is well known in the mainland Soul Master world, its strength is just so-so. At present, Flanders and Lu Erlong have not yet advanced to the 8th ring Soul Douluo, and Yu Xiaogang has not broken the level limit. The strength of the Golden Holy Dragon is at most equivalent to that of an ordinary titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring, and there is no difference compared to the weaker titles like Shilong. After Mu Yang and the others put on their battle armor, they activated the Ice Flame Holy Shadow. In addition to the excessive consumption of soul power and lack of endurance, it was enough to burst out the strength of an ordinary 96 level titled Douluo. There is almost a qualitative difference in the strength of the two sides. It would be strange if the Golden Holy Dragon could block the killing ice spear. Ang! The body was pierced by a spear, and the unwilling and sad dragon roar sounded, and the huge body of the Golden Holy Dragon collapsed, turning into countless pale golden soul fragments that dissipated from mid-air, and Qian Rongxiu, who was originally caught in the dragon's claws, also fell to the ground below. However, before Qian Rongxiu fell to the ground, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow flew in the air, and Mu Yang caught the falling Qian Rongxiu, then the extreme ice wings behind him fluttered, and flew out of the palace at a high speed. From the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow flying into the palace, to killing the Golden Holy Dragon in seconds, and finally saving Qian Rongxiu and evacuating the battlefield, the whole process took only a few seconds. This sudden change stunned the two sides in the palace battlefield. Retreat! Qinglu and Douluo was the first to come to his senses, and immediately called on the Spirit Hall to retreat. The plan to usurp the country failed, and the first priority at the moment was naturally to preserve the living force. Although the Spirit Hall was large and powerful, with a large number of soul masters under its command, this group of elites on the battlefield could not be abandoned. After another half-hour of fierce fighting, more than 3,500 Spirit Hall soul masters, including those from the Heavenly Do Holy Temple, evacuated the palace battlefield under the protection of Qingluan, Guangling, Shilong and Sixu. In this battle, the Spirit Hall not only failed to complete the plan to usurp the country that had been planned for many years, but also lost 1,500 soul masters. With so many soul masters lost, the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses this time, and almost lost a lower 4 sect like the Xiangjia sect. The main reason why the Spirit Hall lost so many was the lack of masters to suppress the battle. With the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed Tower Soul Saint, Chen Xian and Gurong restrained Qingluan and Guangling, and Dugubo even fought 1 against 2 and restrained Shilong and Sixu. Except for these 7 people, Qian Rongxiu, Golden Holy Dragon, and the flashing Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, no other titled Douluo or titled masters appeared on the battlefield. Compared with the Spirit Hall, the Tiandu side has many 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul masters, and the auxiliary force is very strong. With the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul saints or soul emperors, the strength of the high-level soul masters of the Tiandu side has skyrocketed. Not to mention that the 7 rings are on par with the 8 rings, and the 8 rings are on par with the 9 rings, but each one can strongly suppress the opponents of the same level. In this way, the losses of the Spirit Hall are naturally inevitable. Of course, the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses, and the Tiandu side did not take advantage. At most, it can only be regarded as a residual victory. I believe that after the specific casualties are counted, Emperor Shui yet is afraid that he wants to die. Time goes forward a little, and above Tiandu city, a figure flies at high speed in the night sky. Looking at the ice blue figure that holds her under the armpit and flies at high speed, Jian Rongxiu, with a pale face, pursed her lips and said nothing. At first, Jian Rongxiu thought that Bing Huang Yanying was an unknown titled Douluo. However, through close observation, Jian Rongxiu discovered that the ice phoenix flame shadow was not a flesh and blood body, but a pure energy body. Since it was an energy body, it must be a martial soul fusion skill. The ice armor covered with blue phoenix patterns, the misty ice blue virtual flames burning around the body, and the invisible domain power filled with endless killing intent, all of which made Jian Rongxiu have an incredible idea. Jian Rongxiu had seen the killing god domain before. During the Soul Master competition in the past, when the Spirit Hall hijacked Tang Hao halfway and fished him out, Tang Hao had used the killing god domain. She was very sure that the invisible domain power released by the ice blue figure that saved her was the killing god domain. It is known that there are only 5 Soul Masters in the Soul Master world who currently have the killing god domain, and the only 2 who may have the martial soul fusion skill that fits this image and can appear in Tiandu city are Mu Yang and Shui Binger. The problem is that the martial soul fusion technique is indeed powerful, but at most it can only raise the strength of the Soul Master by 2 levels. Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who are at the level of 6-ring Soul Emperors, even if they have martial soul fusion techniques, are only at the level of 8-ring Soul Douluo at best. How could their strength increase so dramatically? End of this chapter. 267 Chapter 267 Sorrow from the Heart. 267. You know, from the previous battle with the Golden Holy Dragon, Jian Rongxiu knew very well that the Golden Holy Dragon's strength was enough to match that of an ordinary titled Douluo who had just entered the 9th ring. And this ice blue figure was able to blow up the Golden Holy Dragon with one move, which shows how strong it is. Therefore, even though she guessed that it was most likely Mu Yang and Shui Binger who saved her, Jian Rongxiu still didn't dare to be completely sure. Another thing is that she launched a coup in advance for the sake of her pride and in order not to lose to Mu Yang. As a result, the coup failed and it was Mu Yang who saved her. Doesn't this mean that Jian Rongxiu lost completely? For a moment, Jian Rongxiu was filled with grief. Under the night sky, a figure flew through the air at high speed, and the ice phoenix flame shadow brought Jian Rongxiu to a hill outside the south of Tiandu city. Mu Yang did not leave directly. Jian Rongxiu's martial soul was broken, and under the backlash of the martial soul, she could be said to be seriously injured. As the old saying goes, be a good person to the end, send the Buddha to the west. He was ready to wait for the people from the Spirit Hall to arrive before leaving. Who are you? At this time, Jian Rongxiu, who had been struggling for a long time, finally asked. Young man, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Glancing at her, Mu Yang said in a cold voice without any emotion. Although this was a bit contrived, Mu Yang was not prepared to give a positive answer to this matter. Anyway, Jian Rongxiu has seen the killing god domain of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and there are very few killing gods in the world. In addition, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow has many characteristics of the Ice Phoenix. I think Jian Rongxiu can guess the identity of her savior. Of course, even if Jian Rongxiu is stupid, it doesn't matter if she didn't guess it. If the Spirit Hall doesn't target him or the elements in the future academy, then this favor is dispensable. And if they are targeted and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow reappears, as long as Jian Rongxiu is not a heartless person, this life-saving grace will naturally come into play. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu pursed her lips and understood that Mu Yang and the others did not seem to be ready to reveal their identities. That night, she suffered a huge blow. She had been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for 16 years, and her years of hard work were gone in one day. This blow was not small. What hit her even more was that Jian Rongxiu found that compared with Mu Yang and the others who were much younger than her, she, a peerless genius with a congenital 20-level soul power, seemed to be just an ordinary person. Maybe I should have listened to my grandfather and shouldn't have come to the Tiandu Empire. Clenching her fists, Qian Rongxiu closed her eyes in pain, thinking back to her years of hard work. Half an hour later, Mu Yang, who was standing on the hill outside the city, saw from afar that many soul masters had climbed over the southern wall of Tiandu city, and then two figures with a distinguished aura flew quickly towards the hill. Young man, we'll see each other again in the future. Recognizing that the two figures flying in the sky were Qingluan and Guangling, Mu Yang said to Qian Rongxiu, and the wings of extreme ice behind him spread again, and he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Seeing that Mu Yang was about to leave, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly spoke. Hearing the voice, Mu Yang turned around. My name is Qian Rongxiu, the young master of the Spirit Hall, this is my identity token. If you have important matters in the future, you can come to the Spirit City with my token, and the Spirit Hall will definitely do its best. As she spoke, Qian Rongxiu handed over her Saint Maiden token. Qian Rongxiu? What a nice name! After receiving the Spirit Hall Saint Maiden order, Mu Yang said teasingly, and then the ice wings behind him fluttered, and his figure flew away at high speed. What a nice name! Looking at the ice-blue figure that was leaving the night sky at high speed, Qian Rongxiu was stunned, and a trace of anger flashed across her face. But soon, the trace of anger on Qian Rongxiu's face disappeared again. Although Xue Qinghe's identity was exposed, it was only the six-winged angel spirit that was exposed, but not the body of a woman. It was understandable that Mu Yang complained about the name Qian Rongxiu. My dear brother, the next time we meet again, I will definitely beat you. Staring at the departing figure, Qian Rongxiu thought secretly. At this time, Qingluan and Guangling flew in the air. Miss, are you okay? Qingluan Douluo asked in a deep voice after glancing at the ice phoenix flame shadow that left under the night sky. Fortunately, it was not hurt at all. Qian Rongxiu shook her head after retracting her gaze. Miss, do you know that person? Guangling Douluo asked with some curiosity. The intelligence ability of the Spirit Hall is absolutely unique in the continent. Logically speaking, the Spirit Hall should not be without intelligence about such a strong man. But the fact is that he has no impression of this strong man at all, as if he suddenly jumped out of a stone. It's okay to be a friend, not an enemy. After saying this, Qian Rongxiu turned her eyes and looked at Tiandu city in the distance at night. Unconsciously, tears flowed from her eyes. In the night, the ice phoenix flame shadow twisted and turned into two figures in gorgeous armor. Muyang, are we going back to Tiandu city? Shui Binger asked Muyang. Mu Yang shook his head, no, let's go back to the academy. Just slap the Tiandu Empire, no matter whether the Tiandu Empire realizes that they did it, it's better not to go back to Tiandu city. And now that both of them can control the killing god domain, there is no need to go to Yuexuan to study, and it doesn't matter if they don't go back to Tiandu city. If you leave without saying goodbye, teacher Yuehua. It's okay, find someone to send a letter tomorrow, just say you have an urgent matter and leave. Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently. Okay, it's a good time to go back and see how the preparations for the new academy are going. Shui Binger nodded. On the other side, Tiandu Palace. Your Majesty, Sect Master, this is roughly the situation. Chen Xian briefly told Emperor Shuye and Ning Fengzi about what happened before. A member of the angel family of the Spirit Hall? I see. After learning that his disciple Xue Qinghe was a disguised member of the angel family of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengzi finally understood why Xue Qinghe colluded with the Spirit Hall to rebel. It turned out that he was originally a family with the Spirit Hall. But for some reason, after learning the identity of Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengzi always felt that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had made a wrong decision this time. It is foreseeable that after the death of Emperor Shuye, Xue Beng will succeed the position of Emperor Tiando. Xue Beng was originally a rival of Xue Qinghe. Although Ning Fengzi never regarded Xue Beng as a threat to his own disciples, he did not treat Xue Beng well. If nothing unexpected happens, after Xue Beng takes the throne, the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will certainly not be as close as before. In other words, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect helped the Tiando Empire to quell the rebellion, but not only did it not gain any benefits, but it also deepened the conflict with the Spirit Hall. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect definitely played an indispensable role in Xue Qinghe's failed rebellion, so it was natural for the Spirit Hall to hold a grudge against them. End of this chapter. 268 Chapter 268 Ning Fengzi's regret. 268. On the contrary, if the 7 treasures glazed sect stood on Xue Qinghe's side and chose to, if he doesn't join the ranks of the Wuhan Hall, maybe he will gain more? Xue Qinghe has the 6-winged angel spirit, and is undoubtedly an important figure in the Wuhan Hall. He has a close relationship with Sky Invincible Qian Douluo. They are either father and son or grandfather and grandson. He is most likely the future ruler of the Wuhan Hall. The reason why Ning Fengzi chose to help Tian to quell the rebellion was mainly because he felt that Xue Qinghe would become a puppet of the Wuhan Hall after colluding with the Wuhan Hall to rebel. In addition, the Wuhan Hall is powerful, and the 7 treasures glazed sect is likely to be wiped out by the Wuhan Hall in the future. Between the inheritance of the sect and the disciples, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect, chose the former. Because he was the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect first, and then Xue Qinghe's teacher. But the reason why Ning Fengzi made this choice was that Xue Qinghe would become a puppet of the Wuhan Hall. If Xue Qinghe was not a puppet, but the future ruler of the Wuhan Hall, everything would be very different. The Spirit Hall is the overlord of the Soul Master world on the mainland, the Tiandu Empire is the only empire on the mainland, and the 7 treasures glazed sect is also one of the 3 sects on the mainland. The 3 parties used Xue Qinghe as a bond. With concerted efforts, the day of unifying the mainland is just around the corner. Combined with the deaths of the 2nd and 3rd princes of Tiandu more than a decade ago, and the fact that his own disciples have not done anything wrong recently, Ning Fengzi can be sure that Xue Qinghe was not replaced recently. The real Xue Qinghe has been replaced long ago, and he and Xue Qinghe have a de facto master-disciple relationship. With this master-disciple relationship, it is true that the 7 treasures glazed sect needs to support the Spirit Hall in the early stage, but after the success in the future, the fruits of victory will definitely belong to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Compared to the uncertain future at present, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but feel that if he had stood on the side of Xue Qinghe before, it would be more beneficial to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Qinghe, why didn't you discuss it with the teacher in advance? Ning Fengzi secretly regretted it. In the past, although the 7 treasures glazed sect regarded the Spirit Hall as a potential enemy, there was no irreconcilable hatred between the 2 sides. If you can't beat them, then join them. This is not something that is unacceptable. Unlike the original novel, the Tiandu Palace incident in the original novel happened after the 7 treasures glazed sect was robbed by the Spirit Hall. At that time, the 7 treasures glazed sect was destroyed and suffered heavy losses by the Spirit Hall. With such a deep hatred, Ning Fengzi naturally stood firmly on the opposite side of the Spirit Hall. But now the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation has not yet begun, and Ning Fengzi's hostility towards the Spirit Hall is far less. As long as the inheritance and interests of the 7 treasures glazed sect can be guaranteed, cooperation is not impossible. It's a pity that there is no if in reality. Even if he wants to regret it now, it's too late. Ning Fengzi, this sect master is two-faced? This sect master's surname is Ning, not Xue, everything is for the inheritance of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, maybe you can recognize who the last strong man was. At this time, Xue Xing asked Chen Xin and the others. Chen Xin shook his head, I don't know, but if I'm not mistaken, it should not be a title Douluo, but a title Douluo level martial soul fusion skill. The golden holy dragon that can kill the title level in one move is probably not inferior to me. The initiators should be 2 8-ring level ice attribute soul masters. By the way, this unknown martial soul fusion skill also released the invisible domain power full of murderous intent. If nothing unexpected happens, this domain power should be the killing god domain that HaoTian Douluo Tang Hao also has. Killing god domain. Hearing this, Emperor Shuiye was thoughtful and couldn't help but think of Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who came to Tiandu city a few months ago and have been studying in Yuexuan recently. As the most outstanding Tianjiao of the younger generation of the empire, Emperor Shuiye has always kept an eye on the 2. Besides, the intelligence capability of the Tiandu Empire is not bad either. They are not unaware of Tang Hao's killing god domain and its source. However, soon, Emperor Shuiye denied his guess. After all, Chen Xin also said that to have such a powerful martial soul fusion skill, the initiator must be at least an 8-ring soul Douluo. Although Mu Yang and the others are the most outstanding geniuses in the empire, they are young people after all. It is obviously impossible for their soul power level to cultivate to the 8-ring level so quickly. There must be someone else. Emperor Shuiye was right to think so, but he didn't know that there were such heaven-defying things as battle armor in the world. The 6-ring soul emperor wore a serious 2-word battle armor, and his strength was enough to match that of an 8-ring soul Douluo. At this time, Douluo, the commander of the royal guards, Barton and Brook, the commander of the royal knights, who were counting casualties after the war, came together. How are the casualties? Emperor Shui asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, apart from the minor injuries, the royal guards lost more than 12,000 soldiers in this battle, and 6,000 were seriously injured. In addition, the rebellious Third Corps suffered 30,000 casualties, and the rest have laid down their weapons and surrendered, waiting for your Majesty's decision. The royal knights lost more than 10,000, and 3,000 were seriously injured. Including the hidden agents planted by the Spirit Hall, compared with before the rebellion, the Royal Guest Corps lost nearly 60%, the Palace Soul Master Corps lost more than 30%, and the Spirit Hall left more than 1,500 Soul Master bodies. The three of them reported the casualties one after another. Hearing this, Emperor Shui's eyes went dark, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, and almost fainted. You know, in terms of Soul Master strength alone, the foundation of the Tiandu Empire is not strong, and the power in the hands of the royal family is even more so. It can be said that in this rebellion, the royal family directly lost almost half of the Soul Master strength. And most importantly, the empire also lost a qualified crown prince. The Spirit Hall is ambitious, the Xingluo Empire is strong, and just as the turmoil is coming, Shuya the emperor couldn't help but worry, can the Tiandu Empire really ensure its own survival in the coming turbulent times? It's no wonder that Emperor Shuya thinks so, but Xuebeng, the only heir to the throne of the empire, has shown in the past, which makes him so worried. Bang! After a while, Emperor Shuya stared at Xuebeng and ordered. Your son is here. Xuebeng stepped forward and bowed. Kneel down. Dong. Without hesitation, Xuebeng knelt on his knees. The emperor doesn't have much time to live. If he wants to sit on the throne smoothly, he can't be disobedient. Then, Emperor Shuya, who was weak after being poisoned, got up and got off the bed with the help of the palace maid. Master Ning, the empire is in danger right now. Xuebeng lacks experience. I hope Master Ning will teach me more in the future. As he said, Emperor Shuya bowed deeply to Ning Fengzi. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Ning Fengzi hurried forward to help up Emperor Shuya. Xuebeng, from now on, you must respect Master Ning as your teacher, and remember to respect your teacher. Emperor Shuya turned around and sternly warned Xuebeng. End of this chapter. 269 Chapter 269 The man has feelings, the concubine has intentions, and they hit it off. 269. Yes, father. Xuebeng greets the teacher. Bang bang bang. Xuebeng kowtowed 3 times to Ning Fengzi without hesitation. Ning Fengzi used to be the teacher of his enemy? It doesn't matter. Xueqinghe is gone, and the root of the conflict no longer exists. From now on, Ning Fengzi is Xuebeng's most beloved teacher. He used to be just a dandy prince, with many friends, but no capable confidants. The only one who can stand firmly on his side is his uncle Xuexing. If there is no external support, even if he sits on the throne of Tiandu later, it is unknown how much power the emperor will have, and it is possible that the imperial power will be undermined by the ministers. But if he worships Ning Fengzi as his master and has the support of the 7 treasures glazed sect, he does not need to worry about this. And with Ning Fengzi as a link, Xueqinghe's original prince party can basically be used by him. After all, the reason why Xueqinghe had so many followers before, in addition to his good ability, the most important factor is that Xueqinghe has the support of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengzi. This sect master just got off the boat, but he was forced to get on the boat again? After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengzi did not refuse and accepted Xuebeng as a new disciple. Xuebeng needs the 7 treasures glazed sect as a political ally to consolidate the imperial power. Ning Fengzi also needs to consolidate the alliance between the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Tiandu Empire by accepting Xuebeng, the future Tiandu emperor, as a disciple. The two sides can be said to be in love and interested, and they hit it off. 2 days later, at noon, Mu Yang brought Shui Bing'er back to Shuo Academy. It was not to return to Shuo Academy for training. After all, Shuo Academy did not have an ice-type mimicry training field, which was not suitable for Shui Bing'er to train. This time, Mu Yang returned to Shuo mainly to give the 2 treasures in his pocket to his eldest cousin and eldest cousin. Although he could refine the inner elixir of the Jiaolong beast and the 10-headed fiery sun snake obtained in the Hell Road of the Killing City, he could only increase his soul power and save some training time after refining, which was of no great use. But if it was given to Huo Wuxuan and Huo Wu to refine, the situation might be very different. The two of them would most likely awaken the power of the domain. It happened to be lunchtime, so they came to the academy cafeteria, each of them got a lunch, and after a glance, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er walked towards Huo Wu and the other two who were sitting at the dining table with their backs to them, chatting and eating. Walking behind the three people, Mu Yang stepped forward and patted the shoulder of his eldest cousin Huo Wu. "Hey! Xiao Yang, Bing'er, you're back." Turning around, Huo Wu was overjoyed to see Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er. "Well, I came back to see how my lovely cousin and beloved cousin are doing." Mu Yang nodded, then looked at Feng Xiaotian who was sitting next to Huo Wu, and teased, "Feng Xiaotian, do you think our Shuo Academy is the Shenfeng Academy?" Hearing this, Feng Xiaotian was a little embarrassed. However, the embarrassment was only a flash. Feng Xiaotian immediately raised his head and chest, and said in a resounding voice, "Look at what you said, the new academy is already under construction, how can there be a difference between Shuo and Shenfeng? I, Feng Xiaotian, am not only a member of Shenfeng Academy, but also a member of Shuo Academy." Tisk. Mu Yang smacked his lips, shook his head, and sat at the dining table with Shui Bing'er. As expected, he is a super big bootlicker. The goddess is in Shuo, but he is staying in Shuo Academy. Maybe he hasn't returned to Shenfeng Academy since the last time they met. Huo Wu pulled Shui Bing'er to talk in private, while Huo Wuxuan looked at Mu Yang with some curiosity. "Xiao Yang, a few months ago, didn't you two write to say that you were going to experience? How come you are back so soon?" "Hi, the experience went smoothly beyond imagination, which means that something delayed it later, otherwise we would have returned 3 months ago." Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently, then remembered the new academy and asked, "How is the construction progress of the new academy?" "It's almost there. It will be completely completed in about half a year, and the notice has been issued. The 3 academies will move to the new academy before the next school year." "So soon?" Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. "You know, the exploration work of the new academy is a big task for soul masters. The exploration and construction started after the competition, and it took only about a year and a half to complete. Sure enough, perhaps in terms of comprehensive productivity, the Douluo continent is far inferior to the modern society in his previous life, but in some aspects, there is black technology." "That's right. The trouble with building the Advanced Soul Master Academy is the simulated training field, but the environment there is very suitable, and it is not difficult to build. By the way, I heard from my mother that my father has been digging a hole in the new academy recently." As he said, Huo Wuxuan showed a gloating smile. "If you want to say who is most concerned about the construction of the new academy, it must be Huo Lai. After all, he is the first dean of the new academy. Look, as a titled Douluo, Huo Lai directly took on the construction of the lava simulated training field of the fire system and the wind tunnel simulated training field of the wind system of the new academy. The former requires opening up the internal passage between the outside world and the dormant volcano where the academy is located, and digging out many training rooms above the internal lava, and the latter is to dig a giant hole that is transparent from front to back on a secondary peak of the mountain where the academy is located. Fortunately, Huo Lai is a titled Douluo of both fire and earth. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd he took in the past gave him a certain degree of control over the earth. His efficiency in digging holes is far beyond that of soul masters of the same level, and he is a professional match." Touching his chin, Mu Yang said, "So, my uncle is not in the academy. What's the matter?" Huo Wuxuan was a little surprised. "Yes, there is a big thing." Mu Yang nodded solemnly. Qian Rongxiu's lurking plan failed, and the subsequent impact will definitely be huge. It is not just that many soul masters and soldiers died on both sides of the Spirit Hall and Tiandu. The Spirit Hall is plotting against Tiandu. Even if the Tiandu Empire is weak, it will definitely not treat it as nothing. After all, your Spirit Hall is going to overthrow my Shui family. If you give in again, I might as well give you the entire Tiandu Empire. It can be said that the relationship between the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall will definitely be a fight to the death. At that time, the Tiandu Empire will expel all the big and small Wuhan Halls in the territory. This is inevitable, unless the Wuhan Hall directly resists with absolute force. In terms of Soul Master strength, the Wuhan Hall is naturally much stronger than the Tiandu Empire. It is not impossible to destroy Tiandu, but the Wuhan Hall does not have such a big appetite at the moment. If nothing unexpected happens, facing the expulsion of the Tiandu Empire and the vigilance of the Xingluo Empire, the Wuhan Hall will set its sights on the major kingdoms and principalities under the two empires. This is how the situation in the continent changed in the original work. After Qian Rongxiu's plan to usurp the country failed, the Wuhan Hall soon annexed the major kingdoms and principalities under the two empires and established the Wuhan Empire, turning the continent into a situation of one superpower and two strong powers. Of course, the reaction of the Tiandu Empire and the plot of the Wuhan Hall have nothing to do with the Blazing Fire Academy. The most important thing is that Mu Yang thought of the Wuhan Hall's soul hunting operation in the original work. The three academies of Blazing Fire, Sky Water, and Divine Wind have merged. Judging from the number of masters alone, the new Element Academy is definitely a big force. It is possible that it will become one of the targets of the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation, like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, Bib Dong has gone crazy, and the possibility of suffocating operations cannot be ruled out. It is definitely not wrong for the Academy to prepare early. End of this chapter. 270 Chapter 270 Suffocating Operation 270. After leaving the cafeteria, Mu Yang handed the inner alchemy of the Jiaolong beast and the 10-headed Liang snake to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu respectively, and then found Mu Ziu. Dean Huo Lai went to the new academy to dig a hole to build a mimic training field. As another titled Douluo of the academy, Mu Ziu is naturally in the academy. In the Vice Dean's office. According to you, the continent will soon be in chaos. After listening to Mu Yang's account of the Tiandu Palace coup and the subsequent actions that the Spirit Hall and the Tiandu Empire might take, Mu Ziu rubbed her brows and felt a severe headache. Mu Yang nodded, it will be chaotic for a while. The Spirit Hall needs a base to realize its ambitions. It just so happens that the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires are weak and the territory is large enough. And if nothing unexpected happens, the Spirit Hall should remove some obstructing obstacles. However, after taking over the territory and removing some stumbling blocks, the Spirit Hall will most likely stay quiet for a while, and eventually accumulate enough strength to swallow up Tiandu and Xingluo in one gulp. Does the Spirit Hall have such a big appetite? Mu Ziu couldn't help but frown. As strong as you are, as big as your appetite is. Of the 7 great priests of the Spirit Hall, the 7th priest Zhang Emo, the 6th priest Jian Jun, and the 5th priest Guangling are all level 96 titled Douluo, the 4th priest Xiang Shi and the 3rd priest Qingluan are both level 97 titled Douluo, and the remaining 2nd priest Jin Yu should be level 98 titled Douluo. As for the great priest Jian Daolu, it goes without saying that the former land invincible has never appeared, and no one in the mainland Soul Master world can be his opponent. And Sky Invincible is the fastest in the mainland. If he lowers the bottom line and uses all means, he alone can kill all the masters of the titled Douluo level of the two empires. It can be said that if only the strength of Soul Masters is counted, the Spirit Hall alone can match the sum of all other forces on the mainland. Of course, this is not the most important thing. After speaking, Mu Yang paused, his expression became solemn. Don't keep me in suspense, you kid, hurry up and tell me. Mu Ziu glared at Mu Yang unhappily. There are gods in the world, and the angel god that the Spirit Hall believes in is one of them. Is this impossible? There are gods on the mainland OS legend, but Blazing Academy has been established for thousands of years, but there has never been a record of any soul master becoming the legendary god O. Even if there are soul masters who become gods in the future of the Spirit Hall, it won't happen to be in this era, right? Mu Ziu said in disbelief. Mu Yang said slowly, what a coincidence, if someone in the Spirit Hall will become a god in the future, it must be the current era. The former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, had a daughter who died young, and her mother is unknown. More than 10 years ago, the second and third sons of Emperor Shuiye died in succession. The mastermind behind this was originally unknown, but Shui Qinghe's identity was exposed earlier. It was a member of the angel family of the Spirit Hall disguised as Qian Rongxiu. From this, it can be seen that Qian Rongxiu replaced Shui Qinghe, the second and third princes of Tiandu more than 10 years ago, and it must be the work of the Spirit Hall in secret. The angel family is small in number. If nothing unexpected happens, Qian Rongxiu is the daughter of the former Pope Qian Sunji who died young. According to her age, this descendant of the angel is only about 25 years old now. Her soul power level exceeds the 7th ring, and her combat power is no less than that of an ordinary titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. With such talent and strength, who in the mainland Soul Master world can compare with us who have taken immortal herbs? An ant, you have to be clear that since Qianrongxiu has been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for a long time, her cultivation progress must have been dragged down. Without considering external factors, Qianrongxiu's cultivation talent is very likely to surpass the innate full soul power. A 25-year-old 7-ring soul saint, whose strength is no less than that of a 9-ring titled Douluo, is indeed worthy of the angel family. Mu Zihou couldn't help but sigh. Although the talents shown by Mu Yang and others are still above Qianrongxiu, the family knows their own business. The reason why the talents shown by several people can reach this level is not entirely due to the immortal herbs, but the role played by the immortal herbs accounts for most of it. If there is no help from the immortal herbs, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, who had already advanced to the level of 6-ring soul emperors more than half a year ago, are probably still wandering at the level of 4-ring soul lords. The strength of the Wuhan Hall is so strong, what are you going to do? Surrender? After sighing, Mu Zihou said jokingly. Unlike the two empires and other clans, as an independent high-level Soul Master Academy, Blazing Fire Academy and the subsequent New Element Academy are just a platform for cultivating talented Soul Masters. The enemy is powerful and there is no hatred. If you can't beat them, just join them. There is nothing shameful. If the Spirit Hall can really sweep the entire continent, it is not impossible for the Academy to join. Of course, Mu Zihou is still very confident in her nephew. After all, the couple speculated that there is also a great god standing behind the nephew. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about the future in the future. I just remind you that the situation on the continent has changed, and the Academy should be vigilant to avoid being exploited." With the previous friendship and the previous life-saving grace, Mu Yang is not afraid of Qianrongxiu. Even if Qianrongxiu becomes a god before him, as long as he does not make trouble, Qianrongxiu will probably tolerate it, but Bib Dong has to be on guard. Why did the Spirit Hall want to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? There are two reasons. One is that as one of the 3 sects on the mainland, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family blocked the way of the Spirit Hall. The second is that if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family continues to exist, the matter between Yu Xiaogang and his cousin Lu Erlong will not be accepted by the elders of the family, and the two cannot really get together. So, as an old lover, Bib Dong helped Yu Xiaogang. From an objective point of view, the first reason for the demise of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can be accepted by people. After all, the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. If you block someone's way, don't blame them for eliminating you. But the second reason seems too outrageous, which shows Bib Dong's madness. Of course, this is not the craziest thing Bib Dong did. The craziest thing is that the Spirit Hall, while destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, also attacked the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. From a god's perspective, the sneak attack on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was definitely one of Bib Dong's suffocating operations. You know, before the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was attacked, the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect were only potential opponents, but they had not torn their faces. In addition, Qianrongxiu had not yet launched the Tiandu Palace coup at that time. Ning Fengzi is still Qianrongxiu's de facto teacher. When Qianrongxiu takes the throne, it becomes an established fact. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, will be labeled as the teacher of the usurper. With the carrot and stick approach, the Spirit Hall will be able to use the 7 Treasures Glazed sect for its own benefit. What was the result? The 7 Treasures Glazed sect was pushed to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall by Bib Dong's suffocating operation, and it was a fight to the death. It was simply a disaster. End of this chapter. 271 Chapter 271 Red Dragon Domain, Phoenix Fire Domain. 271. Of course, Mu Yang, who knew Bib Dong's dark history, also knew why she would do such a suffocating operation. It was nothing more than to attract hatred, make enemies everywhere, and use the power of opponents to attack the Spirit Hall. When the Spirit Hall is the enemy of the world, there are two outcomes in the future. One is that the Spirit Hall is not strong enough and falls under the joint attack of the opponents. In this way, Bib Dong can achieve the goal of destroying the Spirit Hall and avenge the past. The second is that the Spirit Hall is strong enough to resist. Later, she ascended to the position of the Rakshasa god with the Rakshasa god test, and took over the magpie's nest. With her own divine power, she transformed the Spirit Hall that originally belonged to the angel family into her Bib Dong's spirit empire. It can be said that no matter what the outcome is, Bib Dong can achieve her goal. This is the origin of Bib Dong's suffocation operation. It is precisely because of this that Mu Yang raised his vigilance to Bib Dong. What if this smart guy has a wild idea and is worried that the opponent of the Spirit Hall is not strong enough, so he sends people to destroy the Blazing Fire Academy and uses him and Huo Wu and others to attack the Spirit Hall. No matter whether he wins or loses in the future, he will not be the real winner if the academy is destroyed. In the evening, in the wide front yard, Mu Yang and the other two were paying attention to Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan, who were refining the inner pill of the alien beast. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of fire energy came from Huo Wu's body. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that there was a sound of phoenix, and the surging golden red light surged out from Huo Wu's body, turning into a circle of golden red domain power and spreading. The golden red domain power spread, and seeing the lawn in the courtyard being burned directly, Mu Yang's face changed, and his figure flashed, appearing beside Huo Wuxuan. The next moment, before the golden red domain covered, the ice flame domain instantly spread out, covering Huo Wuxuan, who was still refining the inner elixir of the dragon beast, so as to prevent his cousin from being injured by Huo Wu's awakened fire domain. The soul power has increased by more than one level, and the domain power has also been awakened. Not bad. Turning his head to look at Huo Wu, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Before refining the inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake, Huo Wu's soul power level had just been promoted to level 64 Soul Emperor. Now, after refining the inner elixir, Huo Wu's soul power level has increased by more than one level, reaching the high level of level 65, and the upgrade progress has once again surpassed him and Shui Binger, who have just been promoted to level 65 Soul Emperor. And most importantly, Huo Wu, who refined the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and Ma Hongjun, who used the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake as the 7th soul ring in the original work, both awakened the martial soul talent domain. Although the specific effect of this golden red domain is not yet known, there is no doubt that the effect of the domain power will definitely not be weak. Not long after, Huo Wuxuan, who refined the inner core of the dragon beast, also underwent a dramatic change. Not only did he awaken the crystal red domain power, but even the improvement in soul power level exceeded Huo Wu by a lot. The original 63 level high-level soul power was directly upgraded to the 66 level Soul Emperor. Although he was just entering, Huo Wuxuan still jumped to become the highest level among the 5 people present. Not long after, the brother and sister woke up, feeling the changes in their soul power, looking at the domain power blooming on their bodies, they both smiled foolishly. Domain power, this is a power that most of the titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world have not been able to master. Xiao Wu, stop grinning, tell me about the effect of your domain. Feng HaoTian asked with a smile, raising his hand in front of Huo Wu. Grinning. Suddenly, the smile on Huo Wu's face froze, and her eyes looking at Feng HaoTian were full of danger. Are licking dogs and warm men the same thing? Touching his chin, Mu Yang was thoughtful. Xiao Yang, Binger, I want to ask you something. At this time, Huo Wuxuan restrained the smile on his face and asked Mu Yang and the others. What's the matter? What is the current soul power level of both of you? Huo Wuxuan asked with an inquiring look, suppressing his arrogance and looking at the two of them. With a soul power of level 66, he should have surpassed his little cousin again, right? Very good, Huo Wuxuan, you are worthy of being my cousin. But to be honest, I can easily control a mere 6-ring Soul Emperor. How about we go to the training ground to try later? As he said, Mu Yang raised his right hand, turned his 5 fingers, and made a fist gesture. This is not necessary. Huo Wuxuan shrank his neck, recalled the fear of being dominated by Mu Yang, and shook his head hurriedly. Humph, it's a good thing you are my cousin, otherwise, for this domain power, I would have you call me Godfather. Okay, tell me about your domain power. There shouldn't be too many soul masters who don't have domain power. If calling him Godfather can awaken the domain power, Mu Yang feels that he can unify the continent as his adopted son. Rolling his eyes, Huo Wuxuan said, in the red dragon domain, fire attribute attacks are increased by 30%. Within the domain, the enemy's beast spirit master or beast spirit beast can be suppressed by 30% of its strength. Sister, what about you? Mu Yang turned to look at Huo Wu. Huo Wu raised her head and said, in the Phoenix Fire domain, the domain is filled with Phoenix Fire, fire attribute attacks are increased by 30%, and the enemy's fire spirit master or fire spirit beast can be suppressed by 30% of its strength. All 30%. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling that this number was a bit special, as if it was deliberately restricted. Perhaps when the two of them become stronger in the future, the specific effect of the domain power will also increase accordingly. What will happen if you two release your domain to suppress each other? Suddenly, Shui Bing'er asked with curiosity. Strictly speaking, Sister Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Shadow is a special humanoid martial soul, not among the beast martial souls, and should not be suppressed by the Red Dragon domain. However, the Phoenix Fire domain can definitely suppress Brother Wushuan's fire-attributed Red Flame Crystal Dragon martial soul. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang said. Huo Wushuan's Red Dragon domain has the effect of suppressing the strength of beast martial soul masters or beast soul beasts. This is mostly because the inner elixir refined by Huo Wushuan comes from the dragon beast, and the dragon clan and dragon soul beasts and beasts all have a kind of pressure called dragon power skills. However, perhaps because the Jiaolong beast in the Hell Road was only a Jiao, not a dragon, this dragon might was an incomplete version and could only work on beast spirits or beast spirits. As for Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire domain, which has the effect of suppressing the strength of fire spirit masters or fire spirit beasts, the reason for this feature may not be the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, but from Huo Wu's own Phoenix Fire Shadow martial soul. Huo Wu's original spirit was Fire Shadow. Due to taking the immortal herb, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, her Fire Shadow martial soul was contaminated with the characteristics of the phoenix and derived the Phoenix Fire. And the Fire Phoenix is the supreme flying bird of the fire system. The Phoenix Fire has the effect of suppressing all the fires in the world, which is also reasonable. End of this chapter. 272 Chapter 272 Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, nothing more than this. 272. Afterwards, Mu Yang began to further test the effects of the two domain powers. According to the existing conditions, half an hour later, the actual effects of the Red Dragon domain and the Phoenix Fire domain were clarified. When Feng HaoTian, who had no domain power, faced the Red Dragon domain of Huo Wushuan, apart from the fact that his three-headed wolf martial soul, which was barely at the top level, had to endure the weak soul suppression from the Red Flame Crystal Dragon martial soul, Feng Xiaoshan's strength would be suppressed by 30% on this basis. Mu Yang's Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul and Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Shadow martial soul were not restricted by the Red Dragon domain. The effect of the Red Dragon domain on Huo Wushuan was only a 30% increase in fire attribute attacks. Although Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul was restricted by the Red Dragon domain, she would no longer be restricted by her strength when she released the Killing God domain to fight against Huo Wushuan's Red Dragon domain. Besides, because Shui Bing'er could perfectly control the Killing God domain, and Huo Wushuan was unable to control it skillfully because he had just awakened, in the confrontation between the two domains, the Red Dragon domain would be suppressed by the Killing God domain to a few meters around Huo Wushuan. Fortunately, the smaller the coverage of the domain power, the stronger the Soul Master's ability to control the domain power, otherwise the weaker it is. Otherwise, Huo Wushuan's Red Dragon domain would most likely be forced back into the body by Shui Bing'er's Killing God domain, which would not only directly waste the domain power, but also weaken the strength of the Killing God domain. Because it is not a beast martial soul, the suppression effect of the Red Dragon domain is ineffective against Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire Shadow martial soul, but Huo Wu's Phoenix Fire domain can suppress the Red Flame Crystal Dragon martial soul. In the Phoenix Fire domain, Huo Wushuan's strength is directly weakened by 30%. But in the same way, the domain power can be countered with the domain power. When Huo Wushuan releases the domain to fight, his strength is not suppressed by the Phoenix Fire domain. In addition, Mu Yang's second martial soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow attribute seems to be fire, but it is actually the Ice Flame attribute formed by the fusion of ice and fire. It is also not suppressed by the Phoenix Fire domain, even if the domain power is not released to fight. Of course, if Mu Yang performs a fire attribute secret technique in the Phoenix Fire domain, the secret technique effect will be suppressed by the Phoenix Fire domain. As for the Phoenix Fire that fills the Phoenix Fire domain, this feature is considered as Huo Wu's large-scale group attack ability. It is not very useful for soul masters with strength far exceeding her own, but it is very effective in the same level battle or bullying, and the soul power consumption is also very small. Well, this experiment clearly proves one point: not only people and soul beasts bully the weak and fear the strong, but also the domain. When the strength of both sides is not much different, when the domain power confronts with other domain powers, in addition to the amplification effect on itself, the effect of restricting the opponent is often unsatisfactory. Only when the opponent has no domain power, or has domain power but is far weaker than oneself, can one's own domain power play the most perfect effect? Feng HaoTian, are you implying me? On the other side, Wuhan City, Worship Hall. Grandpa. Holding Grandpa Douluo, Rongxiu, who has returned to women's clothes, can't stop dripping golden beans. Don't cry, Shura. Setbacks and failures are only temporary. Get up from where you fell. Grandpa believes that you can do it. Patting his granddaughter's shoulder, Douluo comforted her softly. In Mu Yang's view, the reason why Rongxiu failed was not only because she was too arrogant and underestimated the strength of her opponent, but also because Douluo was hit by the aura of intelligence reduction and did not send more masters to help Rongxiu. Little did he know that Douluo did it on purpose. There is no doubt that Douluo has a broad vision. Apart from Mu Yang, a time traveler, few people in the world can match him. In the eyes of the world, the power and strength of the Tiandu Empire are very strong, but in the eyes of Douluo, the Tiandu Empire is just that. The throne of the Tiandu Empire is nothing in Douluo's eyes. Rather than letting Rongxiu continue to waste her time in the Tiandu Empire, it would be better to return to Wuhan City as soon as possible to inherit the ancestral heritage. When the day comes, Rongxiu will inherit the angel god position of the ancestral god. What in the world is impossible to obtain? Billions of living beings, who will not obey. Tiandu Empire. As long as Tiandu is not in a trance, under the power of the angels, the throne can be determined. Otherwise, the Tiandu Empire will understand what the power of the gods is like a prison. That is, Rongxiu has a strong personality and wants to prove herself to Bib Dong. At the same time, in order to temper his granddaughter's character, she can complete the angel god test more smoothly in the future. Otherwise, Douluo would have called Rongxiu back to Wuhan City long ago. It is precisely because of this that Douluo only sent Qingluan, Guangling, and 3,000 soul masters to help Rongxiu complete the plan. If this lineup can take down Tiandu, then it will complete his the granddaughter's wish. If not, then just treat it as a child playing house, let Rongxiu encounter failure and setbacks, and then go home and inherit the family business. Anyway, Douluo knows his granddaughter's character very well. A temporary failure will definitely not make her completely discouraged. Instead, she will rekindle a stronger fighting spirit after encountering failure and setbacks. And this kind of mentality is exactly what you must have to complete the angel god test. Grandpa, is Shura useless? Wipe the tears from her face, Rongxiu looked up and looked at Douluo aggrievedly. In this world, the only one who can make Rongxiu express her inner emotions without reservation is Grandpa Douluo. Nonsense. Shura of Tiandu has been in charge of the throne for decades, and Ning Fengzi has been the leader for decades. Shura, you are still young, so it is normal that your methods cannot beat these two old foxes. Besides, the strength of Tiandu Empire and Kaibao Liulai sect is not bad. Your plan was seen through by these two old foxes, and it is understandable that you failed. Douluo immediately denied it, and then explained and comforted him. Grandpa, that's not what I said. Pursing her lips, Rongxiu shook her head. 16 years of hard work were destroyed in an instant, which certainly made Rongxiu very sad. But in fact, what hit Rongxiu even more was Mu Yang and the other two, who were much younger than her, and their strength was far superior to hers, and the most important thing was that when the defeat was already decided, the two of them rescued her. As early as when she found out that Mu Yang advanced to the Six-Ring Soul Emperor at the age of 15 and obtained the Killing God domain, Rongxiu, who claimed to be the world's #1 genius, felt a sense of urgency in her heart. As the contemporary descendant of the angel family, Rongxiu is undoubtedly more clear about the concept of God than ordinary soul masters. After all, her grandfather Douluo is the high priest of the angel ancestor god. The city of slaughter can give soul masters the domain of god of slaughter, which is not something that mortals can do. There must be divine power involved. Anyway, even my grandfather, who is only half a step away from the realm of God, cannot give other soul masters the power of the domain. Since the domain of god of slaughter is given by the god behind the city of slaughter, it is possible that Mu Yang will be favored by the god with his talent. End of this chapter. 273 Chapter 273 The HaoTian sect is ready to move. 273. Therefore, Rongxiu changed her original plan and prepared to quickly take over the Tiandu Empire, return to Wuhan City as soon as possible, and start the angel god test left by the ancestor god. For Qianrongxiu at that time, the Tiandu emperor position was no longer the most important thing. The most important thing was to inherit the angel god position as soon as possible, or at least become a god faster than Mu Yang, so as not to be caught up by him. As a result, she didn't expect that before she returned to the spirit hall to start the angel god test, her good brother took off, and his strength far exceeded her imagination, becoming one of the most powerful soul masters in the mainland. If this continues, will she receive news of Mu Yang's godhood in 2 years? It can be said that without Mu Yang knowing it, he had already hit Qianrongxiu so hard that she almost doubted her life. In fact, this situation is not difficult to understand. If ordinary soul masters knew Mu Yang's strength, they would only be amazed that he was worthy of being a contemporary genius, but for a soul master like Qianrongxiu who is also a genius, she couldn't help but have such a thought in her mind: as a contemporary genius, you are so awesome, but I can't do it, am I a waste? Ordinary people lie down, and the geniuses doubt their lives. This is the mentality of the world when they know that others can do what they can't. Not this? What is it? Qian Daoliu couldn't help but look surprised. His precious granddaughter was so aggrieved. Wasn't it because the plan failed and the hard work of many years was destroyed, but there was another hidden reason? Facing her grandfather's question, Qianrongxiu thought about it and finally shook her head. Since Mu Yang didn't want to reveal his identity, she still didn't expose it. After all, even if she told her grandfather, would she let her grandfather run over and teach him a lesson? She, Qianrongxiu, was decisive when she should be decisive, and she would also take dirty tricks when she should, but she would never repay kindness with enmity. As for the 7 treasures glazed sect in the original book, the mastermind behind the sneak attack on the 7 treasures glazed sect was not her, but Bib Dong, and the favor of teacher Ning Fengzi was to Tiandu Prince Shueqing He, not Qianrongxiu of the Spirit Hall. In addition, while Ning Fengzi was teaching Shueqing He, the Kaibao Liulai sect also gained due benefits from the Tiandu Empire. Although there was a master-disciple relationship, this master-disciple relationship was more of a political transaction. It was late at night. After Qianrongxiu left the worship hall, Qian Daoliu ordered people to call Shilong and Sigzhu. He felt that there was something wrong with his precious granddaughter, and it was necessary to ask these two generals. Great worshipper. After a while, Shilong and Sigzhu walked into the hall and bowed. No need to be polite. You two can tell me what happened to Shui recently. Waving his hand, Qian Daoliu said. More than half an hour later, Shilong and Sigzhu left, and Qian Daoliu in the hall couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mu Yang. Shui Binger? Could it be that Shui'er fell in love with this young man, but this young man already had a girlfriend, and Shui'er was angry and prepared to complete the plan in advance so that she could return to her daughter's body and win the love? As a result, Shui'er's plan failed due to her poor planning. Her years of hard work went to waste. She felt that everything was going wrong, so she felt very aggrieved. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel that even if his guess didn't completely match the facts, it was probably pretty close. Forget it, what does the young people's business have to do with me, who is about to die? After a while, Qian Daoliu shook his head. His precious granddaughter returned to Wuhan City, and the angel god test was about to start. His life had entered the countdown. He didn't need to get involved in the affairs of the young. As time went on, the news that a member of the angel family of the Wuhan Palace pretended to be the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Shueqing He, and plotted to seize the Tiandu throne, but Tiandu was better and finally joined forces with the 7 treasures glazed sect to quell the rebellion spread throughout the continent. For a time, all forces on the continent raised their vigilance to the highest level, guarding against the Wuhan Palace's evil intentions and plotting again. Among them, the Xingluo Empire was the most defensive. After all, the Wuhan Palace dared to plot for the Tiandu throne, so what else would they not dare to do? Of course, Xingluo Emperor Dai Yushan was not worried that his good son Davis would be replaced by someone else. After all, fake is fake, and it is impossible to become real. If Davis, who has been appointed as the crown prince of the empire, is replaced, the crown princess Zhu Ziyun, who has the martial soul fusion skill with Davis, will definitely notice something is wrong. In addition to being vigilant against the Spirit Hall, various forces have also sent envoys to other forces. The Spirit Hall is too strong. If it fights alone, no force on the continent can be its opponent, but if everyone can form an offensive and defensive alliance, it may not be impossible to compete with the Spirit Hall. Even the two empires that used to be enemies have sent envoys to contact each other and discuss alliance matters. Anyway, the Spirit Hall is now powerful and ambitious, and the location of the Spirit Hall's old nest, the Spirit City, is very clever. It is located in the center of the continent and lies between the two empires. The Tiandu Empire does not need to worry about the Xingluo Empire plotting its own kingdom. Otherwise, Xingluo will take action against Tiandu, which will only benefit the Spirit Hall, which sits on the mountain and watches the tigers fight. It is nothing more than making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. While the forces on the continent that were not in the Spirit Hall camp were panicking, one force was ready to move. This force was none other than the HaoTian sect, which was forced to close the mountains and hide from the world by the Spirit Hall in the past. There is no doubt that as the former world's #1 sect, the HaoTian sect did not want to shrink in the mountains forever. It's just that the Spirit Hall is so powerful that the HaoTian sect without the invincible on land is far from being able to compete with it, so it has been a turtle for more than 10 years. But now the situation on the continent has changed drastically, and the forces on all sides have the rhythm of forming an alliance to counter the Spirit Hall. Isn't this the opportunity? If the two empires and the top 3 sects work together, plus a group of younger brothers waving flags and shouting, they may be able to overthrow the Spirit Hall. Another thing is that although the current HaoTian sect is not as strong as it was in the past, its strength is not necessarily bad. Since the closure of the mountain and seclusion, the HaoTian sect has been full of energy. Over the years, the entire sect is no longer supported by the sect master Tang Xiao alone. 4 of the 5 elders have achieved titled Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, the 7th elder will also achieve 9 ring titled Douluo in the near future. By then, with 6 Douluos in one sect, plus Tang Hao's evildoer, I think it will be enough to equal half of the Wuhan Elder Hall, right? In the stone house of HaoTian Castle, sect master Tang Xiao, the 5 elders and Tang Yuehua gathered together. Elders, the situation on the mainland has changed drastically. I want my brother Tang Hao to return to the sect, but not to be included in the sect for the time being. Let him serve the sect with a guilty body and make meritorious contributions. What do you think? Tang Xiao said to the 5 elders in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 5 elders hesitated. End of this chapter. 274 Chapter 274 Do you want to see a second HaoTian sect? 274. It is definitely impossible to accept Tang Hao again. But if Tang Hao is allowed to retaliate against the Spirit Hall, the 5 elders are willing. After all, in their eyes, Tang Hao is guilty, but they also admit that Tang Hao is indeed strong, and most likely he is better than sect master Tang Xiao. But if Tang Hao is allowed to return to the sect, it is undoubtedly too easy for Tang Hao. You must know that the reason why HaoTian sect has fallen to this point is all Tang Hao's fault. No matter what the reason is for the sect to close the mountain and hide from the world, the matter was caused by Tang Hao. Without Tang Hao, HaoTian sect would definitely not have closed the mountain and hidden from the world. The blame of the sect's sinner cannot be shaken off. So is there a way to have the best of both worlds, not allowing Tang Hao to return to the sect, but also to legitimately instruct Tang Hao to work for the sect? Tang San, want the horse to run without giving it grass to eat? You have already chosen a way to die. Seeing the entanglement in the hearts of the 5 elders, Tang Yuehua said, 5 elders, our HaoTian sect will have a war with the Spirit Hall in the future. Regardless of whether my second brother is a member of the HaoTian sect, he has the obligation and responsibility to contribute to the sect. How about this? Whether Tang Hao returns to the sect will be discussed later, let my nephew Tang San return to the sect first. After all, Xiao San also has the blood of my Tang family flowing in his body, and the HaoTian hammer spirit cannot be leaked, so it is reasonable for him to return to the section. No. Niece Yuehua, it is true that Tang San has the blood of my Tang family in his body, but he also has the blood of the Soul Beast clan in his body. 7th Elder Tang Lai flatly refused. Humans and beasts cannot coexist. If Tang Hao's son returns to the sect, then won't the pure human blood of my Tang family be defiled? 7th Elder, we are all members of the HaoTian sect. Do you want to see a second HaoTian appear in the Soul Master world of the mainland in the future? Tian's Zone. Tang Yuehua asked unceremoniously. Humph, then. Tang Lai snorted coldly, but before he could finish his words, Tang Yuehua slapped the table in front of him and asked, what do you want? Kill my nephew Tang San. The first rule of HaoTian sect is that disciples of the sect cannot kill each other. Violators will be severely punished. At the least, their soul power will be abolished and they will be expelled from HaoTian sect. At the worst, they will be killed directly. If they are Tang's disciples, in order to set an example and prevent the leakage of the inherited martial spirit, they will be killed directly regardless of the severity. After the words fell, Tang Li had nothing to say. It's okay to not let Tang Hao return to the sect. Anyway, Tang Hao is a member of the HaoTian sect in life and a ghost of the HaoTian sect in death. Tang Hao's connection with the HaoTian sect cannot be completely cut off by expelling him from the sect. But Tang San is different. If the HaoTian sect refuses him to recognize his ancestors and return to the sect, marry more wives and have more children, it is not impossible for another HaoTian sect to appear in the Soul Master world 100 years later. If you don't want a second HaoTian sect to appear in the future mainland Soul Master world, you can only accept Tang San or eliminate Tang San. But if you want to eliminate Tang San, even if you abandon the sect rules, you have to get through Tang Hao first, not to mention that he hasn't become a titled Douluo yet, and even if he becomes a titled Douluo in the future, he can't do it. Besides, although Sect Master Tang Xiao is an honest man, if he really wants to eliminate Tang San, Tang Xiao will probably start with him. In terms of closeness, Tang San is Tang Xiao's nephew, and he is just a distant cousin, and there is no comparison at all. It can be said that HaoTian sect actually has no choice but to accept Tang San. Seeing that the seventh elder Tang Li was speechless after being confronted by her, Tang Yuehua did not take advantage of the situation and continued in a calm tone. Perhaps the five elders don't know that Xiao San is not only born with full soul power, but also awakened twin martial souls. By taking whale glue or refining soul bones to improve physical fitness, the soul master can attach a higher year soul ring, and it can be concluded that the twin martial soul master should first cultivate the first martial soul, and then cultivate the second martial soul with the cooperation of the soul bone, so that the twin martial soul can be perfected. The correct theory. In other words, Xiao San's future is limitless. In the future, he is very likely to become a 99th level peerless Douluo like his grandfather, or even a supreme being whose strength surpasses his grandfather. With the invincible strength in the world, why should our HaoTian sect fear the Spirit Hall? Twin spirits. The five elders were all surprised. Yes, Xiao San does have twin spirits. The first spirit is blue silver grass, and the second spirit is clear sky hammer. The spirit he first cultivated is blue silver grass. With his innate talent for cultivation with full spirit power, he will sooner or later become a 9-ring titled Douluo with the blue silver grass spirit. When he adds spirit rings to the clear sky hammer spirit, it will not be difficult to break the bottleneck with the energy obtained by adding high year spirit rings. Moreover, the 9 spirit rings of the clear sky hammer spirit are all high year spirit rings. Excluding the factors of unique learning, Xiao San's strength in the future will definitely be stronger than his grandfather. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other, and then Tang Li and the other 4 looked at the second elder Tang Bo who was in the lead. The meaning was very clear: the eldest brother died early, second brother, you make the decision, we listen to you. After a moment of silence, Tang Bo said, I agree that Tang San will return to the HaoTian sect, but he will not be admitted to the inner sect for the time being, and can only be an outer sect disciple. As for when he will become an inner sect disciple, we will talk about it after the father and son atone for the sect and make meritorious deeds in the future. Of course, if Tang San can become a 99th level peerless Douluo in the future, my HaoTian sect will take him as the leader. After all, Douluo continent is a world where strength is respected, and strength is the greatest truth. Tang Hao's current strength is indeed strong, but not too strong, at least not to the point where they can let go of their past resentment. But peerless Douluo is different. This is the strongest person in the world who is invincible. In the future, HaoTian sect will once again become the number 1 sect in the world. This is enough to make them completely let go of their past resentment. Okay. This matter is settled. At this moment, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Finally, they took advantage of the change in the situation on the mainland to settle the matter of their nephew returning to the sect. Although he is only an outer sect disciple, it doesn't matter. It has been opened and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, with the sect master uncle here, is there any difference between the outer sect and the inner sect? As for Tang Hao, it doesn't matter whether this guy returns to the sect or not. Anyway, even if he doesn't return to the sect, it will only take a word for HaoTian sect to have any problems in the future. On the contrary, he has never lived in HaoTian sect. The key is Tang San. After all, if the matter of returning to the sect is not decided at this time, how much sense of belonging can Tang San have to the HaoTian sect when he grows up in the future? As Tang San's elders, the two are most afraid that the HaoTian sect will not play any role in Tang San's growth process, so that Tang San will have the mentality of "you ignored me before, and you can't afford me now" towards the sect in the future. Judging others by yourself, since the sect has never cultivated me, why should I work for the sect? End of this chapter. 275 Chapter 275 Elemental Holy Academy, Spirit Gold. 275. Time flies, and a year and a half has passed in the blink of an eye. During this year and a half, a lot of things happened on the continent. Soon after Qian Rongxiu's lurking plan failed, Emperor Shuiyat, who was poisoned by an incurable poison, died. The fourth prince Shuibeng, who had just taken the throne of the crown prince, ascended the throne and became the Shuibeng Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Although he succeeded to the throne in a hurry and had no foundation before, after becoming Ning Fengzi's apprentice, the newly succeeded Emperor Shuibeng quickly consolidated his imperial power. He did not completely control the empire, but at least becometh only object of loyalty of the millions of elite troops, the royal guards and the royal knights of the Tiandu Empire. The imperial power is stable, and there is the strong support of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In addition, the Spirit Hall has just been defeated once, and even the four titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, including the two worship elders, were beaten and fled in panic. After Shuibeng came to power, he immediately promoted the plan to expel the Spirit Hall from the empire. Of course, the young Emperor Shuibeng did not completely lose his mind. He did not directly drive it out by force, but gave the Spirit Hall 3 months to order it to withdraw from the Tiandu Empire. Afterwards, the Tiandu Empire signed an alliance agreement with the Xingluo Empire against the Spirit Hall, and the two empires formed a defensive alliance. The alliance agreement is valid for 30 years. During the agreement, the two empires cannot attack each other. If the Spirit Hall attacks the Tiandu or Xingluo Empire, the other empire must directly declare war on the Spirit Hall and send a large army to jointly attack the Spirit Hall. However, the agreement stipulates that if any party to the alliance agreement takes the initiative to attack the Spirit Hall, the other party of the defensive alliance does not have to fulfill the covenant. The two empires formed a defensive alliance, and the forces on the mainland also showed signs of alliance. The Spirit Hall did not act rashly and withdrew from the Tiandu Empire before the expiration of the 3-month period. At the same time, Tang San, the son of HaoTian Douluo and the Blue-Silver Emperor, the nephew of HaoTian sect master Tang Xiao, one of the 3 greatest twin spirit owners in the world, the original time and space protagonist, and the visitor from another world, returned to HaoTian sect and became an outer disciple of HaoTian sect. A year ago, Feng Zhen, the dean of Shenfeng Academy, achieved the 9-ring titled Douluo, titled Ling Feng. Soon after, 3 of the 5 elemental academies of the Tiandu Empire, Blazing Fire Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Shenfeng Academy jointly issued a statement that the 3 elemental academies were merged and reorganized into the Elemental Holy Academy. Tyrannosaurus Douluo serves as the dean of the Elemental Academy, and Blazing Douluo, Ice Douluo, and Wind Douluo serve as vice-deans of the academy. The entire Elemental Academy has 4 Douluos in charge, and there are also large-scale simulated training grounds for fire, water, ice, and wind. All talented soul masters are welcome to enroll. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu, the young master of the Spirit Hall, sincerely knelt down in the Douluo Hall to worship the angel statue for 108 days, successfully opened the angel god test, and became the successor of the angel god's throne. Half a year ago, after a long period of deduction by someone, the soul forging level metal forging secret method including the fusion forging technique, the 72 earthly evil hammers came into being. More than a month later, without the knowledge of the world, Douluo continent welcomed the first soul forging grandmaster in history. A month ago, a grandmaster named Mu, who did not want to reveal his name, deduced the method of making the 3-word battle armor with his innate ability. The unknown high-tech soul guide black technology of Douluo continent ushered in a qualitative breakthrough, and the countdown to the birth of the 3-word battle armor began. In the northern province, in the Holy Academy of Elements, in a forging room, in front of the forging table, Mu Yang, holding a spirit gold carving knife, was engraving a soul guide array for the battle armor parts in his hand. 3-word battle armor, done. After a long time, Mu Yang let out a long sigh, put down the spirit gold carving knife in his hand, and stared at the various parts of the soul-forged spirit gold battle armor placed on the forging table in front of him with fiery eyes. In the field of metal forging, the performance that high-quality alloys can exert is stronger than that of most single metals of the same forging level. In the past, when the forging technique was still spirit forging, because the performance of a single rare metal was not bad, Mu Yang did not consider the problem of rare metal alloys, and did not deduce the secret method of metal smelting forging. According to the classification of later generations, the metal forging levels are divided from low to high into 100 forging, 1000 forging, spirit forging, soul forging, and sky forging. Metal smelting forging refers to the fusion forging of two or more metals, which is not included in the forging level classification. The metal that can be smelted forged can be the 100 forging level, the soul forging level, or even the sky forging level. Before the soul forging level, due to the excellent performance of rare metals themselves and the limitation of forging level, there is no need to pursue melt-forged metals. But when the forging level reaches the soul forging level, except for a few very precious metals, the performance of most rare metals themselves is somewhat insufficient. In order to better play the performance of soul forging metals, it is very necessary to replace the original single metal with high-quality melt-forged alloys. Mu Yang himself has no forging master and does not master excellent alloy formulas. If it were other soul forging masters, without a master, they would have to get high-quality alloy formulas through tireless experiments and explorations, just like the scientific researchers in his previous life in modern society, and get them through some luck. But for Mu Yang, it is just a high-quality melt-forged alloy formula, which is simple. Mu Yang bought some of each rare metal available on the market. After testing the general performance of various rare metals, the innate ability was used to deduce the rare metal alloy with the greatest amplification effect on the three elements of ice, fire, and wind, as well as the ice-flame attribute of ice and fire fusion. The deduction efficiency was very high. On the first day, the rare metal alloy with the strongest amplification effect on the ice element was deduced, and on the second day, the strongest amplification alloy for the fire element was deduced. Then there was no deduction on the third and fourth days, because no matter whether it was an amplification of the ice or fire system, the strongest effect was an alloy forged from refined gold and magic silver. After thinking for a long time, combined with the metal properties of this alloy, Mu Yang named it Lingjian, which means a metal that can flexibly amplify all elements, referred to as Lingjian. In fact, Mu Yang, who had not read the Legend of the Golden Dragon, did not know that in the later generations of Douluo continent, a rare metal alloy forged from refined gold and magic silver that could amplify all elements was made of pure gold and magic silver. Spiritual forging alloy, also called spiritual gold. As expected, when Mu Yang forged the spiritual gold, he found that the metal properties of this thing were indeed not limited to the amplification of ice elements and fire elements, but included the amplification of all elements including multiple fusion elements. And the amplification effect of spiritual gold on all elements is very strong, and the element amplification ratio exceeds the ratio of blue copper of the same forging level to the amplification of soul power. Therefore, Mu Yang did not waste time to deduce other fusion alloys, and it was enough to have spiritual gold that could amplify all elements. Anyway, the battle armor is not for sale, and the users are all his own people, whether it is himself, or the relatives around him and the high-level members of the Element Saint Academy, all of them are soul masters with elemental attributes, so they only need to arrange the spiritual gold battle armor, and there is no need to do other fancy things. As for the materials and colors of many battle armors, they are all the same. All of them are golden colors of the rich. It doesn't matter, as long as the battle armor is useful, it's fine. Anyway, it's just worn when fighting, not ordinary clothes. Besides, although the materials and colors of the battle armor are the same, it does not mean that the styles are exactly the same. They can have unique style characteristics that belong to the wearer. End of this chapter. 276 Chapter 276 Do you have a fever? 276. Pressing his hand on the spirit gold battle armor, Mu Yang's mind moved, and the soul-forged spirit gold battle armor was taken into his body. The next moment, a golden glow emerged from Mu Yang's body, and the spirit gold battle armor instantly appeared. The golden gorgeous armor exuded a faint halo, the surface was covered with flame patterns, and a pair of golden metal wings stretched out behind it. At this moment, Mu Yang looked like a golden saint with wings. Of course, the battle armor is not a decoration, but a special soul guide that can greatly enhance strength. As the ice blue light spread and the ice flame domain bloomed, the soul power in Mu Yang's body, which was possessed by the ice flame holy shadow martial soul, turned and communicated with the soul guide array engraved on the spirit gold battle armor. A soul power aura that was not weaker than that of an ordinary titled Douluo who had just entered the 9 rings permeated out. Feeling the powerful force between his hands and feet, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. With the increase of the spirit gold battle armor, his own strength and soul power was enough to enter the level of the 9 rings titled Douluo, and with the combination of various ice flame secret arts, he was not the bottom of the titled Douluo. In theory, a soul master wearing a 3-word battle armor, even if he had the power of the domain, had to advance to the 7 rings soul saint before he could be on par with the 9 rings titled Douluo under the increase of the domain and the 3-word battle armor. But Mu Yang is not an ordinary soul master. His essence, energy, and spirit are far superior to those of soul masters of the same level. Although he has just cultivated to level 70 and has not yet attached the 7th soul ring, except for the lower level of real soul power, his quality in all aspects is still above that of a 7-ring soul saint. It is precisely because of this that he was able to wear the 3-word battle armor. Otherwise, if he were replaced by an ordinary 70-level quasi-soul saint, the soul-forging level spirit gold battle armor would not only fail to help increase his strength, but would become a burden. With the advent of the 3-word battle armor, the gold content of titled Douluo like Shilong will probably plummet, right? Looking at the spirit gold battle armor he was wearing, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. Generally speaking, except for special cases like himself, only soul masters with a level of 7 rings or above can use the 3-word battle armor normally. Except for geniuses and weaklings, due to the huge gap between level 89 soul Douluo and level 91 titled Douluo, if a soul master who has just entered the 7th ring does not have the power of the domain, even if he wears a 3-word battle armor, his strength cannot be comparable to that of a 9-ring titled Douluo. That is to say, most 7-ringed soul saints wearing 3-word battle armor can only be at the top of the ordinary 9-ring. However, the 3-word battle armor is not only suitable for 7-ringed soul saints, but also for 8-ringed soul Douluo. If an 8-ringed soul Douluo wears a 3-word battle armor, his strength will definitely enter the level of a 9-ring titled Douluo. Titled Douluos are rare in the mainland soul master world, but 8-ringed soul Douluos are not too rare, and the latter is several times more than the former. That is, Mu Yang did not plan to sell the battle armor, otherwise it would be unknown whether a weak titled Douluo like Shilong could sit firmly in the position of an elder of the spirit hall in the future. Of course, since the 3-character battle armor can make the 7-ring soul saint with domain power comparable to the 9-ring titled Douluo, it should have a certain effect on the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. You don't need too much, as long as there is a 1 or 2 level soul power increase, or even only half a level, it can be regarded as a good equipment. Not to mention that the 3-character battle armor is made of soul forging metal, and under the effect of the soul guide array, it has a good defense. Even high-level titled Douluo can't completely ignore its effect. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside the forging room, and a voice sounded, "Brother-in-law, is it time for lunch? Is this a new battle armor?" Turning his head, Mu Yang saw his sister-in-law Shui Yu coming over, looking at the spiritual gold battle armor on his body with a pair of beautiful eyes in surprise. "Well, this is a soul-forged battle armor, 1 level higher than the spirit-forged Narcissus battle armor you are using now. When you cultivate to the 7-ring soul saint, I will buy you a set." Mu Yang nodded. "Another level higher? So, when I cultivate to the 7-ring soul saint, I can be on par with the 9-ring titled Douluo after wearing the soul-forged battle armor." Shui Yu couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then little stars appeared in her eyes, with a face full of admiration. The gap between a 7-ringed soul saint and a 9-ringed titled Douluo is not small, but in the hands of his brother-in-law, this gap was eliminated with just a set of battle armor. Mu Yang shook his head. "You don't have the power of the domain, so you are a little bit behind. You probably need a high level of the 7th ring to be on par with the 9 ring. And using the power of the battle armor to be on par with the 9-ringed titled Douluo is just a basic strength. If you really fight, unless the opponent is also a chicken with insufficient actual combat, you will most likely lose. In addition, your qualities in all aspects are not comparable to those of ordinary soul masters of the same level. If you change to an ordinary soul master, you almost have to reach the 8th ring to be on par with the titled Douluo. The higher the level, the greater the actual gap between each level, and the amplification effect of each level of battle armor will decrease. A 1-word battle armor can make a 5-ringed soul saint on par with a 7-ringed soul saint, a 2-word battle armor can make a 6-ringed soul saint on par with an 8-ringed soul saint, but a 3-word battle armor cannot make all 7-ringed soul saints on par with 9-ringed titled Douluo. When it comes to the 4-character battle armor, a 9-ring titled Douluo can only be comparable to an ordinary 99-level peerless Douluo at most. If you want to be on par with a demigod, even if you have a 4-character battle armor, you have to cultivate your soul power level to the 99-level peerless Douluo. Of course, if the target is Douluo or Bo-Sixi, since these two demigods are relatively weak and cannot compare with the demigods of later generations who have condensed more than one soul core, the level base can be lowered a little. Well, the premise is that you can't be in the Wuhan City and Sea God Island area, otherwise if these two water goods demigods mobilize the angel power and the sea god power, their strength is probably still above the demigods of later generations. Shui Yuer came forward and hugged Mu Yang's arm, saying coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, I heard that the domains of Sister Huo Wu and Brother Wu Shuang were awakened after refining the treasures you gave them. Can you give Yuer one too? Please." Glancing at her, Mu Yang withdrew his arm that was stuck in the soft spot without a trace, and said, "I don't have any good ideas. The inner core of the exotic beasts refined by Huo Wu and Wu Shuang was obtained by me by chance. It is uncertain whether such treasures can be encountered in the future, not to mention the attribute requirements. It's okay, brother-in-law, Yuer believes in you. You are the best. You will definitely find it for Yuer, right?" Blinking, Shui Yuer said softly. Hearing this, Mu Yang was stunned, stretched out his hand and put it on Shui Yuer's forehead, and then looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Shaking his head, Shui Yuer looked puzzled. "Are you having a fever?" Mu Yang asked. "If you don't have a fever, why are you talking so coquettishly? You know, my sister-in-law Shui Yuer is already in her 20s, and has long passed the voice change period that all boys and girls experience." Shui Yuer, Shui Yuer looked at Mu Yang angrily. Is he so ignorant of romance? Oh, I remember now, the reason why Mu Yang and sister Shui Binger can be together is not because Mu Yang is sweet, but because her sister has been eyeing Mu Yang for a long time. Then Mu Yang's martial soul evolved and transformed, and the two of them had martial soul fusion skills, which made it natural for them to be together. It has nothing to do with whether he understands romance or not. Sure enough, if she wants to be with her sister forever in the future, she still has to take the initiative, otherwise she may not be able to wait for her brother-in-law to open up. Since they are good sisters, they must love each other for the rest of their lives. End of this chapter. 277 Chapter 277 Prelude to Soul Hunting, High-End Version, Part 1. 277. In the restaurant, Mu Yang was busy showing off his food. The virtuous Shui Binger would occasionally pick up a piece of food for him, while Shui Yuer ate it bit by bit, feeling quite annoyed. After moving to the Elemental Saint Academy, Mu Yang no longer lived with his elders, considering that he was no longer a child and had a future wife. Instead, he lived with Shui Binger and his sister-in-law Shui Yuer in a villa assigned by the academy. Because they were still young and in the golden period of cultivation, the academy did not arrange any specific work to avoid delaying their cultivation. All their time was freely arranged by them. With a lot of free time, Shui Binger, who had the demeanor of a good wife and mother, had time to cook for Mu Yang. Otherwise, according to the past, the three of them could have eaten directly in the academy cafeteria. "Binger, I have already figured out the soul forging battle armor. We will set out to hunt souls in a while." While eating the delicious food in the bowl, Mu Yang said to Shui Binger. A few days ago, he had already broken through to the Quasi-Soul Saint level 70. Now that the soul forging battle armor has been released, the upper limit of his strength has been greatly increased again. The safety of hunting souls has been more guaranteed. It is time to prepare. According to the usual best ratio, the 5th soul ring of a soul master is over 10,000 years old, the 6th soul ring is 20,000 years old, and the 7th soul ring is about 40 to 50,000 years old. But for Mu Yang, the 7th soul ring with only 40 to 50,000 years old is naturally not enough, and it is far from enough. If he does not know the traces of the 100,000-year soul beast and does not have the strength to hunt the 100,000-year soul beast, then the 7th soul ring of 80 to 90,000 years old is not impossible. But since he knows where the 100,000-year soul beast is and has the strength to hunt it, then there is no need to consider the 7th soul ring below 100,000 years old. This time, Mu Yang planned to bring enough experts to make a big move. If the plan goes well, the increase in strength after the soul hunting will definitely be the biggest since he awakened his martial soul. After all, time waits for no one. Qian Rongxiu, who failed to usurp the country, has returned to Wuhan City to inherit her ancestral heritage. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be able to ascend to the throne of Angel in a few years. He has to speed up his pace. When exactly? Shui Binger asked. Putting down the chopsticks in his hand, Mu Yang said, the target of this soul hunting is not weak, stable, and to be on the safe side, I plan to call all 4 of our big brothers. I will go and tell them later to arrange the affairs of the academy and set off in a month. Call all? The continent is not peaceful now. I always feel that the Spirit Hall is going to fight with the 2 empires. It is not appropriate for all the strong men in the academy to go soul hunting with us, right? Shui Binger hesitated. Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently, don't worry, the reason why I will set off in a month is not only to let the 4 deans arrange the affairs of the academy in advance, but also to leave a trump card for the academy, so as not to be robbed by someone. Trumpet, what trump card? Do you mean the soul forging battle armor? Shui Binger was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but soon thought of the key. Yes, it is the soul forging battle armor. The 8-ring soul Douluo is matched with the soul forging battle armor, which is a 9-ring title level combat power. Our academy still has 4 8-ring soul fighters. I will equip them with soul forging battle armor. Even if my aunt and the others go soul hunting with us, there are still 4 9-ring masters in the academy. As early as when Mu Yang returned from the Yin Yang Eye with a full load, Qi Chenjun, the vice president of the Blazing Fire Academy, broke through the bottleneck of level 79 with the help of the 9th grade purple fungus and advanced to the 8-ring soul fighter. After the establishment of the Elemental Academy, Mu Yang took some time to tinker with the fire, water, ice, and wind 4-element meditation method, which is much stronger than ordinary meditation, but lower than the extreme flame meditation method. It is open to the high level of the Academy 7 rings and above. Although this 4-element meditation method can only be regarded as a low-profile version of the ice flame, extreme flame, and other meditation methods, it is not completely useless. Look, the establishment of the Elemental Academy has only been about a year, and there are 3 in the Academy. The 79th level Soul Saint who switched to the Elemental Meditation method broke through to the 8-ring Soul Douluo. Counting Qi Chenjun who had already advanced, although the soul power levels of these 4 Soul Douluos are not very high, especially the 3 Soul Douluos who advanced later are only at level 83 at the moment, but with the 3-word Soul Forging Battle Armor in hand, their strength is definitely at the level of 9-ring title Douluo, and their strength is even higher than the weak title Douluo like Shilong. With these 4 9-ring level masters in charge, if it is not a big scene, it will definitely be easy to deal with. Shui Binger nodded, that's good, I'm still a little short of level 70 now. Since it will take a month to set off, I will probably be able to break through by then, so I don't have to make another trip. Hearing this, Mu Yang thought for a while and said, Binger, don't rush to advance. After this soul hunting is over, we will go to the Slaughter City. There should be a 7th soul ring that is more suitable for you. As the Supreme God King, Azure God should not be as stingy as Raksha God. If he can successfully start the God test, even if Shui Binger's test level cannot reach the 9 tests of God, she will most likely have a chance to obtain the God-given soul ring. 100,000-year soul beasts are hard to find on the mainland. It is still unclear whether there are 100,000-year soul beasts of ice-type flying birds. Even 100,000-year ice attribute soul beasts are very rare. At least Mu Yang has never heard of them. There are 3 ice-type beasts with a year of more than 200,000 years in the far north, but these 3 beasts are not within Shui Binger's choice range at present. First, Shui Binger, who is level 70, is probably not strong enough to safely attach such a high-year soul ring, especially the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor with super high years. Second, although the Elemental Holy Academy is not weak, it is obviously still a little short of the 3 beasts. Even the Titan Snow Demon King, the weakest among the 3, is at least at the same level as the Wuhan Hall. Well, in a one-on-one battle, the Titan Snow Demon King, who is more than 200,000 years old, can definitely beat the demon-subduing Douluo in the far north. And the most powerful Ice and Snow Goddess, Snow Queen, is even more amazing. At present, perhaps only Qian Daoliu can rival her in the mainland Soul Master world. At present, the 3 beasts in the far north are not within the consideration of Mu Yang and Shui Binger. Therefore, in order for Shui Binger to have a better future, Mu Yang set his sights on the God-given above the Spirit Ring. The God-given Spirit Ring is 100% compatible with the Spirit Master, and the upper limit of age is extremely high, at least 100,000 years, and even 990,000 years or even 1 million years is not ruled out. This is much stronger than ordinary spirit rings under 100,000 years or 100,000 year spirit rings with low compatibility. And Shui Bing'er is a single spirit master, and only needs 3 spirit rings in the future. If Shura God is more generous, maybe she won't have to worry about the spirit ring problem in the future. End of this chapter. 278 Chapter 278 Prelude to Soul Hunting, High-End Edition, Part 2. 278. Of course, all the missing soul rings will be replaced by God-given soul rings, which can only be applied to Shui Bing'er, and Mu Yang has no hope for this. The Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul still needs 3 soul rings to complete, and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul needs 9, a total of 12 God-given soul rings. Mu Yang does not think that Shura God can satisfy him. Perhaps Shura God is not as poor or stingy as Rakshasa God, but he is definitely not a nanny. Otherwise Tang Chen would not have been tricked by Rakshasa God and parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. This big guy may sponsor a few of the huge gap in soul rings, but he will have to find a way to make up for the big head. Therefore, Mu Yang targeted the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, just in time to add soul rings to advance, and also to gather soul bones. After dinner, Mu Yang went to the Academy's administrative building, found Huo Lai, and told him about the soul hunting plan. In the following time, except for daily training and rest, Mu Yang basically stayed in the forging room. Although there were only 4 8-ring soul Douluos in the academy, he needed to forge more than just 4 sets of soul forging battle armor. Soul forging battle armor is the 3-character battle armor of later generations. Under the amplification of a full set of 3-character battle armor, a 7-ring soul saint with domain power can be on par with a 9-ring titled Douluo. In other words, the upper limit of the effect of the 3-character battle armor can enter the level of a 9-ring titled Douluo. Even if it is worn by a 9-ring titled Douluo, it can more or less have a certain amplification effect, especially for Feng Zhen, who has only been promoted to a 9-ring titled Douluo for 1 year and has not yet broken through to level 92. In addition, the target of this soul hunting is a 100,000-year soul beast, and it is also a Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python with extraordinary combat power. In order to improve the fault tolerance rate, it is very necessary to arrange 3-word battle armor for Huo Lai and the other 4. Even if the 3-word battle armor cannot increase the strength of Huo Lai, a 95-level titled Douluo, it can also be used as an armor-type defensive soul guide. 4 sets of 4 Douluos, 4 sets of 4 8-ring soul Douluos, and 1 set of Shui Bing'er, a total of 9 sets of 3-word battle armor, enough for Mu Yang to be busy for a while. The soul forging spirit gold required to forge 9 sets of 3-word battle armor is simple, and he can get it done quickly under the great strength to create miracles. But engraving the soul guide array on all 9 sets of 3-word battle armor is not only a technical job, but also an endurance job, which takes a lot of time. After all, only Mu Yang himself knows how to do this thing, and it is purely hand engraved, so it can't be fast. More than a month later, under the night sky, 8 figures wearing black robes and hoods left the Elemental Holy Academy. In addition to Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er, these 8 figures also include the 95th level Tyrannosaurus Douluo Huo Lai, the 93th level Blazing Fire Douluo Muziu, the 92nd level Ice Douluo Shui Yanyu, the 91st level Frostwind Douluo Feng Zhen, as well as Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. There was a small episode. On the basis of the 9 sets of 3-character battle armor, Mu Yang made 2 more sets. During the past month, in addition to Shui Bing'er breaking through to the 70th level Quasi-Soul Saint, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan also cultivated to the 70th level, and Huo Wushuan broke through a few days earlier than Shui Bing'er. Also, although they had taken immortal herbs, there was no doubt that Shui Bing'er's cultivation talent was stronger than Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. It's not that Shui Bing'er originally had better talent than Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, but the acacia heartbroken red, known as the King of Flowers, is of a higher grade than the immortal herbs the 2 took, and has a higher upper limit for talent improvement. Shui Bing'er reached level 60 Quasi-Soul Emperor a long time earlier than the 2. Logically, Shui Bing'er, who has better talent, should have broken through level 70 much faster than the 2. However, thanks to the refining of the inner alchemy of the Jiaolong beast and the 10-headed fiery sun snake, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu not only awakened the power of the domain, but also gained a lot of additional soul power, which made the soul power level of the 2 catch up. Of course, although Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan also went to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls, they would return to the academy directly after adding the 7th soul ring and advancing to the 7-ring soul saint, and did not participate in the subsequent hunting of the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python. These 200,000-year-old beast kings, regardless of whether they are Titan giant ape or Azure bull python, are not as powerful as ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts. If converted into titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world, they must be at least at the level of titled Douluo at level 96. Although after Huowu and Huowushuan advanced to the 7th ring Soul Saint, with the blessing of domain power and soul forging battle armor, their strength is enough to match the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. But such strength is obviously not enough compared to the Titan giant ape and Azure bull python, which are at least level 96. If you are not careful, you may be killed by the innate soul skills of the 2 beast kings. It's like the Ling Yu and Douluo in the previous life animation, who was eager to make merit and fell under the innate soul skills of the 2 beast kings. Anyway, this time their lineup is strong enough to deal with these 2 beast kings. For the sake of safety, Mu Yang and the 4 Douluos did not plan to let Huowu and the others participate. With the wings of battle armor, the group traveled very fast. In addition, the 4 Douluo had condensed soul cores, and the speed of soul power recovery in their bodies was faster than the speed of consumption during flying. Each person took one, and the next afternoon, the group crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the Xingda Great Forest. Half a month later, Huowu and Huowushuan, with their physical fitness and mental strength no less than that of ordinary 8-ring soul Douluo, successively added about 90,000 7th soul rings and advanced to the 7-ring soul saint. Wushuan, Xiaohu, you go back to the academy first. Huo Lai said to the 2 who had advanced. Father, my brother and I are now at the level of titled Douluo. How about we go and play assists? Knowing the subsequent actions of the 6 people, Huowu, who had a little inflated mentality, was eager to try after his strength increased greatly after the advancement. Hunting 100,000-year soul beast, it would be fine if she didn't have the strength, but now Miss Huowu is also considered a strong person in the Soul Master world. If she doesn't participate, wouldn't it be a pity? Don't make trouble, even if you have battle armor, you too may not be able to beat a 90,000-year soul beast, so don't make trouble, go back to the academy. Without waiting for Huo Lai to object, Muzia waved her hand at Huowu with a look of disdain. This time the target is 200,000-year beast kings. With the participation of 2 people, the team's paper strength looks much stronger, with 2 more title-level combat power. But in fact, because the 2 of them are far less powerful than the 2 beast kings, if they really want to fight, they still need to be careful that the 2 of them make mistakes, which will inevitably distract their attention and may even reduce their strength. Seeing her mother's unceremonious attack, Huowu's face turned pale and she pouted, but finally nodded helplessly. The majesty of the mother of the vice president will not allow her, a little karami, to provoke. End of this chapter. 279 Chapter 279 The Painful Loss for Bib Dong. 279. Looking at the backs of Huowu and the others leaving, Mu Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At first, Mu Yang planned to take Huowu, Huowushuan, Shui Yuer and Feng Xiaotian with him when he went to the Slaughter City to start the Shura God test. After all, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Ma Hongjun and others in the original novel were able to achieve the 9-ring title Douluo before the age of 30, relying on the immortal herbs and the opportunity to take the Sea God test. It can be said that the speed of strength improvement by participating in the God's test is definitely not comparable to one's own hard work. And if the Shura God is not stingy with the God-given soul ring, except for Feng Xiaoshan's temporary lack of foundation, Huowu and the other 2 will have the opportunity to obtain the 100,000-year 7th soul ring. But later Mu Yang changed his mind and decided not to take Huowu and the other 4 with him for the sake of safety. The difficulty of the Shura test is unknown. Even the strongest soul master in the world, Tang Chen, who is the invincible on land, has fallen. It can be seen that the test is very difficult. He has no absolute confidence that he can protect the 4 people. Therefore, Mu Yang gave up the idea of taking the 4 people to the Slaughter City to start the Shura God test. Anyway, if there is no Shura test, there is still the Sea God test, and the difficulty of the Sea God test is known, so let them go to the Sea God Island for free. Or simply one person gets the Tao, and everyone else will rise to heaven. After all, there are many gods in the God realm who want to pass down the throne. This is how Tang Fozu in the original work operates. You can say that Tang Fozu is a bad person, but in terms of treating his younger brothers, Tang Fozu is a good brother. He not only gives the fairy grass, but also arranges the throne. With such a great favor, let alone Dai Lauda becoming Mu Bai, calling Dai Mu Bai Xiao Bai is not too much. Outside an unknown forest. Father, I succeeded. The blue-haired boy who walked out of the forest said excitedly to the sloppy and burly man who had been waiting for a long time in front of him. As he spoke, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black bloomed around his body, and a crystal blue-silver grass with a hint of golden texture emerged from the heart of the blue-haired boy's right hand. Yin. Looking at his eldest son Tang San, who had changed greatly after awakening the emperor's bloodline, Tang Hao couldn't help but be infatuated. Yin, don't worry, I will definitely train our little San to become the strongest person on the continent, or even the legendary god. After a while, Tang Hao came back to his senses from his thoughts and made up his mind. The city of slaughter can give the practitioner the power of the field, which is something that his grandfather Tang Chen, who was known as the Invincible on land and was only one step away from the realm of God, could not do. In other words, the city of slaughter is most likely a place where gods are inherited. With his eldest son Tang San's innate full soul power and the talent of twin martial souls, he may be able to get a glimpse of the position of God in the future. If he gets the position of God, why worry about not being able to destroy the Spirit Hall in the future? Soul City, Pope Hall. Your Holiness, after more than a year of exploration by multiple teams of the Silent Squad, we finally found traces of 200,000-year soul beasts in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. In addition, in the hiding place of these 200,000-year soul beasts, the Silent Squad also found the transformed soul beast that had a close relationship with Tang Hao's son Tang San. Ghost Douluo Guime reported respectfully to Bib Dong, who was sitting on the throne of the Pope in the hall. 200,000-year soul beasts and a transformed soul beast. The white jade finger tapped the deputy hand. Bib Dong raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked, what kind of soul beasts are these 200,000-year soul beasts? How are the casualties of the Silent Squad? After Qian Rongxu returned to Wuhan City and opened the Angel God test, Bib Dong could not sit still, and a strong sense of urgency arose in her heart. After all, if Qian Rongxu ascended to the throne of God, Wuhan Hall would sweep across the entire continent and complete the great cause of unification. By then, whether it was to destroy the Spirit Hall, or to occupy the Spirit Hall and transform it into his own spirit empire, it would all be a dream. Therefore, Bib Dong decisively sent out the 5 teams of annihilation that she had trained for many years to the Xingda Great Forest to search for the traces of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, in order to complete the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's spirit as soon as possible. It was the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. A total of 11 soul Douluos and 43 soul saints were killed in the 5 teams of annihilation. As he spoke, a look of pain flashed across Guime's face. Why are there so many casualties? When you reported some time ago, didn't you only lose 1 soul Douluo and several soul saints? When Bib Dong heard that the 5 teams of annihilation had lost so many masters, her face darkened immediately. Since ascending to the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bib Dong has carefully trained many high-level soul masters. The Silent Squad is an elite squad composed of high-level soul masters selected by Bib Dong. Each Silent Squad has at least 5 soul Douluos and 20 soul saints. Faced with such an elite squad composed of so many high-level soul masters, titled Douluos like Shilong would have to take a detour when they see them. Of course, the strength of the Silent Squad is not bad, but Bib Dong also knows that searching for the traces of 100,000-year soul beasts in the dangerous Stardo Great Forest for a long time will inevitably lead to losses. She has already known this. I was mentally prepared. But Bib Dong never expected that she would not even get the 100,000-year spirit ring. More than 2/5 of the 5 teams of annihilation were lost. Even though she had many masters under her command, Bib Dong couldn't help but feel the pain. The ghost explained, Your Holiness, the huge casualties of the Silent Squad were caused by the 200,000-year soul beasts. To ensure that there are no omissions, the 5 Silent Squads carried out a carpet search in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. Layer by layer, each team searched an area every day, and gathered once every night to confirm the safety of each team. Just a few days ago, a team of Silence disappeared in the forest they were responsible for searching that day. The other 4 teams of Silence gathered the next day to investigate the cause of the disappearance and found traces of the Titan Giant Ape, the Azure Bull Python, and the transformed Soul Beast. The Titan Giant Ape was extremely murderous and also mastered the gravity-type field power. The 4 Silence squads were able to escape after losing a lot of people. Don't say it, facing the strong who mastered the gravity field, the weak often don't even have a chance to escape. Facing 200,000-year-old beast kings, the Silence Squad was fortunate to have a large number of people, and they ran away directly when they saw the situation was not good. Otherwise, if they fought to the death, they would only be collectively wiped out. Bang! Damn beasts! Bib Dong slammed the armrest of the throne, and couldn't help cursing in her heart. Although the Silence Squad also belongs to the power of the Spirit Hall, it is the direct lineage she cultivated, and they are truly her own people. More than 2 of the 5 Silence Squads sent out were lost, which in Bib Dong's eyes was more distressing than the loss of 2 or 3 titled elders from the non-pope faction in the Elder Hall. After a while, Bib Dong calmed down and said, "Ghost Elder, gather all the elders and hold an elders meeting in 1 hour." "Yes, Your Majesty the Pope." Ghost took the order and left. End of this chapter. 280 Chapter 280 You will see what happens sooner or later. 280. 1 hour later. In the meeting hall of the Elders' Hall, Pope Bib Dong sat at the head, and more than 20 titled Douluo including 6 priests gathered together. Bib Dong glanced at the people sitting around, especially stayed on the second worshipper Golden Crocodile for a second longer, and said in a deep voice, "Today, all the elders are called together for 3 things. The first thing is that the traces of a 100,000-year soul beast were found in the Xingda Great Forest. This Pope will go to hunt souls soon. During this period, the 2 platinum bishops will be responsible for all matters of the Pope's palace. The second thing is that HaoTian has excellent talent, and returned from the Slaughter City 2 years ago. She gained the power of the Killing God domain and should be established as the Holy Maiden of our Wuhan Hall. The third thing is that as time goes by, the strength of our Wuhan Hall is getting stronger and stronger. There are constantly new and excellent soul masters joining, but at the same time, there are also constant soul masters leaving. On the mainland, although we are the largest soul master group, we are not the only one, and not all soul masters will obey the dispatch of the Wuhan Hall, especially some of the strong ones, who do not take the Wuhan Hall seriously and repeatedly commit case. To improve this situation and unite soul masters from all sides around my Spirit Hall, I propose to start the soul hunting operation and deal a fatal blow to those who dare to disobey the Spirit Hall. At the same time, the 7 major sects on the continent have existed for so many years, and it is time to readjust them." As soon as the voice fell, the originally calm Golden Crocodile Douluo's face changed and he said, "I object." Hearing the voice, Bib Dong's face sank, and he looked at the Golden Crocodile with an unfriendly face. "Elder Golden Crocodile, tell me the reason for your objection." "Pope, I have no opinion on the matter of soul hunting and the soul hunting operation, but I dare not agree with the second thing. My Spirit Hall already has a saint, and there is no need for a second one. Unless HaoTian can prove that she is better than the young lady and is more suitable to take charge of the Spirit Hall in the future, otherwise I will never agree to such a ridiculous thing." Golden Crocodile Douluo said unceremoniously. In the original novel, HaoTian was canonized as the saint of the Spirit Hall, mainly because Qianrongxiu had not returned to the Spirit City at that time, and was still plotting for the throne of the Heaven Do Empire. If the plan to usurp the country succeeds, the position of the Saint of the Spirit Hall will naturally not be taken seriously by Qianrongxiu, and the Spirit Hall does need an obvious first-line successor to the Pope. But now that Qianrongxiu has returned to the Spirit City, there can't be a second Saint of the Spirit Hall. Yes, the second worshipper is right. My Spirit Hall doesn't need a second saint. As soon as the Golden Crocodile finished speaking, the other worshippers spoke up. All 6 worshippers spoke, and the elders of the worshippers faction naturally nodded in agreement. Let HaoTian prove that she is better than Qianrongxiu. Bib Dong knew that although HaoTian was good enough, she was still not good enough compared to Qianrongxiu. Seeing that more than 2/3 of the elders on the scene opposed HaoTian's appointment as the saint, Bib Dong took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said again, "Since most of the elders are against it, let's skip the second item for now. This soul hunting operation has 2 targets, one is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the other is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I wonder which elder would like to volunteer." At this time, the third worshipper Qingluan spoke, "Pope, please wait." "What's the matter, Elder Qingluan?" Bib Dong looked at Qingluan expressionlessly. "I think the Pope also knows about the relationship between the young lady and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Because of the relationship between Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Glass sect, the chief priest has said that all actions against the 7 Treasures Glazed sect must be approved by the young lady." Qingluan Douluo said lightly. Rongxiu's brain is not stupid. During the Tiandu Palace incident, the Spirit Hall was defeated by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. She expected that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would most likely be retaliated by the Spirit Hall in the future. Recalling the friendship between master and apprentice in the past, Rongxiu asked her grandfather Daolia for this privilege, as a reward for Ning Fengzi's careful teaching of her in the past. Hearing this, Bib Dong's face completely darkened. You are all against this pope, right? Sooner or later, you will see what happens. Bib Dong, unfilial daughter. More than half an hour later, the elders' meeting ended. Two things were passed at this meeting. Bib Dong selected 7 Douluos, Ju, Gui, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Ling Yuan, Snake Spear, and Sigzhu, to go to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls with her on a certain day. During the soul hunting period, the Spirit Hall selected soul masters to prepare for the soul hunting operation. When she hunts souls after returning, the Spirit Hall launched a plan to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, in order to shock and deter all forces on the continent, facilitate the subsequent re-establishment of the 7 major sects on the continent, and strengthen the prestige of the Spirit Hall on the continent. As for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, this is put on hold for the time being. Bib Dong knows that unless Rongxiu agrees, this proposal will not be passed at the elders' meeting. However, although the proposal to destroy the 7 Treasures Glazed sect failed to pass, Bib Dong did not think it was a pity. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 sects on the continent, with the power of thunder can also serve as a good warning and deterrent to other forces on the continent. 2 days later, the core area of the Xingda Great Forest. In the forest, 5 figures were waiting quietly. At this time, a figure flew from a distance and landed beside the 5 people. Brother Lai, how is the situation? Seeing Huo Lai coming back, Muziu asked hurriedly. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I didn't get too close, but I also sensed the general situation. The transformed soul beast of Shrek Academy was indeed there, and the Titan Giant Ape was indeed the 100,000-year-old Beast King, but I didn't sense the existence of the Azure Bull Python that Xiao Yang mentioned. After saying that, Huo Lai turned his head and looked at Mu Yang. Whether the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python exists or not, we regard it as hiding in the dark. Mu Yang did not explain that the Azure Bull Python should be hiding in the Lake of Life. As long as the opponent's combat power is calculated, the Azure Bull Python can be counted. As early as when telling Huo Lai about the soul hunting plan, Mu Yang told Huo Lai what he knew about the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Huo Lai did not ask Mu Yang why he knew that there were 200,000-year-old Beast Kings in the core area of the Xingda Great Forest, and he also knew their details. Just like the various secret methods at the beginning, he directly made up this source of information into the oracle of a certain god. Okay, Xiao Yang, do you have any specific plans? Nodding, Huo Lai asked. Mu Yang said slowly, this time I am going to add 3 soul rings to the soul hunting. The Titan Giant Ape will serve as the 7th soul ring, and the transformed soul beast and the Azure Bull Python will serve as the 1st and 2nd soul rings of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. The strength of the transformed soul beast can be ignored, but the strength of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python is very strong. If converted into soul masters, their strength is at least level 96, or even level 97 title Douluo. It is best to defeat the 2 one by one, and at the very least, they cannot be allowed to join forces, otherwise the gravity control field will be superimposed on the slow field, which will definitely be a big trouble. Later, I will lurk over and control the transformed soul beast with spiritual secrets to lure out the Titan Giant Ape. At that time, Binger and I will use the martial soul fusion technique, and Aunt, you will help us to deal with the Titan Giant Ape. Uncle, Aunt, Uncle Feng, you will stop the Azure Bull Python and possible enemies. Hearing this, Huo Lai thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yang, I should be able to stop the Azure Bull Python for 100,000 years. Why not let Ziyu and Feng Zhen help you, so that the battle can end as soon as possible. End of this chapter. 281 Chapter 281 Hunting time is about to begin. 281. Generally speaking, the strength of soul beasts will be stronger than soul masters of the same realm. For example, a 100,000-year soul beast corresponds to a titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring in terms of level. But excluding a few that are not good at fighting, a 100,000-year soul beast that must have domain power is far more powerful than an ordinary titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring, and it is even possible to kill it in one move. And the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python is undoubtedly the best among the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. As a 95 level titled Douluo, even if he has condensed a soul core and has various secret techniques in his hands, Huolai originally did not have absolute confidence that he could contain the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python alone, but the soul-forged battle armor gave Huolai enough self-confidence. The amplification effect of the 3-character battle armor on the titled Douluo exceeded Mu Yang's initial expectations. After wearing the soul-forging spirit gold battle armor, the level 91 Feng Zhen's strength is no weaker than most of the level 95 titled Douluo. The level 92 Shuiyanyu, with the help of the soul-forging battle armor, is even stronger than the ordinary level 95 titled Douluo. The level 93 Muziu, wearing the soul-forging battle armor, will be as strong as the level 96 titled Douluo. And the level 95 Huolai, with the amplification of the soul-forging battle armor, is strong enough to match the level 97 titled Douluo such as Qingluan and Xiangxi of the Spirit Hall. With the strength of the peak level 97, not to mention being able to explode the 100,000-year-old Sky Blue Bull Python, if it is just to contain it, there is absolutely no problem. No, to deal with the Titan Giant Ape Binger and I are enough. I asked my aunt to come along just to avoid being disturbed when absorbing the soul ring. Uncle, you guys just hold back the Azure Bull Python and block any unknown variables that may appear. Shaking his head, Mu Yang rejected Huolai's proposal. To be honest, Mu Yang was not worried about not being able to kill the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. What worried him most was that one or more fierce beasts would suddenly appear. There are several fierce beast-level soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest, but they usually don't come out to move around, as if they are busy sucking blood from the million-year-old silkworms. Even so, Mu Yang still feels it is necessary to be wary of them. It's like the owner who stays at home is very busy, but if an outsider comes to steal his watchdog and makes a lot of noise, then after noticing the noise, even if the owner in the house he would come out to find out what was going on. It was precisely because of this that Mu Yang planned to control Xiao Wu with the soul-stealing secret technique, and lead the Titan Giant Ape out through Xiao Wu, so as to keep the battlefield away from the Lake of Life as much as possible. As for the original work, why didn't those beasts jump out when Bib Dong led the team to hunt the 2 Beast Kings? Perhaps the beasts didn't notice the movement outside. Or maybe they were concerned about Bib Dong's identity as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, so as not to attract Bib Dong's curiosity after showing up, and then expose the injured Silver Dragon King to the gods of the god realm. At this time, Shuiyanyu suddenly spoke, "Xiao Yang, there is a loophole in your plan." "What loophole?" Mu Yang asked hurriedly. Shuiyanyu said, "The energy contained in the 100,000-year soul ring is very huge. Even if you refine it faster, it is impossible to absorb it completely in a short time. The wisdom of a 100,000-year soul beast is no less than that of an ordinary person. After you kill the Titan Giant Ape, the Azure Bull Python, knowing that it is no match for you, may explode. In this way, including the transformed soul beast controlled by you, you can only get 200,000-year soul rings and soul bones." Mu Yang frowned when he heard this. This is true. In desperation, the Azure Bull Python is not without the possibility of dying in glory rather than living in disgrace. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang had an idea. In this way, we should control the transformed soul beast to lure out the Titan Giant Ape. When Binger and I use the martial soul fusion technique to deal with the Titan Giant Ape, we will let the transformed soul beast run back to find the Azure Bull Python. Then my aunt came to help me kill the Titan Giant Ape, while my uncle, my aunt, and Uncle Feng showed weakness to the enemy and restrained the Azure Bull Python. After killing the Titan Giant Ape and taking the soul rings and soul bones, we will run away directly. In the absence of a face-to-face encounter, the Azure Bull Python would subconsciously think that we only need one soul ring, and that the transformed soul beast still needs its care, so it would certainly not think of dying together. After I refine the Titan Giant Ape soul ring, we will strike back." "Good, let's do it." After careful consideration, no obvious loopholes were found, and everyone approved Mu Yang's plan. Then, Mu Yang's body was covered with golden light, and the spirit gold battle armor was instantly put on. The Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul in his hand materialized, and he began to make various soul power foods. The corresponding level of battle armor can greatly enhance the strength of soul masters, which is naturally not limited to combat soul masters, control soul masters and auxiliary soul masters, but also applicable to food soul masters. Why is the actual effect of soul power food discounted or even completely ineffective when there is a qualitative difference in level? There is no other reason, it is simply because the low-level food soul master consumes a lot of energy to make soul power food. The quality of soul power is too low. But it is also because of this that when high-level soul masters eat soul power food made by low-level food-type soul masters, the soul power food is not absolutely ineffective, but there is a discount depending on the level difference. Now that Mu Yang's soul power base has been increased by the spiritual gold battle armor, except for the insufficient total amount, it is no worse than the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. The gap in soul power has been made up, and the various soul power foods he has made can naturally work for the titled Douluo of the 9th ring without discount. Of course, Mu Yang made these soul power foods not to prevent the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. With the strength of everyone, hunting this it is not difficult to kill 2 beast kings. Mu Yang is on guard against the ferocious beasts that may appear later. With the blessing of these soul power foods, during the effective duration, the upper limit of everyone's strength can at least be raised by 1 level again. Even if there is really a ferocious beast attacking, as long as it is not the strongest golden-eyed black dragon King HaoTian, it is not certain whether it can be defeated, but running away should not be a problem. An hour later, Mu Yang distributed the soul power food he had prepared to everyone, and then walked around the nearby forest, and controlled a 10,000-year-old black feathered vulture with the soul-stealing secret technique. With this black feathered vulture as a mount, he can hunt the Titan Giant Ape later and attach its soul ring to advance when Mu Yang was about to leave. He didn't need to sit there stupidly to refine, he just needed to let the mount carry him back. Everything was ready, the hunting time was about to begin. Beside the Lake of Life, under the shade of a tree, a huge beast that looked like a giant chimpanzee was taking a lazy nap. Not far from the lake, there stood a simple wooden house. On the roof of the wooden house, a tall girl with rabbit ears was sitting on the eaves with her hands on her cheeks, staring at the calm lake in a daze. At this moment, a figure who tried his best to restrain his breath approached the wooden house carefully from the other direction where the beast was. End of this chapter. 282. Chapter 282 Titan Giant Ape, Part 1. 282. After a while, Mu Yang quietly touched the bushes more than 200 meters away from the wooden house. Looking at Xiao Wu sitting on the eaves of the wooden house in the distance, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and he secretly activated the soul-stealing secret technique. The next moment, the invisible and intangible spiritual power surged out, instantly crossed the distance of 200 meters, and sank into Xiao Wu's sea of consciousness. If Xiao Wu had not yet transformed, and was still a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, Mu Yang would not dare to act rashly. Although his spiritual power has now been cultivated to the peak of the 3rd realm full moon of Taiyin refining god, it is not worse than the ordinary 90-level quasi-titled Douluo, and is only half a step away from the 4th realm brilliant moon. Even under the all-round amplification of the spiritual gold battle armor, the spiritual power is enough to match the ordinary 94-95 level non-spiritual titled Douluo, but compared with the 100,000-year-old soul beast, it is not necessarily a sure win. But now, after the transformation, the soul power level is just that of Xiao Wu who has just entered the 5th ring. Haha, it's a naked kill. In an instant, after a brief spiritual battle, Xiao Wu turned into Mu Yang's temporary spiritual puppet. With one move, relying on the super high level of soul power control skills, Mu Yang gave Xiao Wu some instructions through soul power transmission. He glanced at the Titan Giant Ape who was still sleeping in the distance, and quietly retreated without making a sound. After Mu Yang went away, Xiao Wu jumped off the eaves and walked towards the Titan Giant Ape who was still sleeping in the shade of the tree in the distance. Ming, wake up! Kicking the Titan Giant Ape's shoulder like a city wall, Xiao Wu shouted in its ear. Well, Sister Xiao Wu, what's wrong? The awakened Titan Giant Ape opened his lantern-sized eyes, sat up, lowered his head and looked at Xiao Wu blankly. There is no doubt that a 100,000-year soul beast can speak human language. It's so boring. Let's go for a walk in the forest. As she said that, Xiao Wu tapped her feet lightly and jumped onto the broad shoulders of the Titan Ape with a few jumps. Without any doubt, the Titan Ape Ming nodded, thinking that it would be good to stretch his muscles and bully those soul beasts that he didn't like, so he carried Xiao Wu to the forest. Finally, the Titan Ape seemed to remember something, stopped, turned his head and growled at the Lake of Life behind him. It was the Titan Ape Ming who signaled to the sleeping Azure Bull Python Daming in the lake that he was taking Sister Xiao Wu out to play. Soon, two bright lights appeared at the bottom of the dark lake of life, and a giant beast with a bull's head and a snake's body opened its eyes, and then opened its huge bull's mouth and let out a bull's roar. Then, the lake of life fell into silence again. 100 miles away from the lake of life, a black ape-like beast holding a bunch of giant bananas was walking quickly in the forest, and on the beast's shoulder stood a tall girl with rabbit ears. The beast was very big, more than 15 meters tall, but its body was extremely agile. Its huge body walked quickly on the ground, but there was no loud noise when ordinary beasts ran. Sister Xiaowu, do you want some too? It's delicious. The Titan giant ape picked up a huge banana with his fingernails and handed it to Xiaowu on his shoulder. I don't want it, you eat it yourself. Xiaowu shook her head after glancing at the huge banana that was huge for her, but almost just a filling for her younger brother Erming. Roar! The Titan giant ape roared in confusion. The banana is so delicious, why doesn't Sister Xiaowu like it? Suddenly, the Titan ape in the forest changed its expression, and immediately threw away all the bananas in its hand, staring at the forest in front of it. In its perception, a strong breath suddenly rose in the distance ahead. Combined with the evil human soul masters who broke into the lake of life a few days ago, the Titan ape couldn't help but flashed a fierce light in his eyes. Xiaowu also sensed this strong breath, and his face suddenly changed. What a strong breath! Ming, this must be the group of spirit masters from the spirit hall who escaped a few days ago calling for a strong man. Roar! The Titan ape Ming roared, and his arm slapped his chest with bang bang bang. Roar, Sister Xiaowu, run quickly, I'll stop him. If the one who comes is not kind, the one who is kind will not come. His beloved Sister Xiaowu can't help much. Ming roared again and again, urging Xiaowu to run quickly. I'll call Daming for her support. Xiaowu didn't hesitate, and jumped off Ming's shoulder, turned around and ran towards the lake of life. Roar! With a low roar, the Titan ape exuded a special aura that was not detected by human soul masters, and then stared at the direction of the powerful aura. Although the opponent's aura was very strong, even stronger than his own, it was the king of the Stardo Great Forest, not to mention that it had its favorite Sister Xiaowu behind it, so it would never retreat. Not long after, an ice blue human figure appeared in the Titan ape's sight. It's really mighty. In the air, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh secretly when he saw the Titan ape, whose body was like a mountain and whose iron fists were bigger than his bedroom, in the distance. It would be very cool to have such a domineering beast as a mount. Well, forget about the mount. With such a big fist, I'm afraid it will cost Shilong a lot, right? Shilong, are you polite? Without much emotion, Mu Yang, who was in charge of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, directly activated the power of the two domains. Instantly, the surging blue and white light spread, and the ice blue ice flame domain and the invisible killing god domain bloomed. Covering a radius of 100 meters. Roar! With a roar, a circle of earth yellow light bloomed, and the Titan giant ape, unwilling to be outdone, also released a gravity control field. The terrifying gravity in the field even turned all the plants within the coverage area into dust. Unlike human soul masters, there are only a few titled Douluo who master the power of the field, but every soul beast that breaks through the 100,000 year mark can master the power of the field. Fighting with my long-range mage, your gravity control field is in vain. Glancing at the gravity control field released by the Titan giant ape, Mu Yang curled his lips. As long as I don't enter your field, even if you have the power of the field, you can't do anything. Of course, because it is not a close combat, the effect of his killing god field to suppress the opponent's strength is also useless. Secret Art, Ice Flame Phoenix. The next moment, with the soul power surging around him, Mu Yang activated the Ice Flame Phoenix Secret Art transformed from the Ice Flame Dragon Secret Art. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of the phoenix, a noble ice blue divine bird suddenly appeared in the air behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Go! Raising his hand, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the Titan giant ape far below at a high speed. Then, Mu Yang repeatedly activated the Ice Flame Arrow secret technique, and a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and dense ice flame arrows shot towards the Titan giant ape. End of this chapter. 283 Chapter 283 Titan Giant Ape, Part 2. 283. This wave hit this stupid big guy who didn't know the power of the ice flame fire. Once the Titan giant ape was frozen by the special ice flame fire formed by the martial soul fusion technique, then what awaited it was only to be frozen and burned all the time. Even if the Titan giant ape had thick skin and flesh and a long blood bar, it couldn't hold out for too long under the burning of the blazing ice flame fire. Roar! The ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and the Titan ape roared, slamming the ground with its huge fists. As the earth energy surged, a thick layer of earth yellow stone armor quickly condensed on its body surface. Although Ming was not smart, he knew that the opponent was a tough guy who was stronger than himself. No matter what effect this secret technique that looked like a fire phoenix had, it would not be wrong to build up his own defense first. Coup! The next moment, the ice flame phoenix flew over, its mouth opened wide, and an ice blue flame emitting a biting cold air gushed out, sweeping towards the Titan ape below. As for the terrifying gravity in the Titan ape's gravity control field, the ice flame phoenix is not a flesh and blood body, but a pure energy body. It is controlled by Mu Yang's mental power, and whether the gravity of the surrounding environment changes or not has no effect. The Titan ape, who is at least 100,000 years old, is not enough to break his secret technique with the power of the field alone. The ice flames emitting a biting cold swept down. Fortunately, the Titan giant ape had condensed a layer of earthy yellow stone armor on its body in advance. Otherwise, although it would not be seriously injured by the fire, at least the shiny black hair on its body would not be saved. When the ice flames with strong adhesion approached, the Titan giant ape only felt a piercing cold air coming. Before it could think more, dense ice flame arrows burst out. Bang bang bang! A series of collision sounds sounded, and dense ice flame arrows fell on the stone armor condensed on the surface of the Titan giant ape and exploded, turning into tiny ice flames. In a blink of an eye, most of the body of the huge Titan giant ape was stained with ice flames. Secret technique, killing ice flame spear. Seeing that the Titan giant ape had put on a layer of defensive turtle shell in advance, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and the ice blue light around him bloomed. A 3-meter-long ice flame spear suddenly condensed, and then the endless killing intent filled in the killing god domain poured into the ice flame spear. Soon, the killing intent accumulated to the limit. With a boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the ice flame spear carrying the monstrous killing intent burst out and shot directly at the Titan giant ape. Roar! Realizing that this move was extremely powerful and that he would most likely suffer heavy damage if hit by a spear, the Titan giant ape roared and raised his right arm, which was thicker than his thigh. Along with the majestic energy fluctuations, the cocky light shone, and with the cooperation of the gravity control field, the surrounding air was instantly compressed into terrifying energy. The next moment, the Titan giant ape punched out and blasted a brilliant cocky light column towards the killing ice flame spear. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a violent collision sounded, and the brilliant cocky light column swallowed up the ice flame killing spear, and then the power decreased slightly, and continued to blast towards Mu Yang. Damn it! Without hesitation, the ice flame wings behind Mu Yang fluttered continuously, and the ice phoenix flame shadow quickly moved sideways in the air, avoiding the sudden burst of brilliant light column in time. Although the Titan giant ape did not call out the name of this move, Mu Yang knew that this move must be the soul bone skill attached to the Titan giant ape's left arm soul bone in the original work, Titan Sky Break. Soul bone skills are closely related to the abilities mastered by soul beasts, and they are even the innate soul skills mastered by the soul beast that exploded this soul bone. Well, looking at its power, it is not an understatement to say that it can kill Shilong with one punch. If the martial soul true body or high-year defensive soul skills are not activated, it is not impossible to smash a 95-level titled Douluo like Chrysanthemum Ghost with one punch. However, although the Titan Ape's Titan Sky Breaker is powerful, the Ice Phoenix the killing Ice Flame Spear activated by Yanying was also not to be underestimated. Although it was previously engulfed by the cocky light column formed by Titan Sky Break, this was because the two moves had different volumes and structural types. The killing Ice Flame Spear is a solid energy attack, with a physical body and extremely condensed, while Titan Sky Break is a simple energy attack, without a physical body. The collision between the two does not necessarily mean a life and death battle to determine the strength of the two. After being engulfed by the cocky light column, the killing Ice Flame Spear was not forcibly annihilated, but penetrated the light column and hit the Titan Giant Ape, who was trying to avoid it. Of course, since the power of the killing Ice Flame Spear was greatly weakened by Titan Sky Break, this spear did not cause serious damage to the Titan Giant Ape, but only blew up the cocky stone armor condensed on its body surface. At this moment, a figure with a good aura flew in the air at a high speed and joined the battlefield. 9th Soul Skill, Freeze the Universe. Shui Yanyu, wearing a spiritual gold battle armor, flashed with ice blue light, and the 9th soul ring shone. Along with the surging soul power, the biting cold air that seemed to be able to freeze time and space spread instantly. In an instant, the biting ice spread rapidly from the huge body of the Titan giant ape. In just a blink of an eye, the huge Titan giant ape was frozen in place. The next moment, the ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and spewed out blazing ice flames, pouring all over the frozen Titan giant ape. Then, the ice phoenix flame shadow flew down from the sky, and the ice flames surged out, turning into a thick ice blue fire line, continuously burning the Titan giant ape frozen in the ice. In Mu Yang's view, hunting a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape is very simple. Shui Yunya used her ultimate move to freeze the Titan giant ape with her 9th soul skill, and then the ice phoenix flame shadow took over and kept burning it with the ice flame fire. With the special ice flame fire in the state of martial soul fusion skills, which has the characteristics of freezing and burning all the time, the Titan giant ape, who has relatively simple means, is kneeling. On the other side, the Lake of Life. When the Titan giant ape Ming, who was hundreds of miles away, noticed the appearance of a strong enemy and emitted a special aura that was not detected by human soul masters, 2 green lights lit up again at the bottom of the Lake of Life. A strong fierce light flashed in the lantern-sized snake pupils, and the giant tail swung, and the Lake of Life rolled. A black and green giant python with a bull head and a snake body, exuding a powerful aura, a pair of huge horns on its head, a bull head with a diameter of at least more than 4 meters, and a waist several times thicker than a water tank, rushed out of the water. As its huge body twisted, this giant beast with a bull's head and a snake's body, which was over 100 meters long, quickly rushed to the direction where the special breath came from. May the great beast god bless you, Xiao Wuja, Ming, you must not be in trouble. The Azure Bull Python Daming prayed silently in his heart. End of this chapter. 284 Chapter 284 Humans, you all deserve to die. 284. The Azure Bull Python was very fast, and before Huo Lai and the other 2 who were ambushing in the middle of the road had to wait for long, they saw a powerful breath appearing in the forest in the distance. It's here. Judging from the breath alone, it's a little worse than expected. Counting its domain power, it's estimated to be at the peak of level 96, but don't be careless. Glancing at the trees that were crushed and collapsed by the Azure Bull Python's huge body in the distance, Huo Lai in the air said to Mu Ziu and Feng Zhen. Yet. The 2 nodded slightly. Although the strength of the Azure Bull Python was slightly weaker than expected, the 2 did not dare to be careless. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul beast, and it was a 100,000-year soul beast that was very good at fighting. If they were not careful, it was possible to overturn. The next moment, the Lava Tyrannosaurus, the Naruto, and the Hurricane Pterosaur martial spirits possessed them. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black bloomed on the 3 people, and a strong soul power aura permeated. Boom boom. In the forest, the Azure Bull Python was like a giant bulldozer with unlimited power. Because of its huge body, the towering trees and vegetation were all destroyed wherever it passed. In normal times, as the king of the Stardo Great Forest, the Azure Bull Python is also an environmental protector. But now its beloved Xiaowu and its brother, the Titan giant ape Ming, are facing a life and death crisis. The Azure Bull Python can't care so much. As long as it can get there as soon as possible, what does it matter if it destroys the forest environment? Suddenly, sensing the 3 powerful spirit masters' auras appearing in the air in the distance, the Azure Bull Python was stunned, and then a strong sense of fear rose in its heart. It's not that the Azure Bull Python is afraid of death, but it is worried about Xiaowu and Ming. At this time, Xiaowu and Ming are facing a life and death crisis. Even if it uses its tail to think, it can think that the 3 human title Douluo appearing in the distance are undoubtedly enemies. There are 3 title Douluos ambushing it, and judging from the aura, they are all good players among the title Douluo. So how powerful will the enemy of Xiaowu and Ming be? Even if the strength of the enemies on both sides is the same, Xiaowu and Ming, who have not yet recovered their cultivation, will definitely not be the enemy's opponents. Moo! A deafening bull roar came out, and a fierce look flashed in the pair of lantern-sized giant eyes of the Azure Bull Python. The innate field, slow field was released, and then it rushed towards the direction of Ming regardless of anything. Xiaowu and Ming were still waiting for it to rescue them, and it had already vaguely sensed the strong soul power fluctuations coming from there, so it had no time to fight with the three-titled Douluo. I can't let you go. Seeing that the sky blue bull python wanted to ignore the three of them rushing towards Mu Yang, Huo Lai activated his secret technique, and as his soul power surged, he threw out a lava spear with a glowing flame. Secret technique, Extreme Flame Dragon. 6th soul skill, Storm Tornado. After Huo Lai made his move, Mu Ziu and Feng Zhen were not idle either. As the flame dragon soared into the sky, a highly destructive tornado swept down from midair. Mu. The Azure bull python roared, charging forward at an unrelenting speed, with a strong azure light all over its body. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, thunder roared, and a azure dragon-shaped lightning bolt blasted towards Huo Lai, who had the strongest momentum. 100,000 years Azure bull python's innate soul skill, Azure Destruction Thunder. Not good. Without time to think, Huo Lai's 6th soul ring shone, and a layer of dark red light shield condensed. Then, 6 dark red round mirrors suddenly condensed and blocked the front of the Azure Destruction Thunder. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the blue dragon-shaped lightning smashed the 6 lava mirrors like a broken bamboo and fell on Huo Lai. The lightning flashed, and the Azure Destruction Thunder, which had greatly reduced its power, once again smashed the dark red light shield formed by the 6th defensive soul skill on Huo Lai's body, turning into a blue sea of thunder that engulfed Huo Lai. Fortunately, with the layers of weakening of the lava mirror and the 6th defensive soul skill, and the spiritual gold battle armor as the last defense, and his own strength was still above the Azure bull python, Huo Lai did not suffer any injuries. But even so, Huo Lai only felt a paralysis all over his body. Compared with the titled Douluo who had just entered the 9th ring, the strength of the 100,000-year soul beast is not only a strong physique and the domain power that must be mastered, but also has a clear gap in skills. Most of the titled Douluo in the Soul Master world do not have a 100,000-year soul ring. The 9th soul ring is mostly 90,000 years old, and the worst ones are even less than 90,000 years old. However, the 100,000-year soul beast is different. The soul beast's innate soul skills are similar to the soul master's innate soul ring skills. They can be improved with the improvement of the cultivation years and maintain the same level. The strength of the sky blue bull python is about the same as that of the 96th level titled Douluo. In other words, this sky blue destruction thunder can be regarded as a 100,000-year strong attack soul skill activated by a 96th level titled Douluo. Its power should not be underestimated. If it were not for the fact that the Spirit Gold battle armor greatly improved its strength and the battle armor's own defense was also very good, otherwise Huo Lai, a 95th level titled Douluo, would not have the capital to challenge the 100,000-year sky blue bull python. The blue lightning quickly dissipated. Seeing that this titled Douluo had been hit by his sky blue destruction thunder, but it didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, the sky blue bull python couldn't help shrinking its pupils, squeezing out its own potential, and speeding up again. The sky blue bull python knew that even its strongest attack method couldn't do anything to the other party, and it would probably be difficult today. However, it was not completely desperate at this time. Even if it died, it would see Xiaowu and Er Ming for the last time. And if it joined forces with Er Ming and burst out a means of mutual destruction, it might be possible to drag a titled Douluo of the other party into destruction together. But at this moment, the sky blue bull python couldn't help but pause, and its eyes were filled with deep sadness. Under the action of inertia, its huge body rolled several times in the forest, crushing many towering trees and a large number of flowers and plants. Mu, humans, you all deserve to die. A sad bull roar sounded, and the Azure bull python's eyes were filled with strong hatred, as if Huo Lai and the other two had an irreconcilable feud with it. Well, not as if, but just. At this moment, under the perception of the Azure bull python, the violent soul power fluctuations dozens of miles ahead had stopped, which showed that the battle had come to an end. Although the Azure bull python did not witness it with his own eyes, just from the fact that the opponent sent 3 titled Douluo strongmen to ambush him halfway, the winner would definitely not be Er Ming. After all, if the opponent's preparations were not sufficient, it would not be the 3 titled Douluos who ambushed him. The titled Douluo who was not injured by his Azure Destruction Thunder before could restrain him. End of this chapter. 285 Chapter 285 The 100,000 Years Titan Giant Ape, died. 285. The next moment, the Azure bull python, whose heart was burning with hatred, had a fierce look in its eyes. After accumulating strength for a moment and resisting the attacks of 3 people, A blue claw shadow shot out silently, but the target was no longer Huo Lai, the strongest among the three, but Feng Zhen, the relatively weakest. The innate soul skill of the 100,000-year Azure Bull Python, Azure Slow Divine Claw. The speed of the hit person's sixth senses and action speed will be slowed down 10 times, and the specific duration depends on the strength of both parties' mental strength. The blue claw shadow was extremely fast, and Feng Zhen had almost no time to react before the claw shadow fell on him. In an instant, Feng Zhen felt that his sixth senses and action ability were slowed down by several times. Without waiting for Feng Zhen to think more, he saw a strong blue light on the Azure Bull Python again, and regardless of the damage to his body, he once again released his innate soul skill, Azure Destruction Thunder. Similar to the 9th soul skill of ordinary title Douluo, even if it is a 100,000-year soul beast, it is difficult to use the same innate soul skill continuously in a short period of time. But this is not absolute. If you squeeze your own potential, regardless of your body's tolerance and damage, it is not a problem to use it twice in a short period of time. In the eyes of Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, the speed of the sky blue thunder released by the sky blue bull python is not faster than the previous one. But in the eyes of Feng Zhen, who was hit by the Azure Slow God Claw and had his sixth senses severely dulled, the speed of this Azure Destruction Thunder was 10 times faster than before. Let alone activating skills to resist, when he just realized that it was difficult to block this blue dragon-shaped lightning with his own strength, the Azure Destruction Thunder was already approaching him. However, just when the blue dragon-shaped lightning was about to approach him, Feng Zhen saw a flash of dark red and orange-red light in his sight, as if something was between him and the blue dragon-shaped lightning. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, a dazzling blue light bloomed, and Feng Zhen, who was wearing a spiritual gold battle armor, was swallowed up by a small blue sea of thunder. After all, they were 9-ring titled Douluo Masters, and they had 3-character battle armor on their bodies. At present, Huo Lai and Mu Ziu could be regarded as rare strong men in the Soul Master world. The Azure Bull Python released the Azure Slow Claws at an extremely fast speed and silently, and it was aimed at Feng Zhen, so the two were unable to react in time. But when the Azure Bull Python released the Azure Destruction Thunder again, the two who were on guard reacted instantly, and immediately activated the secret technique to condense the lava mirror and the extreme flame mirror, which greatly weakened the power of the blue dragon-shaped lightning for Feng Zhen at the critical moment. Otherwise, Feng Zhen was only a level 95 titled Douluo after wearing the 3-character battle armor, and he did not activate his martial soul body. If he was hit by the Azure Destruction Thunder, he would at least be seriously injured. Ziu, retreat! The Azure Bull Python could sense that the battle dozens of miles away had ended, and Huo Lai could naturally sense it as well. Taking advantage of the gap when the Azure Bull Python had just exploded, he immediately called Mu Ziu, dodged into the blue sea of thunder that had not yet completely dissipated not far away, reached out and picked up Feng Zhen, and quickly evacuated the battlefield. The Spirit Gold battle armor has wings, so Mu Ziu's speed is naturally beyond words. If it is not a 100,000-year-old flying soul beast, it is likely that it cannot catch up with her. Even if Huo Lai still has Feng Zhen in his hand, his flying speed is also extremely fast, far beyond the Azure Bull Python without wings. In a blink of an eye, the figures of the three disappeared in the air. Moo! Looking at the direction where the three people left, the huge bull head raised to the sky, and the Azure Bull Python's wail resounded over the forest. On the other side, time moved forward a little. Under the continuous burning of the ice flame for a long time, the Titan giant ape, which had been frozen and burned for a long time, finally couldn't hold on. The black fur was burned, the whole body was frozen, and the huge eyes like yellow crystals completely dimmed. The next moment, the Titan giant ape lost its breath of life, and countless golden light spots flew out from its huge body. The 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape died. Not long after, in the diffuse golden light, a bright red 100,000-year soul ring gradually condensed. At the same time, a right arm soul bone with a good appearance, a yellowish-brown color, and a heavy breath appeared above the body of the Titan giant ape. Then, after releasing the martial soul fusion skill, the ice phoenix flame shadow twisted and turned into Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er. Then, Mu Yang raised his hand and moved his power, and the 100,000-year-old right arm soul bone that exploded after the death of the Titan giant ape fell into his hand. Without taking a closer look at the 100,000-year soul bone, Mu Yang casually put it into the soul guide storage bracelet. At this time, a black figure flapped its wings and landed in front of the two. After the two jumped onto the back of the 10,000-year black feathered vulture, Mu Yang switched his martial soul to the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng and began to pull the Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring. As soon as the martial soul pulled, the bright red 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring floated towards Mu Yang. As the absorber of this 100,000-year Soul Ring, with the approach of the Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring, Mu Yang felt an unprecedented huge pressure coming, as if to crush his body. If it were an ordinary 70-level Soul Master, even if he had not yet officially started to refine the Soul Ring, he would probably feel unusually uncomfortable under this huge pressure. However, the strength of this pressure is only relative. For Mu Yang, who has a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone, a golden body made of ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and has practiced the bodybuilding skill, sun body refining, this level of pressure is nothing at all. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that it is a breeze, but he can at least resist it easily. The next second, the Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring floated over, and then shrank at a very fast speed, and fell on the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul. Suddenly, Mu Yang felt that a very violent but heavy energy was madly pouring into his body through the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul. Not daring to neglect, through mental communication, after instructing the Black Feather Vulture brand mount under his seat to evacuate the battlefield, Mu Yang hurriedly operated the Ice Flame meditation method and began to convert the Soul Ring energy pouring into his body into his own Ice Flame soul power. With the operation of the Ice Flame meditation method, the Soul Ring energy pouring into the body was quickly refined. As for the terrifying pressure when attaching a 100,000-year spirit ring? Although the difficulty of refining a 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape spirit ring is definitely greater than that of a 100,000-year God-given spirit ring, as a quasi-soul saint of level 70, Mu Yang's physical fitness in all aspects is far higher than that of Tang San of the same level. In the original work, Tang San can withstand the pressure of the God-given 100,000-year 7th spirit ring. With a foundation far superior to Tang San, it is naturally not a problem for him to withstand the wild 100,000-year 7th spirit ring. Of course, the pressure faced at the physical level is not the only test for successfully attaching a 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape spirit ring. If you want to successfully refine it, you must also complete the test at the mental level. End of this chapter. 286 Chapter 286 Mentality Expansion. 286. Soul rings that are 10,000 years old or older, as long as they are exploded from dead soul beasts, will contain the soul remnants of the soul beasts. When absorbing soul rings, it is also necessary to block the soul shock formed by the remnants of the beast souls, otherwise the soul will be injured at best, at worst, the soul will be broken and the body will die. At this moment, in Mu Yang's sea of consciousness, the unwilling soul remnants of the Titan Giant Ape caused a lot of waves. Therefore, Mu Yang had to split his attention and use the Ice Flame meditation method to quickly refine the soul ring energy while devoting part of his energy to his own sea of consciousness to eliminate the remnants of the Titan Giant Ape's soul. In the sea of consciousness, a round of white moon, symbolizing Mu Yang's own golden body cultivation, hung high. Under the faint moonlight, a slightly illusory Titan Giant Ape was roaring unwillingly. Every roar of the Titan Giant Ape's remnants would cause a soul shock in the sea of consciousness. If it were an ordinary soul master, he would have to keep his mind tight and block the soul shocks one after another until the Titan Giant Ape's remnant consumed all the soul power and finally dissipated on its own. But Mu Yang didn't want to go through so much trouble. He glanced at the Titan Giant Ape's soul remnant and activated the Real Illusion secret technique without hesitation. If it was the Titan Giant Ape in its prime, he wouldn't dare to be so direct, lest he misjudged the strength of both sides and used the spiritual secret technique to suffer a backlash, and lose more than he gained. But now the Titan Giant Ape only had the soul remnant, and its mental strength was much weaker, and the remnant was still a rootless duckweed. It would be too easy to control it with the spiritual secret technique. As soon as the Real Illusion appeared, the Titan Giant Ape's remnant, which was roaring unwillingly and causing mental shocks to drag Mu Yang to death, immediately became obedient. Soon, as Mu Yang killed the Titan Ape with absolute strength in the Real Illusion, the remnant of the Titan Ape's soul in the sea of consciousness collapsed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Outside, following the planned evacuation direction, the three Huolai who went to intercept the Azure Bull Python caught up with the 10,000-year-old black feather vulture that Mu Yang and his three companions were riding. "How is it? How strong is that Azure Bull Python?" Shui Yunyu asked when Huo Lai and his 3 companions returned. Very powerful, I suffered a small loss and almost fell. Glancing at Mu Yang, who was refining the 100,000-year-old Titan Ape Soul Ring on the back of the black feather vulture, Feng Zhen said with a serious face. Although they knew the general information of the Azure Bull Python before the action, the 3 of them knew that it had a natural soul skill that was activated very quickly and had a certain locking and tracking effect, which would greatly slow down the 6th sense and action ability after hitting. But knowing is one thing, whether you can dodge it is another. He didn't have the ability to dodge it. After being hit, he was struck by lightning almost without any gap. Fortunately, his teammates were very powerful and helped him at the critical moment. He didn't suffer a serious injury. He recovered after chewing a piece of orange jade blood replenishing ginseng made by Mu Yang before, which was amplified by the battle armor and reached the 9th ring level. Is that sky blue bull python so strong? Shui Yunyu was shocked. With the strength of Huo Lai and the other 2, they were only dealing with a 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python, but they suffered a loss? You know, the combined strength of Huo Lai and the other 2 is stronger than her plus Mu Yang and Shui Binger, and she and Bing Huang Yanying teamed up to hunt the Titan giant ape, and it didn't take much effort to get it done. Could it be that, as both are 100,000-year-old soul beasts, the strength of the sky blue bull python is far superior to the Titan giant ape? Huo Lai nodded and said, the speed of the control-type innate soul skill of the sky blue bull python is too fast. Not to mention Feng Zhen, even I probably can't react in time. With control and strong attack, the sky blue bull python is indeed very strong. But that's all. The innate soul skill of a 100,000-year soul beast is similar to our 9th soul skill. It can't be used many times in a short period of time. Just be careful when you do it later. In fact, what Huo Lai didn't say was that the main reason for this was that the 3 of them were careless. If they had gone all out at the beginning, activated their martial soul true body, and had the defense secrets of the couple to help, Feng Zhen would not be injured even if he was hit by the sky blue slow god claw of the sky blue bull python and seamlessly received a sky blue destruction thunder. It can only be said that since they advanced to the 9 rings titled Douluo and had the artifact of the spirit gold battle armor in their hands, their mentality has expanded, and they have unconsciously developed the bad habit of underestimating their opponents. Well, it's not their fault. It would be the same if someone else came. For example, Huo Lai, 8 or 9 years ago, he was just an ordinary 8-ring soul Douluo, but now, 8 or 9 years later, he has become one of the strongest soul masters in the mainland. After wearing the spirit gold battle armor, he reached the peak of level 97. There are very few soul masters in the mainland who can surpass him. In just a few years, the strength has skyrocketed to this point. Anyone would be inflated, not to mention Feng Zhen, whose strength has skyrocketed faster than Huo Lai and was just an ordinary soul Douluo 3 years ago. On the other side, in the forest, the ground trembled, and the grief-stricken sky blue bull python was moving forward quickly. Suddenly, a girl who looked a little embarrassed ran towards him. Little Sister Wu. Seeing the figure of the girl, the grief in the eyes of the sky blue bull python Daming could not help but stagnate. After confirming that this was his beloved little sister Wu, and not an illusion formed by confusion of consciousness, he immediately shouted excitedly. Woo woo woo, Daming, Erming he. Erming he. It's like relaxing after surviving a disaster. Xiao Wu's steps became chaotic, and she was tripped by the vines growing wildly in the forest. She fell to the ground and cried. Hearing this, the excitement in his heart after seeing Xiao Wu safe and sound immediately subsided. The Azure Bull Python Daming said with determination and hatred in his eyes, Sister Xiao Wu, I'm glad you're okay. We will definitely avenge Ming. Woo woo woo, Daming, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left the Lake of Life. Hit the ground with a pair of fists as if to vent, Xiao Wu cried with self-blame on her face. Sister Xiao Wu, don't cry. Ming is still waiting for us to take him home. Just like I want to see him alive and his body dead, my younger brother Ming was killed by an evil human soul master. Apart from revenge on this group of human soul masters, the first priority at present is to bring his body back and bury it by the Lake of Life. Ming's body was huge, and human soul masters rarely had storage soul guides with huge internal space. In other words, the evil human soul masters could only take Ming's soul ring and soul bone, but they could not take the body away. As the eldest brother, he could not let his younger brother's corpse be exposed in the forest. End of this chapter. 287 Chapter 287 Wuhan True Body, Purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng, Part 1. 287. Time passed slowly, and the moon was already high in the sky. Under the night, on a cliff hundreds of miles away from the lake of life in the starry forest, after most of the day's refining, the refining progress of the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring came to an end. After a long time, Mu Yang completely refined the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring, and the soul power aura emanating from his body surged. His soul power level broke through the limit and advanced to the 73rd level Soul Saint. And most importantly, after adding the 7th Soul Ring, his gains were not only a breakthrough in soul power level, but also the full moon in the sea of consciousness, which symbolized his spiritual power cultivation, began to bloom with brilliant moonlight. With the soul power level advancing to the 7th ring and the all-round increase after the addition of the 100,000-year Soul Ring, his spiritual power realm has once again made a qualitative breakthrough. The cultivation realm of Taiyin Refining God has broken through from the peak of the 3rd realm of the full moon to the 4th realm of the brilliant moon. This means that even without any increase, his spiritual power is not weaker than that of the ordinary level of the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. Realizing that his condition is better than ever, Mu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red that bloomed on his body, and a sense of achievement could not help but arise. Apart from anything else, just charging this soul ring configuration, no one in the current mainland soul master world can compare with him except Bib Dong's second martial soul. After a little pride, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul. Similar to the changes that occurred after the previous advancement, after the advancement to the 7th ring, the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul not only became a little thicker, but the biggest change was that on the ginseng body that looked like jade, after the 6 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan and blue, there was another circle of purple lines. Mu Yang, is the 100,000-year martial soul true body super powerful. At this time, seeing Mu Yang wake up, Shui Bing'er, who had been guarding by the side, came forward and asked impatiently. Mu Yang smiled and nodded, of course. Compared with the 10,000-year soul ring, the 100,000-year soul ring is definitely a qualitative change. Under the condition that other conditions remain unchanged, the soul skills formed by the 100,000-year soul ring must be 1 level stronger than the soul skills formed by the 90,000-year soul ring. And generally speaking, a 100,000-year soul ring can form 200,000-year soul skills. Even if only 100,000-year soul skill appears, it must be a 100,000-year soul skill with extremely strong effects. However, the 7th soul skill is special. The 7th soul skill of every soul master is the true body of the martial soul. The same martial soul has only one true body of the martial soul, and it is impossible for a second one to appear. Then, Mu Yang silently chanted the soul spell, and the bright red 7th soul ring shone. As the surging soul power surged, the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul that appeared in front of him bloomed with a gorgeous purple glow. Soon, under the background of this gorgeous purple light, a 3-inch long leafless purple ginseng condensed out. Holding the purple ginseng that took a lot of soul power to make, Mu Yang said, 7th soul skill, martial soul true body, purple jade black yellow ginseng. After I eat it myself, within half an hour, except for the soul power consumption, soul power ginseng below the 7th ring can be made without limit, and the effect of all soul power ginseng is increased by 100%. If it is eaten by others, when the next soul skill is used after eating, the soul skill effect is increased by 100%. And the purple jade black yellow ginseng is very special. As long as it is not damaged after making, the effect will exist forever, and there is no storage time limit. 100%. Suddenly, Shui Bing'er widened her beautiful ice blue eyes. Not only Shui Bing'er, but also Huo Lai and the other 4 beside him looked at Mu Yang in shock. Mu Yang nodded and said, yes, that's 100%. After consuming the purple jade black yellow ginseng, the immunity rate of physical and energy damage of the Jade Guardian Ginseng increased from 30% to 60%, not to mention the 3 soul power ginsengs that cannot be accurately quantified, namely the red Jade Soul Restoring Ginseng, the orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng and the yellow Jade Detoxification Ginseng. The anti-injury rate of the green Jade Thorn Ginseng increased from 40% to 80%, and the all-attribute increase rate of the blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng increased from 40% to 80%. It can be said that after having the purple jade black yellow ginseng, the effects of my various soul power ginsengs have directly undergone qualitative changes. Not to mention anything else, the effect of the blue jade rising dragon ginseng with the increase of the martial soul true body alone is worse. Not many can match the world's best auxiliary spirit master. After all, Ning Fengzi, who is known as the world's best auxiliary in the current mainland spirit master world, only has an 80% increase in 5 attributes, plus a healing spirit skill. Awesome! Shui Bing'er gave a thumbs up. It is worthy of being a 100,000 year spirit skill, the increase effect is almost explosive. It's more than that. Bing'er, imagine if the consumer is a 9-ring strong attack titled Douluo, with a 80% increase in all attributes of the blue jade ascending dragon, and a 100% increase in the effect of the next spirit skill of the purple jade Xianhuang ginseng. How powerful will the 9th spirit skill of this titled Douluo be? Mu Yang said with a smile. The 9th spirit skill of the strong attack titled Douluo is already a powerful big move. On the basis of its own 80% increase in all attributes, the power of the big move is doubled. I'm afraid it can directly blow up the martial soul true body of the same level titled Douluo with one move. Hiss. After the words fell, Huo Lai and the other 4 took a breath of cold air. Indeed, this purple jade black yellow ginseng is not only effective when used by Mu Yang himself, but also has a huge increase in the power of other strong men. Then, after weighing the purple jade black yellow ginseng in his hand, Mu Yang took it directly. Then, the spiritual gold battle armor materialized, increasing his own soul power base to 9 rings, and then the soul rings on his body flashed one after another, and began to produce various soul power ginsengs. Before advancing to the 7th ring, Mu Yang played it safe and did not use the soul-capturing secret technique to deal with the Titan giant ape, which was as old as 100,000 years, so as not to suffer mental backlash. But now that he has advanced, Mu Yang feels that he no longer needs to be so conservative. The mental power realm has entered the 9th ring level, and with the increase of the spiritual gold battle armor and the 80% increase of all attributes of the blue jade ascending dragon ginseng, including the mental power attribute, it is impossible to have mental backlash when using the phantom mystic method to deal with the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Well, I can't guarantee a 100,000-year spiritual beast, but there is definitely no problem with other 100,000-year soul beasts. The soul capture secret technique can control the mind of the target. If nothing unexpected happens, he can now control the Azure bull python to sacrifice. Compared to obtaining soul rings and adding 100,000-year soul rings by hunting soul beasts, it is definitely beneficial to let the 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice itself. The 100,000-year soul beast's active sacrifice can be completed in a short time, eliminating the not-so-short time of refining soul rings and soul bones. And the most important thing is that the whole process of obtaining soul rings by sacrificing does not test the physical fitness of the soul master himself. Even if the soul master is physically weak, he can still have a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, for Mu Yang himself, whether he can control the 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice by relying on the soul capture secret technique is actually not too important. At most, it saves some time for refining soul rings and soul bones. Anyway, with his various conditions, adding a 100,000-year soul ring is definitely not a problem. End of this chapter. 288 Chapter 288 Wuhan True Body, Purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng, Part 2. 288. Not long after making a lot of various soul power ginsengs with the effect of Purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng and reaching the 9th ring level, Mu Yang stopped making them. It's not that Mu Yang didn't want to make more, but that he didn't have enough soul power in his body. It's good to make soul power ginsengs below the 7th ring without limit, but it requires a huge amount of soul power to perfectly exert this effect. In terms of Mu Yang's current soul power recovery speed, it is far from enough, even by constantly eating red jade soul restoring ginseng. Although eating red jade soul restoring ginseng can restore soul power, the soul power restored is also more than the soul power consumed by making red jade soul restoring ginseng. But the reality is not a game. You can't recover instantly by taking a bottle of blue medicine. Instead, there is a digestion process. The actual recovery efficiency of the red jade soul restoring ginseng is not enough to make Mu Yang work at full capacity to continuously produce various soul power ginsengs. However, there is one thing that is still very good, that is, the martial soul body. Although the purple jade black yellow ginseng has a long manufacturing interval and consumes a lot of soul power, because the 7th soul ring is old enough, whether it is after manufacturing or after the duration of the edible effect ends, it will not fall into a weak state like ordinary soul masters with 7 rings and above after using the martial soul body. Xiao Yang, will you refine the Titan Giant Ape soul bone first or continue to hunt souls? Looking up at the night, Huo Lai asked Mu Yang. After a moment of silence, Mu Yang said, let's continue to hunt souls. My mental power has made a new breakthrough, and the all-attribute amplification effect of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng has reached as much as 80%. With the Spirit Gold battle armor in hand, the spiritual secret technique is enough to work on the 100,000-year-old Sky Blue Bull Python. If I don't refine that 100,000-year soul bone, will the burden on my body be too great? Huo Lai couldn't help but ask with some concern. At present, Mu Yang's yellow, purple, black, 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 and red soul ring configuration has seriously exceeded the standard. As far as he knows, Mu Yang only has the head soul bone and the right leg soul bone in his body. Even if he has practiced the bodybuilding skills and has a strong physical fitness, there is still a certain risk if he adds a 100,000-year soul ring to the second martial soul later. Don't worry, a 100,000-year soul beast has the ability to be sacrificed. Soul masters can add soul rings by sacrificing soul beasts, and they don't need to worry about physical fitness or mental strength. Theoretically, 100-year soul masters can bear the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast. And the whole sacrifice process is not only very fast, but also there will be special positions to protect the sacrificed soul beast and the soul master who bears the sacrifice. Like Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul beast, the 9 soul rings were obtained through sacrifice, otherwise Tang Hao would not have had the chance to defeat Kyungsunji. Mu Yang waved his hand to explain. Sacrifice. Hearing this, Huo Lai and the others raised their eyebrows, and then suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Tang Hao's wife's 100,000-year soul ring would appear on Tang Hao. If it weren't for this unique ability of sacrifice, even if Kyungsunji couldn't get this 100,000-year soul ring, it would definitely be destroyed directly, and it would be impossible for Tang Hao to get it. Late at night, not far from the Lake of Life, the ground trembled from time to time, but it was the sky blue bull python that was digging a hole in the ground with its huge and flexible python tail. The pit was very large, roughly rectangular, more than 10 meters long, and about 8 or 9 meters wide. Rice, the tearful azure bull python Daming swung his tail to dig, and from time to time he glanced at the body of his brother, the Titan giant ape Erming, and Xiaowu who was still crying softly. Moo! Suddenly, the azure bull python paused and roared to the sky. The aura of the 3 human title Douluo during the day appeared again. And in its perception, it was not only the 3 human title Douluo who came, but also 2 other strange and powerful auras. Daming, what's wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with Daming, Xiaowu beside him hurriedly asked. Without time to explain, Daming's python tail turned, rolled up the petite Xiaowu, and swam with its huge body, quickly rushing towards the Lake of Life not far away. Daming knew that relying on its 100,000-year-old Beast King's strength alone was far from enough to deal with the current danger. You know, it couldn't even beat the 3 human title Douluo during the day, not to mention that the 3 people who attacked again now also brought 2 other unknown strong men. Facing a strong enemy, the only way for it and Xiaowu to survive was to run to the Lake of Life. Because at the bottom of the Lake of Life, there is an unknown entrance to a different space, and the real kings of the Star Do Great Forest gather in that different space. Although Daming doesn't know why those beasts gather in that different space, and is not sure whether the beasts will rescue him and Xiaowu, if the fight between him and the 5 human title Douluo attracts the beasts' attention, he may be able to use the power of the tiger to scare away the 5 human warriors and resolve the crisis tonight. Daming's idea is very good, but the reality is very cruel. After seeing the azure bull python carrying Xiaowu to the Lake of Life, Mu Yang, who had some knowledge of the details of the Lake of Life, roughly guessed its little calculations. The beasts in the Star Do Great Forest are all ruthless, especially the golden-eyed black dragon king HaoTian, who is not only hostile to humans, but also very powerful, a true human demigod level strength. Mu Yang does not want to fight him. The ice flame wings behind him fluttered continuously. In the state of Wuhan fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Mu Yang flew very fast in the air to shorten the distance between the 2 sides, and then before he could wait the azure bull python took the initiative, made a big noise, and then activated the soul-stealing secret technique. The next moment, invisible and intangible spiritual power surged out, instantly crossed a distance of more than 200 meters, and sank into the Azure Bull Python Sea of Consciousness. With the foundation of the 9-ring level of spiritual power, and the amplification of the Spirit Gold Battle Armor and the Blue Jade Shenglong Ginseng, it took only a moment of spiritual confrontation, and the seemingly invincible 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python became Mu Yang's spiritual puppet. A soul-stealing secret technique succeeded, and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow flew into the air and landed on the Azure Bull Python's huge bull head. "Let's go, leave here." With a fearful look at the calm lake of life not far away under the night sky, Mu Yang stomped his feet lightly and ordered the Azure Bull Python, which had become a temporary puppet, to stay away from the lake of life. As for Xiao Wu, from the beginning, Mu Yang had not released his control over her, so now she was naturally standing obediently on the Azure Bull Python's huge snake back. "It's so easy to get it done?" In mid-air, Feng Zhen couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw Mu Yang defeat the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python without making any sound. "Is it possible that they will fight for another 300 rounds? Shuiyan rolled her eyes. "Haha, I believe that it won't be long before Xiao Yang and the others will become the strongest in the academy." Huo Lai laughed with satisfaction. End of this chapter. 289 Chapter 289 Continuous Sacrifices. 289. Stop, here. Estimating that the distance to the Lake of Life was at least 100 miles, Mu Yang stopped the Azure Bull Python under his feet and jumped off the python's back. The commotion caused by the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast was not small. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the beasts in the alien space under the Lake of Life, Mu Yang kept the Azure Bull Python away from the Lake of Life for the sake of safety. After all, the Azure Bull Python was the watchdog of the beasts. Sacrificing the Azure Bull Python at the Lake of Life was a typical way to deceive the beasts. If they were discovered, the beasts hostile to human soul masters would definitely not be polite. "Come on." The Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Spirit, which had not yet been attached with a soul ring, possessed Mu Yang and asked Xiao Wu to start the sacrifice first, followed by the Azure Bull Python. With her consciousness controlled, Xiao Wu did not feel that there was anything wrong with her sacrifice to Mu Yang. "Ah!" A soul-deep wail burst out from Xiao Wu's mouth, and this wail seemed to make the entire Stardo Great Forest tremble. The next moment, a dazzling red light suddenly spread from Xiao Wu's brows, turning into a circle of red halo that instantly spread. Everything nearby was rendered bloody wherever the red light passed, and everything was also here. The red light became an absolute ban. Even the 4 strong people like Huo Lai were forcibly imprisoned in place when the red light spread. The only one who could move was Xiao Wu, whose mind was controlled by Mu Yang and who was being sacrificed. At this moment, Xiao Wu's whole body turned dark red, and even her clothes turned into ashes and disappeared, revealing her graceful figure, which was as crystal clear as a ruby. However, no life could appreciate this beautiful scene at this time, because at the moment when the red light spread, it was not only the figure that stopped, but also the consciousness of all the surrounding lives. This is the power of a 100,000-year soul beast, and it is the power of a 100,000-year soul beast that burns its own life energy. It is absolutely difficult for non-divine power to match this power that is like a flash of light and fire. Soon, the red flame began to burn from Xiao Wu, but this was not an ordinary flame, but an extremely special blood flame. What was burning was not only Xiao Wu's blood and life, but also the cultivation of her original body, a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. The blood flame burned more and more vigorously, gradually changing from red to dark red, and Xiao Wu's body gradually faded during this transformation, like a red crystal that was becoming more and more transparent. After a while, all the red expanded into a huge ring that slowly shrank, surrounding Xiao Wu who was offering the sacrifice, and Mu Yang who was accepting the sacrifice. After a long time, Xiao Wu's body gradually faded, and the surging blood flame ring suddenly retracted. In an instant, a series of explosions broke out around Mu Yang's body. Just as Xiao Wu's figure gradually disappeared, the shrinking blood flame ring bloomed with bright red light, and then turned into the first soul ring of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul. At the same time, a beam of blood light suddenly shone on Mu Yang's left leg, and a red leg bone light flashed and disappeared. Moo! Another soul-deep wail sounded, and a dazzling red light spread from the huge ox head of the Azure Bull Python, and the familiar red light reappeared. Following Xiao Wu, the Azure Bull Python Daming also started the sacrifice. This night was destined to be a night of great harvest for Mu Yang. Just as Xiao Wu started the sacrifice, on the other side, a temporary camp was built in the forest dozens of miles away from Mu Yang and others. On the outskirts of the camp, there were many high-level soul masters on guard, alert to the soul beasts that might attack at night. In a tent, Bib Dong was closing her eyes to rest and adjust her state, so as to hunt the 200,000-year-old beast kings tomorrow. Suddenly, Bib Dong only felt a wail that seemed to penetrate the soul into her ears, and then a very special and violent soul power fluctuation came from a distance. Instantly, Bib Dong opened her eyes, her figure flashed, she left the tent, and appeared above the camp. Soon, several figures flew into the air. They were the 7 Douluo who followed Bib Dong to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls, Ju, Gui, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Ling Yuan, Snake Spear, and Si Shuet. Your Highness, that is. Staring at the direction where the violent soul power fluctuation came from for a moment, Ling Yuan asked Bib Dong hesitantly. Let's go. Without much hesitation, Bib Dong's external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings stretched out, and flew towards the direction of the movement at a high speed. At this moment, Bib Dong had a bad premonition in his heart. After all, looking at this movement, it is not something that ordinary people or soul beasts can make. Seeing this, Ju, Gui and the other 7 looked at each other, and then followed in the air. Just when the 8 people flew more than 20 miles, another soul deep mourning sounded, and because they were not too far away, the 8 people all noticed that the direction where the mourning sound came from was once again rising with violent soul power fluctuations belonging to soul beasts. At this moment, Bib Dong's beautiful face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. This level of soul power fluctuation of soul beasts is definitely a 100,000-year soul beast. Although the Xingda Great Forest is large, 100,000-year soul beasts are undoubtedly very rare. In other words, the soul beast that caused this huge movement and was most likely to be sacrificed was most likely the target of the soul hunting in the Xingda Great Forest this time, a 100,000-year Titan giant ape or a 100,000-year Azure bull python. No, one has been sacrificed before, and this is the second one. The 100,000-year soul beasts that the Silent Squad detected some time ago were only the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python, as well as Xiaowu after her transformation. Bib Dong prayed secretly, don't sacrifice the third one, otherwise even if the soul master who robbed the monster exploded, the 100,000-year soul ring she needed most would not come back, and at most she could only recover 300,000-year soul bones. But for Bib Dong, whose soul bone position has already been filled, the best soul bone like a 100,000-year soul bone is no different from chicken ribs. Of course, Bib Dong was also very confused at this time. It is not that there are soul masters in the soul master world who obtain 100,000-year soul rings by hunting 100,000-year soul beasts, such as the 9th soul ring of the second worshipper Golden Crocodile and the 9th soul ring of her Death Spider Emperor Martial Spirit. But there is only one example in the soul master world who can make a 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice, Tang Hao. And this is because Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor have an affair, otherwise there will be no example of a 100,000-year soul ring being sacrificed to a soul master. It is already very remarkable to conquer a 100,000-year soul beast for sacrifice with one's own charm. If you say that you can conquer two, Bib Dong will never believe it. What's more, accepting the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast also has a prerequisite, and one's own martial spirit must reserve a soul ring position. Were 2 different soul masters accepting the sacrifices of 200,000-year soul beasts? Or were there unknown twin warriors like her on the continent, soul master? End of this chapter. 290 Chapter 290 Uninvited Guests. 290. Against the backdrop of the blood-colored light, the surging blood flame ring shrank and turned into the second soul ring of Mu Yang's second martial soul, Ice Flame Saint Shadow. Immediately afterwards, a beam of blood light shone on Mu Yang's left arm, and a green arm bone light flashed and disappeared. After carefully experiencing the power that surged again, Mu Yang opened his eyes. At this moment, with 300,000-year soul rings attached and 200,000-year soul bones in his body, Mu Yang's soul power level jumped from the 70th level Quasi-Soul Saint when he came to hunt souls to the 79th level Soul Saint. And this is not the end of this trip to hunt souls. After refining the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape right arm bone in the Soul Guide storage bracelet, his soul power level will definitely soar to 80. The soul power of the 7th ring stage is a full 10 levels, and it has been accumulated in one soul hunting. All red soul ring configuration, who else can do it? Looking down at the first and second soul rings of 100,000 years blooming on his body, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel proud. Although the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul has only 2 soul rings attached to it, the quality is strong enough, and the configuration is far superior to Bib Dong, who is also a twin martial soul master. Turning back to look at the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul that emerged behind him, Mu Yang saw that the ice flame burning on the surface of the martial soul seemed to become more solid, no longer faintly revealing the meaning of illusion as before. At the same time, the white pattern representing the killing god domain at the center of the eyebrows of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul seemed to have become more complete and mysterious. Be careful, there is a master coming. At this moment, Huo Lai's face changed, and he looked at the western night sky with a solemn expression, reminding everyone. The next moment, in Mu Yang's perception, 8 extraordinary auras were approaching quickly from the west. Without bothering to check the changes after adding 200,000-year soul rings and 200,000-year soul bones, Mu Yang quickly put away the sacrifice beside him, revealing his original body, the bodies of the pink and white rabbit and the green snake that had become very small, and then turned to Shui Binger and signaled, "Binger! Ice Phoenix!" Shui Binger had a tacit understanding and released the Ice Phoenix martial spirit without hesitation. Soon, under the background of the ice blue flame, the 2 people wearing the spirit gold battle armor turned into an ice blue figure. In the middle of the night, they met 8 titled Douluo in the Star Do Great Forest, and one of them had a breath far beyond that of ordinary titled Douluo. Most of them were not kind, so it would be right to prepare for a big battle. Of course, Mu Yang did not think that the other 8 people could pose a threat to them. From the perspective of aura alone, except for the leading titled Douluo, the soul power level of the others should not exceed level 95, and the aura of 2 of them seems a bit weak, not much stronger than the ordinary level 89 soul Douluo. On the other hand, even Feng Zhen, the weakest one, has the strength of a level 95 titled Douluo. Even if the bonus of various soul power foods is taken into account, his strength is definitely not weaker than the level 96 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Qianjun, and Jiangmo. In addition, after this soul hunting, his strength has skyrocketed. Even if Shui Binger's strength has remained the same, the strength of the spirit fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, has also improved a lot. Not to mention the level 99 Peerless Douluo, I think he should be able to compete with the level 98 titled Douluo who has no 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone. While Mu Yang and the other 2 released their spirit fusion skills, Huo Lai and the other 4 also disguised themselves slightly, and condensed a mask covering their faces with their own spirit power. The main reason for disguising is that they don't want to cause trouble. After all, among all the soul masters in the mainland, only the Spirit Hall can produce 8 titled Douluo. The Spirit Hall is ambitious, and anyone with a little sense of the overall situation can see that it wants to unify the mainland. The Element Saint Academy doesn't want to be the first to do so. Of course, the premise of hiding their identity is that the other party does not take action. If the other party takes the initiative, they will definitely not be able to just take the beating without fighting back, and once they use their spirits, their identities will definitely not be hidden. Not long after, Mu Yang saw 8 figures flying in the northwest night sky. Bib Dong. Seeing the leader of the other party, Mu Yang was stunned, and then a sense of relief rose in his heart. Looking at this rhythm, Bib Dong should also come to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt souls. After all, there are 7 titled Douluo. It's simply unethical to hunt souls so many years earlier than the original. Fortunately, he took the initiative and bought Xiao Wu, Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python in advance. Otherwise, if he was a few days later, these 300,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul bones might have fallen into Bib Dong's hands. Who are you? Bib Dong frowned and looked at Mu Yang and others with a serious expression. Before, she was far away, and Mu Yang and others had a high level of soul power control due to practicing self-created secret techniques or condensing soul cores. They were good at restraining their breath, so she could not clearly detect the strength of Mu Yang and others' breath. But now that they are close, Bib Dong can roughly sense the strength of the other 5 figures. Just from the soul power breath, none of them is weaker than the 95th level title Douluo, and even the ice blue figure with the strongest breath gives her a feeling of fatal threat. Of course, Bib Dong could also see that this ice blue figure was not a powerful titled Douluo, but it is a martial soul fusion skill. The soul master who performed this martial soul fusion skill must not be so strong, and his soul power level is probably not more than 95th level title Douluo. You are the uninvited guests, right? We should be the ones asking this question. I wonder what the Pope of the Wuhan Hall is doing here with 7 elders. A cold voice came from the mouth of Bing Huang Yanying. Your Highness, I and Six you have seen this person before. He was the one who saved the young master when the Tiandu Palace changed. At this time, Shi Long sent a voice message to Bib Dong. Although Bing Huang Yanying came and went in a hurry when the Tiandu Palace changed, and the two sides did not communicate afterwards, Shi Long still recognized that this ice blue figure was the unknown strong man who saved the young master Qian Rongxiu. After glancing at Shi Long, Bib Dong turned her gaze back to Mu Yang and the others, saying, "It's Pope Meng Lang. Congratulations to you all on your great harvest tonight. I haven't asked for your names yet." 100,000-year soul beast was robbed, and at least 2 were robbed. It was unknown whether the remaining one was still there. Bib Dong naturally hated Mu Yang and the others, and planned to remember their names for a day of reckoning. As for now, although her soul power level had long been cultivated to the 99th level of the Peerless Realm, due to the Rakshasa God test, her strength was greatly restricted. If she really had to fight, although her life would not be in danger, she would most likely not win. Now was the time to use people, and she didn't want to lose troops and generals, which would affect the subsequent plans. End of this chapter. 291 Chapter 291 10,000-year skills. 291. No comment, but we should keep out of each other's way. Goodbye. After that, Mu Yang and Huo Lai and the other 4 flew away together to guard against Bib Dong and others' sneak attacks. When he saw that the person coming was Bib Dong, Mu Yang did think about killing Bib Dong directly in the Xingda Great Forest. But on second thought, he gave up the idea. Bib Dong is not a weakling. Even if the Rakshasa God test limits her strength, he is not sure that he can keep Bib Dong. The age of the external soul bone can increase with the level of the soul master. Bib Dong is a level 99 peerless Douluo, so the age of her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wing, must be more than 900,000 years old. The flying speed of such a high-year-old wing-type external soul bone is absolutely amazing. I am afraid that even the beast-shaped martial soul fusion skill, Ice Flame Phoenix, may not be able to surpass it. If Bib Dong fails to stay, the matter will be serious. There is no absolute guarantee that Bib Dong can be kept and no one of the opponents can be let go. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Yang finally gave up the idea of taking action. Looking at the backs of Mu Yang and others leaving, Bib Dong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She couldn't figure out when there were so many unknown strong men in the mainland Soul Master world. In her impression, excluding her own martial soul hall, there are very few titled Douluo with a strength level of more than 95, and none of their image characteristics match Mu Yang and others. Your Majesty, the violent fluctuations that occurred earlier should be caused by the sacrifice of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Are you just going to let them go? At this time, Demon Bear Douluo couldn't help but say something. Hearing this, Bib Dong glanced at Demon Bear Douluo expressionlessly, turned around and flew towards the camp without saying anything. Old Bear, are you going to die? Those guys just now were not good guys, and their strength was probably at the level of the elders who worshipped them. Demon Bear Douluo's old partner Ghost Leopard Douluo said unhappily. So powerful. Demon Bear Douluo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Spirit Kite Douluo interjected, 200,000-year soul beasts were sacrificed here before, how could they be good guys? You know, the last person who could make 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice was the famous HaoTian Douluo Tang Hao. And the one who was sacrificed to Tang Hao was Tang Hao's wife Lan Yin Huang, which was a special case. The methods of these masters whose origins were unknown before were definitely much higher than Tang Hao. After returning to the camp, Bib Dong did not cancel the soul hunting plan directly, and sent a group of high-level soul masters to search the nearby area overnight. The next day dawned, at the shore of the Lake of Life. Looking at the unburied corpse of the giant beast beside the big pit not far from the lake, Bib Dong fell into silence again. Although the fur of the giant beast had been destroyed and its original appearance could not be seen, judging from the soul power and body size that had not yet completely dissipated from the corpse, this giant beast was one of her soul hunting targets in the Star Douluo forest this time, the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts and 1 100,000-year-old soul beast after transformation were hunted and sacrificed. The group of unknown strong men she met last night did not leave her any. At this moment, Bib Dong hated to cut Mu Yang and others into pieces to vent her hatred. It can be said that in terms of hatred alone, Mu Yang, who intercepted 3 100,000-year soul rings and 3 100,000-year soul bones, was directly on Bib Dong's hatred list and landed directly on the second place. As for the first place, it was Qian Sunji, the secret room Douluo. On the other side, after leaving the Xingde Great Forest overnight, Mu Yang and his group found a place in the wilderness to stop. After half a day, Mu Yang refined the Titan Giant Ape's right arm soul bone and raised his soul power level to the 80th level quasi-soul Douluo as he wished. He only needed an 8th soul ring to advance to the 8th ring soul Douluo. This soul hunting, Mu Yang gained a lot, a total of 300,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul bones. Excluding the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape soul ring due to the special soul ring position, is the 7th soul ring, which only forms the soul skill of the martial soul true body, purple jade black yellow ginseng. The 100,000-year soft bone rabbit soul ring and the 100,000-year sky blue bull python soul ring, which serve as the first and second soul rings of the ice flame holy shadow martial soul, have formed 2 100,000-year soul skills respectively. And the 3 100,000-year soul bones also come with 2 100,000-year soul bone skills respectively. That is to say, in addition to the martial soul true body, purple jade black yellow ginseng, this soul hunting also obtained 10 100,000-year skills. The right arm bone of the Titan Giant Ape comes with a strong attack soul bone skill, Titan Sky Break and a domain-like soul bone skill, Gravity Swamp. The left leg bone of the soft bone rabbit comes with a teleportation soul bone skill and absolute defense, invincible golden body. The left arm bone of the sky blue bull python comes with a control soul bone skill, Sky Blue Slow God Claw and a strong attack soul bone skill, Sky Blue Destruction Thunder. The 6 soul bone skills that come with the 300,000-year soul bones are the same as those obtained by Tang San in the original novel, except that the parts of the soul bones are slightly different. The 400,000-year soul skills formed by the 200,000-year soul rings combined with the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul are also quite effective. The first soul skill, Flame of Nothingness, the illusory flame of nothingness burns all over the body, immune to physical attacks, immune to 50% of energy attacks, and lasts for 10 seconds. Once the flame of nothingness comes out, Mu Yang is naturally good against physical attack type soul masters. Another first soul skill, Immortal Flame, the effect is similar to the invincible golden body, the golden immortal flame burns all over the body, immune to physical and energy attacks below the god level for 5 seconds, and can only be used 3 times a day. The immortal flame cannot be used together with the soul bone skill, Invincible Golden Body, but with these 2 skills in hand, Mu Yang can enter the absolute defense state 6 times a day, and his ability to save his life has been qualitatively improved. The second soul skill, Flame of Amplification, the effect is simple and crude, the blue flame of amplification is ignited all over the body, and the power of Ice Flame is increased by 200%. Another second soul skill, Flame of Delay, needs to be used with the power of the domain. After activation, a transparent flame of delay is ignited in the domain, which can delay the opponent's 6 senses and action ability within the domain. The specific delay effect depends on the strength of both parties. In addition to these 100,000-year soul skills or soul bone skills, Mu Yang also found a small surprise. With the addition of 200,000-year soul rings, the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul has been greatly improved. As the Ice Flame domain of the Martial Soul Talent domain, it has evolved again. The original domain skills, Ice Flame Amplification and Flawless Pure Flame have not changed, but a new domain skill has been added. Domain skill, Phantom Flame Burning, the domain is filled with illusory ice flames, which can continuously melt the opponent's vitality and soul power. Tisk, although it is a bit tasteless, Mu Yang did not dislike it. Anyway, it is better to have it than not. With this domain skill, he can also start the unparalleled mowing mode. When dealing with masters of the same level of strength, unless they are in a war of attrition, this domain skill will not be very useful. But if the target is a soldier on the battlefield, with his strength, his efficiency in harvesting heads is probably not worse than Douluo. End of this chapter. 292 Chapter 292 Bold Assumption. 292. 3 days later, Wuhan City, St. Maiden Hall. Are you sure? Qian Rongxiu's purple eyes were wide open, and she looked at Shilong, who was reporting the operation to her, with an unbelievable look. Qian Rongxiu was naturally very concerned about the soul hunting plan proposed by Bib Dong at the elders' meeting. Before the group set out, she specifically asked Shilong to report to her immediately after the soul hunting. Shilong said with a serious face, "Young master, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, the two 100,000-year soul beasts sacrificed should be the Azure bull python and the transformed soul beast that appeared in the Soul Master competition. Including the dead Titan giant ape, a total of 3 100,000-year soul beasts died, and the deaths of these 3 100,000-year soul beasts are all related to the strong man who saved you." After thinking for a moment, Qian Rongxiu said, "Except for that person, tell me about the strength and characteristics of the other 4 people." "Young master, the other 4 did not show their faces and martial spirits, and my subordinates are weak and cannot accurately judge the specific strength of the opponent. However, the 4 are very strong. The wind attribute titled Douluo with the weakest aura should not be lower than level 95. The ice attribute and fire attribute titled Douluo are slightly stronger, and should be level 96, the fire and earth dual attribute titled Douluo are the strongest, at least at the peak of level 96, and the possibility of level 97 is not ruled out. By the way, the 4 are wearing golden armor. Judging from the style of the armor, the wind attribute and fire and earth dual attribute titled Douluo are male, and the ice attribute and fire attribute titled Douluo are female." Shilong reported, recalling the characteristics of the 4 unknown strong men in his mind. In fact, Bib Dong and others did not doubt that these 4 people were the 4 Douluos of the Elemental Holy Academy. After all, there are few titled Douluos in the mainland Soul Master world, and the genders and soul power attributes of the 4 people can correspond. But suspicion is only suspicion after all, and the suspicion is still very low. There is nothing else. How can the strength of the 4 Douluos of the Elemental Holy Academy be compared with these 4 unknown strong men? Let's not talk about anything else. Feng Zhen, the Cold Wind Douluo, has only been promoted to the 9-ring titled Douluo for a short time. Feng Zhen has no 100,000-year spirit ring, no 100,000-year spirit bone, and no top-grade martial spirits like the Clear Sky Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. What can he use to challenge this titled Douluo with wind attribute whose strength is at least level 95? Similarly, Bib Dong doesn't believe that Huo Lai, who was only an 8-ring spirit Douluo 10 years ago, is now a powerful titled Douluo with a level of at least level 97. It can only be said that the spirit masters of this era have little experience. I don't know the value of black technology. 2 men and 1 woman, wind attribute, ice attribute, fire and earth attribute. Raising her eyebrows, Qian Rongxiu confirmed that these 4 unknown strong men were the 4 Douluo from the Elemental Holy Academy. To be honest, without knowing their faces and martial souls, judging from their strength, soul power attributes and gender, Qian Rongxiu was not sure that Shilong and others met the 4 Huo Lai people. But who made these 4 people with the humanoid martial soul fusion skills launched by Mu Yang and Shui Binger? And the reason why the 300,000-year soul beasts fell was nothing more than that Mu Yang and Shui Binger had cultivated to the 70th level of quasi-soul saints and needed additional soul rings to advance. But the problem came again. In addition to the Titan giant ape being hunted, the sky blue bull python and Xiaowu were both sacrificed. Among the 6, Huo Lai and the other 4 are titled Douluo, who do not need spirit rings. The only ones who need spirit rings to advance are Mu Yang and Shui Binger. But there are only 200,000-year spirit rings. Where is the other one? It is impossible that Mu Yang and his team directly wasted a precious 100,000-year spirit ring, right? Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu thought of the Spirit Master competition, where Mu Yang had used spiritual secrets many times. My good brother also has spiritual secrets that can control other people's minds. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but think to herself. If her guess is true, then her good brother has done a big deal behind her back. Qian Rongxiu remembered that during the Spirit Master competition, before the Tiandu Wuhan temple was destroyed by the furious Tang Hao, while she launched the repaying a favor plan, Sarath sent masters from the temple to assassinate Mu Yang and Shui Binger. As a result, the next day, 2 cardinals of the Heaven Do temple went crazy and assassinated Tang San, who was participating in the competition, ignoring the joint warnings of the Heaven Do Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. This eventually led to Tang Hao's revenge, and the entire Heaven Do temple was wiped out. Why did the 2 cardinals of the Heaven Do temple assassinate Tang San? The Heaven Do Empire has never been able to find out the reason, and it has become an unsolved mystery. But now it seems that this is a revenge secretly launched after Mu Yang was assassinated. Shilong, tell me, under what conditions can a soul master attach 2 soul rings in succession? After sighing, Qian Rongxiu asked Shilong. Young master, didn't you attach the first and second soul rings in succession? Shilong was stunned, and then told what happened to Jian Rongxiu herself in the past. Rolling her eyes, Jian Rongxiu said, I mean high-level soul masters, measured by level 70 soul power. Young master, can I make a bold assumption? After hesitating for a moment, Shilong tried. Go ahead and make a bold assumption, as long as it makes sense in theory. Jian Rongxiu waved her hand and said. Although it is a bold assumption, if this assumption happened to Mu Yang, then as long as it makes sense in theory, it is possible that it is the truth. After all, Mu Yang gave her too many surprises. After sorting out his thoughts, Shilong said slowly, Young master, assuming that I am now a quasi-soul saint of level 70, if I can add a 100,000 year 7th soul ring and refine a 100,000 year soul bone, my soul power level after advancement will probably reach 75 level soul saint. If I refine 2 more 100,000 year soul bones, my soul power level should be able to rise to 78 level or 79 level soul saint. If one of these 3 soul bones is a torso soul bone, and the soul hunter did not just break through to level 70 before, but continued to practice for a long time, with a 100,000 year 7th soul ring and 3 100,000 year soul bones, it is not impossible to upgrade to level 80. In this way, a level 70 quasi-soul saint can add 2 soul rings in a row. Of course, there is a simpler way, that is, this level 70 quasi-soul saint is a twin martial soul master, but has been cultivating a single martial soul, and without considering the tolerance, he can still add 8 soul rings. No, the soul power increased by 8 soul rings must be enough to increase the soul power level to level 80, there should be 10 soul ring positions. The words before the word of course were Shilong's dream when he was young. There is no such a good thing in reality, but in dreams, it is still possible, just go to bed early and get up late and dream more. Twin martial souls. Shilong's bold assumption was like a lightning that broke through the darkness and cleared the fog in Jian Rongxiu's heart. End of this chapter. 293 Chapter 293 Return to the City of Slaughter, Part 1. 293. Since the failure of the plan to usurp the country and the return to Wuhan City from Tiandu, Jian Rongxiu has been wondering about a question. Shui Binger's martial soul is the control type Ice Phoenix, while Mu Yang's martial soul is the food type Ginseng with dual attributes of ice and fire. These two martial souls do not have the prerequisites for forming a martial soul fusion skill. And even if a martial soul fusion skill is formed incredibly, the control martial soul combined with the food martial soul should not form the ice armor warrior she has seen. Now she understands that Mu Yang has a second martial soul. Oh, by the way, it seems that Mu Yang has exposed this point a long time ago. The ice blue flame he used in the Soul Master competition, which is very different from ordinary flames, should be brought by his second martial soul. This is like a fire-type Soul Master. As long as the soul power control level is acceptable, when the martial soul is not released, it can also rub out flames. Ice attribute Hokage. No wonder the martial soul fusion technique is in human form. Squinting his eyes, Jian Rongxiu thought to herself. According to the initial investigation, Mu Yang's martial soul had evolved, and the attributeless Ginseng martial soul inherited from his father became a Ginseng martial soul with dual attributes of ice and fire. Then Mu Yang's unknown second martial soul should have originally been inherited from his mother, the humanoid Hokage martial soul, the same as blazing Douluo. After that martial soul evolution, the fire-attributed Hokage martial soul turned into a dual attribute of ice and fire. No, it should be a humanoid martial soul with the fusion of ice and fire. My good brother can advance to the 8th ring now, right? Tisk, a 17-year-old 8-ring soul Douluo, and a twin martial soul master, Bib Dong, I wonder if you, who are also a twin martial soul master, can beat him in the future? Looking across the wall of the hall towards the direction of the Pope's hall, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. In the territory of the Kingdom of Barak, at the official entrance to the City of Slaughter. Under the gaze of a group of respectful black-armored warriors, Mu Yang and Shui Binger passed through the slightly dark passage and came to the Slaughter City again. The last time they came to the Slaughter City, they came for the Killing God domain. This time, they came for the Shura God test. Looking at the dark city in front of his sight, Mu Yang couldn't help but wonder where he should go to start the Shura God test. Looking for the King of Slaughter? It seems impossible. The King of Slaughter is not a high priest like Poseidon. He is just a god tester parasitized by the evil soul beast. After explaining his purpose, the possibility of the King of Slaughter fighting with them is far greater than the possibility of taking them to start the god test. Mu Yang is not afraid of the King of Slaughter alone, but if the bronze player King of Slaughter retires and the king player land invincible Tang Chen comes online again, things are uncertain. Even if this invincible on land was in a bad state and in a half-crippled state, Mu Yang was not sure of winning. However, just when Mu Yang was thinking about where to go to start the Shura god test, a strange feeling appeared in the dark. Binger, do you have any special feelings? Mu Yang asked Shui Binger. Special feelings? No. Shui Binger shook her head. Seeing this, Mu Yang released his mental power to carefully explore this strange feeling. Soon, Mu Yang clearly realized that this strange feeling came from somewhere in the inner city of the killing city, as if deliberately seducing him. Guidelines for the God test. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly with his eyes narrowed. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang took Shui Binger to the direction where the guidance appeared. The Slaughter City is a place of divine examination set up by the Azure God King. The only one who can pose a threat to them, besides the Slaughter King, is the Rakshasa God. After all, Tang Chen, who was taking the Azure God examination, was caught in the hands of the Rakshasa God. However, the Rakshasa God had already chosen Bib Dong as the successor of the throne, and she was also a first-level main god. I think a little Rakama like him should not be in the eyes of this evil god. Perhaps he, with his outstanding talent, had already entered the sight of the Azure God King after obtaining the domain of the God of Slaughter. Now that he came to the Slaughter City again, the Azure God King, who had already achieved the highest level, could not wait to pass down the throne and explore the unknown universe. On the other hand, when Mu Yang and the others just entered the Slaughter City from the passage at the official entrance, the Slaughter King received the news that the two killing gods, Ghost Demon and Ice Envoy, had come to the Slaughter City again. King, how should we deal with it? In the dark and bloody hall, the charming and enchanting woman in black asked the King of Killing on the throne with a worried look on her face. According to the past practice, when the God of Killing returns to the Killing City, it is definitely not a good thing. Every time, the Killing City suffers heavy losses. Even the two killing gods, Rakshasa and HaoTian, are no exception. These two killing gods did not cause trouble in the Killing City, but they brought their juniors to experience. The former's junior Hell Messenger has become a killing god, and the latter's junior skull-crushing blue demon has not yet become a killing god, but basically has not escaped. Humph, just two juniors. Glancing at her, the King of Killing said with disdain. It is true that the killing gods who returned to the Slaughter City are ruthless, but the two killing gods who returned this time are very young. When they left the Slaughter City, their soul power level was only 6 rings. Now, less than 2 years later, their soul power level is only 7 rings at most. Perhaps the future strength of these two killing gods will not be weaker than the current Rakshasa and HaoTian, but for now, they are just juniors. If they dare to act presumptuously, they can be suppressed directly. However, although he disdains, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, who has been dealing with humans for a long time and is deeply acquainted with the way of the underdog, does not mean to completely look down on the two. This has nothing to do with age or identity. Just because the two can become the killing gods of the Slaughter City, they have to give face. After thinking for a while, the King of Slaughter said, the two gods of killing have returned, and the City of Slaughter naturally needs to show some appreciation. However, I will not show up to entertain them. You should go and welcome them on my behalf. By the way, ask them why they are here. If they don't tell me, you should bring some guards to follow them as guides. Don't let strangers offend the guests of the City of Slaughter. There are also some rules for arranging guards. Ghost Demon and Ice Envoy are gods of killing. They can be said to be ruthless people who have walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. If you secretly follow them, once they are discovered, they will definitely kill them without saying a word. But it is different to arrange guards openly. The City of Slaughter is very chaotic. Sending guides and guards can prevent guests from being attacked by random people. Disturbing, this is all reasonable. As for the other party's refusal? If they refuse, then the King of Slaughter has every reason to suspect that the two came to the Slaughter City to make trouble. If you don't want to be shameless, then do it. The King of Slaughter doesn't think that he can't control the two juniors. End of this chapter. 294 Chapter 294 Return to the Slaughter City, Part 2. 294. The Slaughter City, Inner City. On the street, Mu Yang was taking Shui Binger to the direction, and a charming and enchanting woman in black with mature charm came in front of them. Behind the woman in black, there was a team of black warriors holding big swords. "Hello, two gods of killing. On behalf of the great king of slaughter, I welcome you to come." The woman in black stopped in front of Mu Yang and the others, bowed respectfully and said, "Well, is there something?" Mu Yang nodded and asked, "I wonder what the two gods of killing have come to the city of slaughter for? If you have any instructions, just tell me." The woman in black said with a smile. Glancing at the woman in black and the black armored warriors following her, Mu Yang guessed her purpose. It was nothing more than the king of slaughter sending her to test their purpose of coming to the city of slaughter again. But Mu Yang didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "You can follow us if you want, but don't disturb us, understand? If the Shura god test can be opened, the movement when the god test appears must be huge. The king of slaughter will know it sooner or later. It doesn't matter if the woman in black and the black armored warriors follow. Anyway, the opponent's strength is not strong enough to pose a threat to them. If the Shura god test cannot be opened, Mu Yang will not care whether the opponent follows. If possible, Mu Yang is not going to fight with the king of slaughter for the time being. After all, the king of slaughter can be dealt with, but if it is Tang Chen who has regained consciousness, he is not so sure. Although it is possible that Tang Chen would be grateful to them for helping him out of trouble, Mu Yang would not pin his hopes on others. Of course, Mu Yang also knew that he and Tang Chen would have a battle sooner or later. Although Tang Chen was parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and became a vampire for many years, his 8th test of Shura seemed to have no test time limit and he did not fail. In the original book, Tang Chen completed the 8th test of Shura. The reason why Tang Chen died was because he was parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King for many years and his body was exhausted, but now there are still many years from that time in the original book. Tang Chen's physical condition must not be so bad, maybe there is still hope. If the previous God Examiner is not dead, how can he, the successor God Examiner, take the position? It is okay to fight the King of Slaughter, but Mu Yang must ensure that his strength can kill Tang Chen, who has returned to consciousness, otherwise if Tang Chen, who has returned to consciousness, has a chance to return to the peak, then the Shura God position may not be his. Yes, the two killing gods. The black-clothed woman nodded respectfully. Although her plan was seen through, the black-clothed woman was not annoyed at all. Because Mu Yang and the others allowed them to follow, which meant that they had no intention of causing trouble when they came to the killing city again. As long as they were not here to cause trouble, no matter what their purpose was, at least they would not make the already chaotic killing city even more chaotic. Similarly, this also meant that her life was safe. You know, when the King of Killing sent her as a representative to welcome the two killing gods and she had to follow as a guide, the black-clothed woman was very worried, fearing that Mu Yang and the others would not be happy with her and kill her if they disagreed. In the outside world, if a force sent a representative to welcome the guests and follow as a guide, there would definitely be no need to worry about life-threatening situations. After all, the guide represents the face of the force, and no guest would slap him in the face like this. But the Slaughter City is not the outside world, and the guests she welcomes are not serious guests, but the two killing gods who scared the fallen people in the inner city to stay indoors and even went door to door to capture people to be killed in the killing field. Who knows if the mental state of the two killing gods is normal now? That is to say, there are no children in the inner city, otherwise the name of Ghost Demon would definitely scare children to stop crying. No, it should be a terrifying existence that is enough to make the fallen dare not breathe loudly. Following the guidance from the dark, Mu Yang brought Shui Binger to a blood-colored hall in the north of the inner city of the Slaughter City. This blood-colored hall is estimated to be 60 to 70 meters high and covers an area of thousands of square meters. Although it is not as tall as the Hell Killing Field, it is also a rare tall building in the Slaughter City. Outside the hall, there are many black armored warriors and a warrior leader holding a bright silver spear and wearing silver armor standing under strict guard. Seeing the two men walking towards the bloody hall, the black-clothed woman behind them changed her expression and hurriedly stepped forward to stop the two men. Looking at the black-clothed woman who was blocking him, Mu Yang's expression immediately became unfriendly, and a fierce murderous intent bloomed. "Get out of the way." Although it was only a trace of murderous intent, the black-clothed woman still couldn't help trembling all over, and said with a stiff face, "My two lords of killing, this hall is a forbidden place in the city of slaughter. No one can enter without the permission of the great king of slaughter. There are 3 places in the city of slaughter that can be called forbidden places. One is the rumored Hell Road, the second is the hall where the King of Slaughter has lived for a long time, and the third is this bloody hall. As the King of Slaughter is one of the favorite concubines and confidants of the Lord, the woman in black had the honor of entering this blood-colored palace once. There is only a magnificent giant statue in the blood-colored palace, and it doesn't seem to hide any secrets. But since the King of Slaughter has listed this blood-colored palace as a forbidden area and prohibits others from entering without permission, there must be a reason for it. The woman in black dare not cross the line at all. Hearing this, Mu Yang frowned. Mu Yang, shall we force our way in? Shui Bing'er asked Mu Yang in a voice transmission. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and the soul-capturing secret technique was activated. The invisible and intangible spiritual power surged out, silently controlling the consciousness of the woman in black. Don't let me in? I want to go in. Unless you can beat me. You know, the guidance from the dark came from this blood-colored palace. It's about the Shura God test. Mu Yang will not give the King of Slaughter face, not to mention that the King of Slaughter did not show up, and he was just a representative. Tell me about this palace. After a successful move, Mu Yang began to inquire about the information about the Blood Palace. Lord God of Killing, I don't know the secret of this Blood Palace. I only know that the King of Killing has listed it as one of the forbidden places in the city of Killing, but there is nothing else in the palace except a magnificent giant statue. The woman in black answered truthfully. Statue. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Maybe this statue is the statue of the Shura God King? Just like the statue of the Sea God in the Sea God Temple on the Sea God Mountain on the Sea God Island? After taking a look at the many black-armored warriors standing outside the Blood Palace, Mu Yang took action again and controlled the silver-armored warrior leader with the soul-stealing secret technique. Then, under the order of the silver-armored warrior leader, the guards opened the heavy palace door, and Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er entered the Blood Palace. End of this chapter. 295 Chapter 295 God's Servant, Sorrow. 295. Walking into the bloody hall, the first thing that attracted Mu Yang and the others was a huge statue of a god standing more than 50 meters high in the hall. The statue had a resolute face, wearing dark red magic pattern armor, holding a thick sword with blood red and dark gold magic patterns all over it, standing in the empty hall with the sword, indescribably majestic. In theory, the dark red magic pattern armor and the blood red dark gold magic pattern giant sword all represent that this is an evil god accompanied by killing and blood. But strangely, this statue did not bring any sense of evil to people, but instead made people subconsciously feel that this was a righteous god who maintained order, judged evil, and stopped killing with killing. It is indeed the Shura statue. Looking at the majestic statue in front of him, Mu Yang thought to himself. Mu Yang, is this the god behind the city of slaughter? Shui Bing'er asked in a low voice after taking a look. Yes. Mu Yang nodded slightly. At this moment, something strange happened. The door of the blood-colored hall closed, and a white light surged out from the center of the statue's eyebrows and landed not far in front of the statue. The white light spread instantly, forming an elliptical white light curtain, which was exactly the same as the exit from the Hell Road. Seeing this, Mu Yang and the others changed their expressions and became more alert. Trialists, welcome. Soon, the white light curtain rippled, and accompanied by a low voice, a tall human figure walked out from behind the light curtain. Who are you? Taking a step forward, protecting Shui Bing'er behind him, Mu Yang stared at the human figure walking out of the white light curtain and asked in a deep voice. This figure is not a human, at least not a pure human. Nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a dark gold robe, but exposed outside the clothes is a rock-like black body, like a rock monster. Although Mu Yang failed to detect a strong aura from this figure, it is certain that this rock monster of unknown race and origin is definitely not a weakling. My god gave me the name, Shang, and I am my god's servant in the world. Shang replied. I understand, this is a high priest of the gods like Jian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. Juniors Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er greet the senior. The two bowed and saluted. Waving his hand, Shang continued, the city of slaughter is a place of examination set by my god in the human world. The purpose is to select a successor who can inherit my god's mantle. Trialists, are you ready? If you are not ready, considering that this is your first time here, I can let you leave and come back when you are ready. However, once the test set by my god begins, if you fail to complete it within the time limit, you will have no choice but to die. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Shang, covering Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er. In an instant, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er felt that they had fallen into hell, and a strong sense of death rose in their hearts, as if they were stared at by a peerless monster. Fortunately, Shang's aura was only a flash, and he immediately recovered his original appearance except for his face, as if he was harmless to humans and animals. However, in such a short moment, the foreheads of the two people were covered with fine cold sweat due to the terrifying aura emanating from Shang. Demigod. At least he is a demigod. Mu Yang secretly exclaimed at the strength of Shang in his heart. Sure enough, those who can become servants of God are not easy to mess with. At least they are at the peak of the human world, and it is not ruled out that they have broken through the 100th level. It can be said that in the state of not superimposing martial soul fusion skills on battle armor, they are only level 80 and level 70 at present. In terms of strength, at least half in front of the gods Shang, they are no different from ants. Senior, we are ready. Bowed, Mu Yang said in a deep voice. Very good. Nodding, Shang came to the majestic statue and bowed respectfully. Accompanied by a stream of dark red energy, it sank into the statue. In a blink of an eye, the statue seemed to be resurrected, emitting a faint dark red halo. After activating the statue, Shang turned around and said, "You two stand in front of my god's statue." Mu Yang and the others did as they were told and came to the statue. Then, Shang knelt on one knee, with a face full of piety, and said, "Great Lord Shura God, the trial is here, please give me the test." Is this god named Shura God? Shui Bing'er thought to herself. The next second, two brilliant blood-red lights surged out from the Shura statue, falling on Mu Yang and the other person, covering their figures. At the same time, in the god realm far away from Douluo continent. In the majestic dark red temple, a tall figure sitting on the throne in the temple opened his eyes, his gaze traveled through space, and the scene in the blood-colored hall of the killing city appeared in the sight of the tall figure. Young man, I look forward to your performance. Unknown chaos, what kind of scenery will it be? The favorite inheritor arrived. At this moment, the tall figure seemed to see the scene of getting rid of the cage and exploring the unknown world in the near future. That's right, the position of God King that ordinary soul masters and even Mu Yang, the traverser, are extremely eager for is actually no different from a cage for the tall figure who has already achieved the highest. Because only by passing down the throne of God can he explore the unknown world. Of course, this does not mean that the position of God King restricts him from leaving the Douluo universe, but as the order maintainer of the God realm, the great figure has the responsibility and obligation to cultivate new order maintainers to ensure that the God realm and even the entire universe will not fall into chaos due to his departure. Similarly, the unknown world is inevitably accompanied by unknown dangers, and he needs an excellent successor to inherit his mantle. Master-disciple inheritance is nothing more than this. The dark red light stirred by the statue enveloped Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er, and their consciousness was pulled into an unknown place. A great figure surrounded by dark red light appeared in their sight. My name is Shura. A majestic voice sounded, accompanied by a finger pointing out. The golden red light sank into the eyebrows of the two, and then the world shattered, and the consciousness of the two returned to reality. Soon, the dark red light covering the two dissipated. Suddenly, a brilliant red light suddenly appeared on Shui Bing'er's body, and then the red light condensed and turned into 8 red light curtains surrounding Shui Bing'er's head. Among the 8 red light curtains, except for the first one which was bright, the other 7 were dim, as if they were sealed. Finally, the 8 light curtains merged into one, turning into a red stream of light that sank into Shui Bing'er's forehead, leaving a red 8-pointed star mark on her forehead. End of this chapter. 296 Chapter 296 God Level 9 Tests. 296. Top 8 Tests. Not bad. Looking at the 8 red light curtains that sank into Shui Bing'er's forehead, and the red 8-pointed star mark on her forehead, Shang nodded in satisfaction. Although Shui Bing'er only obtained the top 8 tests, not the God Level 9 tests, this is enough to prove her outstanding talent. You know, Lord Shura is one of the 5 supreme gods in the God realm, and his vision is far beyond that of ordinary gods. If the degree of compatibility between the trialer's martial soul and the divine position is not taken into account, the trialer who can be given the top 8 tests by Lord Shura God is definitely the 9th test of the divine level in the eyes of many gods below the level of God King in the divine world. Of course, if there was no Mu Yang on the side, Shui Bing'er's test level might be higher. After all, from the perspective of talent alone, Shui Bing'er's talent should not be worse than the previous inheritor who opened the 9th test but is now lost. It's a pity that Mu Yang on the side is more talented. Apart from anything else, Shang can see that Mu Yang is more energetic and younger, but his soul power level is a full 10 levels higher than Shui Binger, and his blood power and mental strength are far superior to ordinary soul masters of the same level. Soon, after Shui Binger, Mu Yang's body also changed, but unlike Shui Binger, he did not emit red light, but a dazzling golden red light. The next moment, Mu Yang exuded a vast divine power, which instantly filled the entire hall and then spread to the entire killing city. Suddenly, the entire killing city was boiling. Whether it was the residents of the outer city or the fallen in the inner city, everyone's eyes turned to the direction of the bloody hall. Divine power. In the dark hall, when this trace of vast divine power appeared, the face of the killing city sitting on the throne changed drastically, and immediately rushed towards the bloody hall where the statue was. On the other side, somewhere in the inner city, a sloppy and burly figure also looked at the direction of the vast divine power with a look of horror. There is such a strong man in the killing city. After thinking for a moment, the sloppy and burly figure finally gave up the idea of joining in the fun. Such a strong man must not be his opponent, not to mention that he had to keep his useful body to protect his good son. Dao. After a long time, the golden red light converged and condensed into 9 golden red light curtains surrounding the top of the head. Finally, the 9 golden red light curtains merged into a stream of light and sank into the center of the eyebrows, leaving a golden red sword mark at the center of Mu Yang's eyebrows. God's test, it is indeed a God's test. Looking at the 9 golden red light curtains that sank into Mu Yang's eyebrows, and the golden red sword mark of the Azure sword at the center of the eyebrows, Shang was extremely excited. The great Lord Azure finally selected a son of God again. I hope you won't be the next Tang Chen. Looking at Mu Yang's vigorous face, Shang's thoughts could not help but go back to decades ago. At that time, under his witness, a soul master who obtained the power of the killing god domain also opened the 9 divine tests. It's a pity that things are impermanent. The strong man who was full of vigor in the past still failed to get rid of the predicament and is destined to become the dust of history. Suddenly, after noticing that there were many figures outside the hall, and among them was the lost previous divine examiner, Shang's face darkened, and he did not make any moves. Without Mu Yang and the others noticing, a faint blood-red light appeared outside the blood-colored hall, completely isolating the inside and the outside. Outside the hall. What's going on? He ordered his subordinates to clean up the fallen ones who came to join in the fun. Looking at the blood-colored hall with a blood-red light, the King of Slaughter suppressed his anger and fear and questioned the silver-armored warrior leader who was guarding. My lord is in the hall, all strangers are not allowed to approach. Facing the King of Slaughter's questioning, under the shocked eyes of everyone present, the upright silver-armored warrior leader pointed the bright silver spear in his hand directly at the King of Slaughter and shouted unceremoniously. Under normal circumstances, the silver-armored warrior leader would naturally not dare to be so presumptuous, but who made him not get rid of the control of Mu Yang's soul-stealing secret technique at this moment? How dare you? Seeing the silver-armored warrior leader talking to him like this, the King of Slaughter shouted angrily, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of the silver-armored warrior leader. One claw stretched out, accompanied by the blooming of bright red blood, the King of Slaughter's arm pierced through the chest of the silver-armored warrior leader, crushing the heart of the silver-armored warrior leader. You tell me. After killing the traitor casually and shaking off the blood on his arm, the King of Slaughter turned his eyes to his favorite concubine, the black-clothed woman who had previously served as a guide for Mu Yang and the others. King of Slaughter, my master is inside, you leave quickly and don't disturb my master. The black-clothed woman said coldly. Hearing this, the King of Slaughter was stunned. What's going on? The traitor before was fine, but even you dare to talk to me like this? Suddenly, the King of Slaughter thought of a key point. His favorite concubine was here to guide Mu Yang and the others. When Mu Yang was training in the city of Slaughter, he was called a ghost demon by many fallen people and mastered the spiritual secrets of controlling other people's minds. That is to say, the two of them were not traitors, but were manipulated by Mu Yang? Come on, take her away and keep her under strict watch. With a dark face, the King of Slaughter, who had figured it out, did not kill his favorite concubine for the sake of frequent in-depth communication, and ordered people to take her away. Then, the King of Slaughter stepped forward and clawed at the blood-red light that was emanating from the blood-red hall. Dang! This layer of blood-red light seemed to break with a poke, but it was actually very solid. The King of Slaughter used 70% of his strength, but he was unable to shake it at all, and his arm was numb from the shock. After failing to succeed in one move, the King of Slaughter's face turned completely black, and he did not try again. The King of Slaughter, who knew where this place was, understood that since someone had prevented it from entering the palace, it would definitely not be able to break this layer of blood-red light. Because this involved the great god, and even if he could break this layer of blood-red light with all his strength, he did not dare to do it. Otherwise, if he angered the great god, all that was left for him was to be crushed into ashes by the power of God. Sure enough, the god of slaughter was a disaster. If he had known this earlier, he should have killed Mu Yang and the others as soon as they entered the city of slaughter. Now, the thing he had always feared the most appeared. At this moment, the King of Slaughter secretly prayed in his heart that Mu Yang and the others would all die in the assessment that would definitely not be simple. Otherwise, once the strength of the two was improved, it would definitely become one of the assessment targets. This was not only because it played an extremely dishonorable role in the assessment of the previous successor of the throne, but more importantly, the powerful artifact was still in the body it parasitized. End of this chapter. 297 Chapter 297 Shura Secret Realm. 297. Inside the blood-colored hall, Mu Yang looked into his own sea of consciousness and saw 9 golden red light curtains appearing under the brilliant moon hanging in the sea of consciousness, which symbolized his spiritual power. Among the 9 golden red light curtains, one of them had clear mysterious words, and the remaining 8 were slightly dim and could not be seen clearly. The first test of Shura, Domain Mastery, master the domain of the god of killing, time limit, half a year. Master the domain of the god of killing. Isn't this a free gift? After seeing the requirements of the first test clearly, Mu Yang thought to himself. If nothing unexpected happens, if he and Shui Binger have mastered the domain of the god of killing to the same extent, they should be able to reach the mastery level required by the god test, right? But you don't say that this test is a free gift for him, but if it were someone else, and they had just obtained the domain of the god of killing, they would most likely fail. Binger, what is your assessment? Mu Yang asked Shui Binger. Master the killing god domain within 1 year. Shui Binger said with a smile. 1 year. Mu Yang nodded secretly. As expected, the higher the assessment level, the greater the specific assessment difficulty. Although the requirements are the same, both are to master the killing god domain, but the time limit left for him is only half of Shui Binger, which increases the difficulty in disguise. Maybe in the eyes of Shura God, he is the protagonist of the assessment, and Shui Binger is just a gift? No need to ask too much. Senior, what is the standard for mastering the killing god domain? How to check whether the assessment is completed? Retracting his scattered thoughts, Mu Yang bowed and asked Shang. Shang bowed to Mu Yang and explained, Your Highness, you are the successor chosen by Lord Shura God, and you don't need to bow to me in the future. As for the assessment, it will be completed in Shura's secret realm. Whether the assessment is completed or not will be judged by the statue left by Lord Shura God. And Shura's secret realm is an independent secret space attached to Douluo Star. Douluo Star. Shui Binger caught a key point and couldn't help asking. The world she lives in is Douluo continent, why is it called Douluo Star by Senior Shang in front of her? What is a star? Stars? Could it be that the stars hanging in the night sky are worlds like Douluo continent? Trialist, the world we live in is much bigger than you can imagine. The world you know, excluding the vast ocean, is collectively called Douluo continent. Douluo continent plus the vast ocean, as well as several large land masses like Douluo continent and countless islands, together constitute Douluo Star. The reason why it is called a star is because Douluo Star is a sphere. As for the world outside Douluo Star, it is meaningless to you for the time being. If you can break through the boundary between mortals and gods in the future, you will naturally understand it. Shang gave Shui Binger a little popular science. Is our world a sphere? Shui Binger widened her eyes, looking incredulous. If the Douluo continent under her feet is part of a ball, then will the continent and ocean on the other side of the sphere really not fall off? Shang smiled, but did not answer the question, and said, Your Highness, Trialist, please follow me. As he said, Shang made a gesture of invitation, and then turned and entered the white light curtain leading to the Shura secret realm. After looking at each other, Mu Yang and the other two followed. The Shura secret realm was very different from what Mu Yang had expected. Passing through the white light curtain, Mu Yang and the other two appeared on the top of a mountain. Looking ahead, what came into view was no longer a dark and depressing world like the Killing City, but blue sky, white clouds, and forests. Even in the far distance of sight, there were snow-capped mountains and oceans. Turn his sight back to the present, Mu Yang saw that the two of them were standing in a wide square. The square paved with 3-foot square black tiles was very wide, covering at least tens of thousands of square meters. In addition to several dark buildings built around the edge of the square, there was only a Shura statue about tens of meters high standing in the center of the wide square. Your Highness, Trialist, this is the Shura secret realm. The voice of Shang sounded, pulling back Mu Yang and the other two's eyes from looking at the surrounding environment. Senior, I see there are still many soul beasts living in the secret realm. Mu Yang couldn't help asking after noticing the numerous strong or weak soul auras in the forest below the mountain. Of course there are soul beasts in the secret realm, and in addition to soul beasts, there are also some strange beasts from other worlds. Shang nodded. Strange beasts come from other worlds. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, and then asked impatiently, if I'm not mistaken, the strange beasts that Binger and I encountered in the Hell Road should be the ones you put in there, right? I wonder if there are any strange beasts suitable for Binger in the secret realm. Strange beasts are good things, at least the two strange beasts he had encountered were like this. The inner pills of the 10-headed scorching sun snake and the dragon strange beast respectively awakened the martial soul talent field of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan after they were refined. If there is an ice beast that matches Shui Binger, it may help Shui Binger awaken her martial soul talent field, and the inner elixir can also be used as a soul ring, just like Ma Hongjun in the original book. If the beast is strong enough, it may be possible to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring after refining. Your Highness, there are not too many beasts in the secret realm, and there are no ice-attributed beasts. Shang shook his head, and then continued, although there are no ice-attributed beasts, the Shura secret realm has existed for a long time. Except for the previous trialists, no one else comes to hunt souls. Over the years, there are also soul beasts in the secret realm whose age has entered 100,000 years. Although most of them have fallen under the heavenly tribulation, there are still two soul beasts of 100,000 years and above in the secret realm. One of them is the Overlord who occupies the snow mountain in the distance, the 100,000-year-old Ice Phoenix. As he said, Shang pointed to the tall snow mountain in the distance. Senior, Binger's martial soul is the Ice Phoenix. She has just reached level 70 and needs a soul ring to advance. I wonder. Mu Yang said hesitantly. The Ice Phoenix is a mutation of the Fire Phoenix. Although the Ice Luan and the Ice Phoenix are not exactly the same species, but the similarity is extremely high, and it is rare in the world. According to scholars' inference, Bing Luan is suspected to be a mild variant of the Ice Phoenix soul beast. Not only does it have the same attributes, but its bloodline is also from the same source. Therefore, for Shui Binger, excluding the factor of age, the Bing Luan soul ring is not much worse than the Ice Phoenix soul ring and the God-given soul ring. The soul beasts and strange beasts in the secret realm are all used by the examinees to train and improve their strength. Except for the range of the sacred mountain under our feet, where fighting is prohibited, the rest of the places are all places where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Shang said calmly. End of this chapter. 298 Chapter 298 The first test is completed. 298. Hearing this, Mu Yang and the others were delighted. Since it is the law of the jungle, there is no problem of not being able to hunt. Let's not talk about whether we can get the God-given soul ring in the future. At least we can guarantee to harvest a 100,000-year soul ring that matches the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, plus a 100,000-year soul bone. Your Highness, Trialist, as the person in charge of the assessment, I know all your assessment contents. The first assessment, master the domain. Just release the God of Killing domain in front of the statue of Lord Shura God. If the degree of domain control meets the standard and is within the specified time limit of the assessment, the first assessment can be completed. Shang said to Mu Yang and the others. Senior, what will happen if the assessment fails? Shui Binger asked. Failure in the assessment below 6 tests means death. There is no time limit for assessments above 6 tests, and there is no such thing as failure in the assessment. But if the next God-level assessor appears during the assessor's lifetime, then the assessor who has not completed the assessment will become a certain assessment target of the next God-level assessor. Shang said calmly. Those who fail below 6 tests will die, and those who fail to complete 6 tests or above will become the assessment target of the next God-level assessor. Having said that, Shang has great confidence in Mu Yang, at least he will not fail in the assessment below 6 tests. Because the difficulty of the assessment is not linked to the strength of the assessee, but to the level of the assessee's soul power. The more talented the assessee is, the greater the possibility of passing the assessment. For example, the assessment task is to defeat an opponent who is one level higher than oneself. This is very difficult for ordinary soul masters and basically impossible to complete, but for a few geniuses, the challenge of crossing levels is no different from eating and drinking. After the voice of Shang fell, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but frown. Failure below 6 tests means death. Although she is confident in her and Mu Yang's strength, this is at least an assessment issued by the legendary god. The difficulty of the assessment is unknown, and the rules of the assessment are also unknown. She dare not guarantee that she and Mu Yang will definitely pass the assessment. Don't panic, since the purpose of Lord Shura God setting up the inheritance place is to select inheritors, then for assessors of different levels, the specific difficulty of the assessment must be different. With our strength, can't we pass the assessment corresponding to the difficulty of the soul power level? Mu Yang said with a smile. That's right. Shui Bing'er nodded. With the martial soul fusion skills and battle armor in hand, why worry about not passing the assessment? If even the two of them can't pass the assessment, Shui Bing'er really can't imagine who in the world can pass it. You know, although the two of them are only level 70 and level 80 at the moment, after the two of them join forces, they can at least burst out the strength of the peak of level 97, or even the upper limit of the strength of the 98th level titled Douluo. Let's go, let's complete the first assessment first. As he said, Mu Yang pulled Shui Bing'er to the Shura statue in the center of the square. The surging white light bloomed from the two people, and then turned into an invisible airflow, and the two people's killing god domain enveloped the Shura statue. Although the domain was filled with cold and monstrous killing intent, Mu Yang and the others were clear-headed and sober, and there was no sign of sinking into killing. Soon, a burst of blood-red light flashed in the eyes of the Shura statue, as if it was exploring something, and then it returned to calmness. The next moment, a golden-red stream of light surged out from the sword seal at Mu Yang's brow, and turned into a golden-red light curtain in front of him. Then the light curtain shattered, turning into dots of golden-red light and re-injected into the brow. Then, a majestic voice sounded from Mu Yang's mind. The first test of the Shura 9 tests, Domain Mastery, completed. Reward, Shura God Affinity increased by 5%, and the age of all soul rings increased by 1000 years. After the majestic voice fell, Mu Yang's first martial soul, Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng emerged in front of him, and 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red bloomed. Then the 7 soul rings emitted a faint golden-red glow. The changes in the 2nd to 7th soul rings were not obvious, but the first soul ring had a huge change. The color of the first soul ring, which was bright yellow for 100 years, began to deepen rapidly, from bright yellow to dark yellow, and then to yellow with purple, and finally completely turned into light purple. At this moment, the soul ring configuration of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng has been upgraded from yellow, purple, black, 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 red to purple, purple, black, 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 red. But the changes in Mu Yang have not completely ended. Under the surprised eyes of Shang, the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul that appeared in front of Mu Yang and the 7 blooming mutual warmth sank into his body, and then an ice blue light appeared, and a human-shaped martial soul with an ice blue body appeared behind him. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing for Shang. What surprised him most was that after Mu Yang released his second martial soul, although there were only 2 soul rings blooming on his body, they were all bright red 100,000 year soul ring. With the 100,000 year 7th soul ring of the first martial soul, Mu Yang, who is only a level 80 quasi-soul Douluo, actually has 3 100,000 year soul rings. Although Shang did not practice the Soul Master system, he also knew how strong a Soul Master's physique was needed to add 3 100,000 year soul rings. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the inheritor, worthy of the oracle of Lord Shura God himself, much more powerful than that Tang Chen. Thinking back to the previous God Examiner who had no 100,000 year soul ring when he came to the Slaughter City in the past, and only got the 100,000 year 9th soul ring after undergoing the God test, Shang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Soon, under the influence of the great power of God, the first and second soul rings of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul were also upgraded by 1,000 years respectively, and then the soul ring and martial soul were taken back into Mu Yang's body. Turning his head to look at Shui Bing'er, Mu Yang saw that her soul ring configuration had also changed. From the original yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 it changed to purple, 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 black, black, black. Binger, how much has your soul ring's age increased? Mu Yang asked. It seems that Shura is not as generous as Poseidon. His soul power level is 80 level quasi-soul Douluo. If he completes the assessment for the first time, won't he be rewarded with a divine soul ring? The age of all soul rings has increased by 1,000 years. Shui Binger said with some excitement. Although the soul ring age increased is not too much, only 1,000 years, which is not a big improvement in strength, but this is just passing the first assessment. I believe there will be opportunities to obtain it later. And the more difficult the subsequent assessment is, the more generous the reward will be. If all 8 assessments are completed, I think it will be possible to increase the first soul ring with the lowest age to 10,000 years, right? How many soul masters in the mainland soul master world can compare with the soul ring configuration starting from 10,000 years? End of this chapter. 299 Chapter 299 100,000 years of Isluan. 299. Also 1,000 years? In addition to this, are there any other rewards? Mu Yang asked. Do you have other rewards? Shui Binger choked. In her opinion, all the spirit rings have been upgraded by 1,000 years, and the 6 spirit rings have been upgraded by 6,000 years in total. This reward is already quite generous. After all, the reward for the first assessment can be said to be given away for free. But from what Mu Yang said, he also got an additional reward? Mu Yang shook his head, that's not the case. It's almost the same as yours, but there is an additional reward for improving the affinity of Shura God. Affinity of Shura God? Is it because you are the inheritor of Lord Shura God? Shui Binger asked after blinking. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. Mu Yang nodded, pretending to be ignorant. Azure God affinity is crucial, just like Tang San's affinity with the sea god in the original work. Apart from other things, the fact that one needs to achieve 100% affinity with the god to inherit the throne is enough to reflect the importance of this attribute. Then, Mu Yang's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness to check the content of the second test of the Azure 9 tests. The second test of Azure, the road to hell, pass the real road to hell, time limit, 1 month. The real road to hell. Consciously exiting the sea of consciousness, Mu Yang frowned. It is obvious that the road to hell referred to by the God test is not the road to hell they broke through at the beginning. To be honest, in Mu Yang's opinion, the road to hell he broke through at the beginning, except for the environment, was not worthy of the word hell at all. Of course, his strength was seriously exceeded compared to his soul power level, but whether it was the dark gold 3-headed bat king, the 10-headed scorching sun snake, or the unexpected dragon beast, the image of these 3 did not match hell. There are no demons or monsters like demons. How dare you say the word hell? There won't really be demons, right? Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of the demons in the abyss plane of the Douluo universe. There are indeed no demons in the Douluo continent in the current era, but in the future, the neighboring Sun and Moon continent collided with the Douluo continent, and a channel connecting the abyss plane appeared. And before, Shang also said that the strange beasts in the secret realm all came from another world, and there might really be abyss demons in the Shura secret realm. However, Mu Yang was not afraid. The huge increase in the upper limit of strength after the battle armor was superimposed on the martial soul fusion technique gave him strong confidence. Binger, what is your second test mission? Mu Yang asked Shui Binger. Assist you to pass the real hell road, the time limit is 1 month. After a pause, Shui Binger said, this level should test your hard power, and judging from the description of the assessment, it should be mainly based on you. Since the assessment is mainly based on you, the difficulty of the assessment should be measured based on your level. My soul power is a whole level lower than yours, which is a drag on the martial soul fusion skills. How about I add soul rings to advance to the 7-ring soul saint? After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang nodded, okay. With the spirit gold battle armor in hand, after Shui Binger advances to the 7-ring soul saint, the upper limit of the strength of the martial soul fusion skills will definitely be improved again. By then, even if she has not reached the level of the 99th level of the peerless Douluo, she will at least have the peak of the 98th level. At present, his soul power is 80, and Shui Binger's soul power is 70. Since the assessment is mainly based on him, even if Shui Binger advances to the 7-ring soul saint, the soul power level is also much worse than his, which should not increase the difficulty of the assessment. Senior, we plan to postpone the assessment and wait until Binger advances to the 7th ring. Mu Yang said to Shang. Shang nodded and said, Your Highness, you only need to complete the assessment within the specified time limit. But please note that during the assessment, once Your Highness leaves the range of the sacred mountain in the secret realm, or leaves the range of the temple in the outside world, I will not interfere. As for daily necessities, if Your Highness needs it, you can tell me directly, and I will let the killing city arrange it. Trouble you, Senior. Mu Yang bowed his hand. In the Shura secret realm, in the air, 2 figures flew towards the Great Snow Mountain at a high speed. After more than a quarter of an hour, the Great Snow Mountain was in sight. However, before Mu Yang and the others wearing the Spirit Gold battle armor officially entered the range of the Great Snow Mountain, a strong soul power aura appeared in front of them. I saw an ice blue bird flying out from the top of the snowy mountain in the distance. This ice blue bird is very similar to the ice phoenix, with a blue-gold beak and sharp claws, and crystal-like feathers. With the flapping of the wings, tiny ice crystals and snowflakes fall every time, which is indescribably elegant and noble. Shoo! Seeing Mu Yang and the others flying in the distance, the Ice Luan, who was out for a walk, could not help but make a puzzled sound, perhaps because she had never seen such a strange figure before. Tisk, this Ice Luan is indeed 100,000 years old, and its strength is estimated to be no worse than that of the Titan giant ape. Mu Yang commented, smacking his lips and looking at the Ice Luan that came to him on his own initiative. Then, Mu Yang took out a blue jade dragon ginseng from his soul guide storage bracelet, which was like a martial soul body. All attributes including mental power surged by 80%. Then he flew forward and used a soul-stealing secret technique on the 100,000-year-old ice phoenix that didn't know what was going on. The vast mental power surged out and sank into the sea of consciousness of the ice phoenix. In a moment, the 100,000-year-old ice phoenix, the overlord of the Great Snow Mountain, was controlled by Mu Yang. Easily done. After a successful move, Mu Yang raised his head to Shui Binger beside him. Yet, my Mu Yang is really amazing. Shui Binger nodded in cooperation. Bad review, the expression and eyes are not in place. Looking at Shui Binger who said she was amazing but didn't have little stars in her eyes, Mu Yang couldn't help but complain. Shui Binger, ... Not long after, on the top of the snowy mountain, a dazzling red light suddenly spread from the brow of the 100,000-year-old Ice Luan whose consciousness was controlled, and turned into a circle of red light that spread instantly. Everything nearby was rendered blood red wherever the red light passed, and everything became an absolute prohibition in this red light. The familiar 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifice was launched again. But this time, the object of the sacrifice was no longer Mu Yang, but Shui Binger. After a long time, the sacrifice came to an end, and the surging blood flame ring suddenly retracted. In an instant, the ice phoenix martial spirit possessed the body, and a series of explosions broke out around Shui Binger's body with 6 soul rings blooming purple, 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 black, black, and black. In a blink of an eye, the shrinking blood flame ring bloomed with bright red brilliance, turning into the 100,000-year 7th soul ring arranged on the periphery of the original 6 soul rings of the ice phoenix martial spirit. At the same time, a beam of blood shone on Shui Binger's forehead, and an ice blue skull flashed and disappeared. End of this chapter. 300 Chapter 300 The True Body of the Ice Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix Domain. 300. Head Soul Bone. Looking at the flashing ice blue skull light, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Undoubtedly, head soul bones and torso soul bones are rarer than limb soul bones. Mu Yang did not expect that after the sacrifice of this 100,000-year-old ice phoenix soul beast, a relatively more precious head soul bone would burst out for Shui Binger. At this moment, a sudden, surging ice blue light surged out from Shui Binger, instantly covering a radius of dozens of meters. Domain Power. Looking at the ice blue light that covered a radius of dozens of meters with Shui Binger as the center, and also covered himself, Mu Yang couldn't help but smacked his lips. This 100,000-year-old Ice Luan soul beast, not only gave it a 100,000-year-old 7th soul ring and a 100,000-year-old head soul bone, but also gave it extra domain power. Of course, Mu Yang also knew that Shui Binger was able to awaken her martial soul talent domain when she advanced to the 7th ring, not entirely because of the 100,000-year-old Ice Luan soul ring, but mainly because of her good foundation. If it were other martial souls, such as the ice bird martial soul, which also has ice attributes but is far less powerful than the ice phoenix, it would definitely not be able to awaken the domain power. It can be said that throughout the mainland soul master world, unless it is forcibly given by external forces, martial souls with domain power are at least top-notch in quality. Hey! Suddenly, the abnormality reappeared, and Mu Yang couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. I saw that after the sacrifice on the snow, the 100,000-year-old ice Luan soul beast, which had lost its life breath and turned into an ice blue bird, actually had a little brilliant ice blue light at its brow. In a blink of an eye, the brilliant ice blue light quickly spread to the whole body of the bird's body, and then burst into a dazzling ice blue brilliance. After a while, when the dazzling ice blue brilliance dissipated, Mu Yang saw that the bird's body had disappeared, and in its place, there was an egg the size of a basketball, with an overall ice blue color and phoenix patterns all over the surface. Is this Ice Luan egg? Shui Binger's voice sounded in Mu Yang's ears. During the process of Bing Luan's corpse changing, Shui Binger had already woken up. Good eyesight. Mu Yang smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Shui Binger rolled her eyes. Ignoring this episode for now, Mu Yang asked, Binger, how are the effects of the martial soul body, soul bone skills and domain? Holding the ice phoenix egg on the snow in her hand, Shui Binger nodded with joy and said, very good. But it seems that the head soul bone did not bring me much soul power increase. The soul power level after advancement is only 73 level soul saint. 7th soul skill, ice phoenix body, can increase the effect of all soul skills by 100%, and there is no restriction on the use of soul skills below the 7th ring except for soul power consumption. In addition, according to the feedback information of the soul skills, there will be no weak period after the martial soul body is used. The Ice Phoenix Skull comes with two 100,000-year soul bone skills, King of Birds and Ice Luan Shelter. The King of Birds is a domain-type soul bone skill that can suppress the enemy's bird-type martial soul master and soul beast by 30%. Improve the strength of your own bird-type martial soul masters and soul beasts by 30%. The Ice Phoenix Protection Soul Bone skill is immune to all attacks and lasts for 3 seconds, but can only be used 3 times a day. The Ice Phoenix domain can increase ice attribute attacks and control effects by 50%, and also comes with a domain skill, Frost Nirvana. When used actively, it can restore itself to its prime, but it cannot restore the soul power that has been consumed. It cannot be used if the domain is broken. In addition, this domain skill has a passive trigger mode. Whether or not the domain is released, it can be resurrected once after death, but the price and interval required for resurrection are unclear. So, the Ice Phoenix did not die completely after the sacrifice. Mu Yang did not feel surprised about the 2 soul bone skills attached to the Ice Phoenix true body and the 100,000-year Ice Phoenix skull. After all, the skill age is as high as 100,000 years, and the effect will naturally not be bad. Instead, he is more interested in the Ice Phoenix egg in Shui Binger's arms. Unlike the human 9 rings titled Douluo, the 100,000-year soul beast must master the power of the domain. If nothing unexpected happens, the domain power mastered by this 100,000-year-old Ice Luan soul beast should have a domain skill similar to the effect of Frost Nirvana. After the 100,000-year-old Ice Luan was sacrificed, the passive effect of this domain skill was automatically triggered, and it turned into an Ice Luan egg and resurrected. Ka ka ka. Just then, a slight strange sound came from the Ice Luan egg in Shui Binger's hand. I saw several cracks on the surface of the Ice Luan egg, followed by several strange sounds. The eggshell broke, and a bird head with a blue-gold beak poked out. Really resurrected. Looking at this scene, Shui Binger couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then hurriedly put the Ice Luan egg back on the snow in front of her, fearing that it would affect the little Ice Luan from breaking out of the shell. Chirp chirp chirp. After a while, the cracks on the Ice Luan egg became more and more, and a foot-long ice blue baby bird broke out of the egg and made a tender Luan cry towards the two of them. However, although the little Bing Luan has just hatched, judging from its spirit power, it is no weaker than ordinary soul beasts that have entered the realm of 100 years of cultivation. What a cute little Bing Luan, Mu Yang, can we take it home to raise it? Shui Binger stretched out her finger and carefully tapped the little Bing Luan's head, saying with a look of longing. Let me take a look at it first. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yang did not directly refuse, but used a soul-stealing secret technique on the little Bing Luan. The positions of human soul masters and soul beasts are naturally opposed. Mu Yang did not have any psychological burden after taking the spirit ring and spirit bone of the 100,000-year-old Bingluan. But Bingluan has become a little Bingluan after rebirth, and its powerful strength is gone. If it is left alone, it will most likely be taken away by other soul beasts living in the Great Snow Mountain in the future. In addition, the little Bingluan is good looking. If the hidden dangers can be eliminated, it is not impossible to raise a small pet. After a while, after a very friendly mental communication, Mu Yang released the control of the soul-stealing secret technique and sent a voice message to Shui Binger, "No problem, Bingluan's resurrection technique seems to have serious flaws. Not only is her strength almost zero, but Xiao Bingluan also has no previous memories, and her mind is like a blank sheet of paper. The reason for this operation is mainly because Mu Yang is worried that the resurrected Bingluan will still remember what happened before. You know, he had killed this Bingluan before. If Xiao Bingluan has previous memories and can quickly recover its strength after rebirth, there is a risk of devouring its master. Mu Yang dare not really keep it as a pet." Shui Binger nodded with satisfaction. "That's good, let's call it Xiao Bing. By the way, what does Xiao Bing eat? For a bird, it should be an omnivore, right? In the future, feed it with ice-attribute soul beast meat, or fruits grown by ice-attribute plant-type soul beasts." Mu Yang said a little uncertainly. End of this chapter. 301.